plenty.
Better sleep can change your life. That's because sleep is a core pillar of health, just like nutrition and exercise. So if you're not getting enough of it, ZQL invites you to take our Better Sleep to Better Health challenge. Join today at ZQL.com to get weekly sleep tips from experts and learn how ZQL, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, can help enhance your journey to better sleep. ZQL's Better Sleep to Better Health challenge. Visit ZQL.com now.
Milk, eggs, $42. Ma'am, you okay?
Need bucks? With Jackson Hewitt, don't wait weeks for the IRS to send your tax refund. Come in now for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee refund advance loan when you file your taxes. That's up to $3,500 today. Don't let high prices get you down. When every dollar matters, it matters who does your taxes. So get to Jackson Hewitt today. For eligible clients, loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
For adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy, now there's Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieve 90% clear skin at 4 months, and Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Nothing in me go hand in hand. Nothing on my skin, that's my new plan. Nothing is every day.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, you could achieve 90% clearer skin. Ask your doctor about the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
From Carriage House to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed, and a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
The biggest game of the year, the Super Bowl, is on Odyssey. And Westwood One brings it to you, streaming live for free, Sunday, February 12th on the Odyssey app.
The Eagles have been the NFC's best team.
Touchdown, Travis Kelce!
It's the Eagles versus the Chiefs.
The Kansas City Chiefs,
the Philadelphia Eagles,
are going to the Super Bowl
again.
Catch all the action from Westwood One. Your Super Bowl, your Odyssey. Get in the game and download the free Odyssey app today.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. An Odyssey station. It's time for Warriors This Week.
Shot clock down to 10. Poole, dribble drive. The Thompson in the corner. He'll launch with 5 and for 3 and say goodnight.
Now, here's John Dickinson.
And we welcome you in. Good Saturday morning to you. It is John Dickinson and Whitey Gleason. We're with you as we are each and every Saturday here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors This Week. Whitey, my friend, good to be with you as always. Lots to get into with the Warriors back to 500 again at 26-26. And 30 games to go, 6 before the All-Star break. And just as it's been all year long, this team just cannot build any positive momentum beyond a couple of games over 500.
Have to confess to you, JD, and to the smartest listeners in radio. Last week when we got together on Warriors This Week, I was really feeling like, you know what? I think they're close. Maybe they're not turning the corner, but the corner is right there. Then they won at OKC. My thought was, if they win at Minnesota, I think you could almost declare the switch flipped. That was my feeling going into that game. And then, of course, they had a lead, and then they give that one back, and then they lose at Denver. Now, all of a sudden, as you say, we're back to 552 games in, and we're still trying to figure out, what exactly is wrong here? Thought it was very telling that we had Steph this week say, I think it was after the Denver game, he said, I'm still mostly optimistic. It's like, that's a very telling comment, but we know, we've talked about it, we'll talk about it more. The West is very jumbled. You've got the trade deadline coming up, so you do have opportunities, but at some point here, the Warriors have to figure out what the problem is.
Yeah, and the problem continues to be too many stretches of bad offense, in part, in some of these games where they have leads, and then a whole lot of bad defense. I think even beyond the poor offense, and Steve Kerr going to the lineup change, which we discussed a lot last week on the show, starting small with Jordan Poole in for Kevon Looney, but Andrew Wiggins has been in and out, and it's all been a little bit jumbled up. I think Coach Kerr went to that lineup to try and get the offense rolling, to try and put pressure on the opponent to have to keep up with the Warriors, and it just has not worked. And you start to look at some of the different lineup machinations. It's worked in getting them leads, but it hasn't fixed their down the stretch problem, because if you look at this week, what makes this past week bad from potentially being a good week? Well, it's the Minnesota game, right? I mean, Everybody would agree. The Denver game, second of a back-to-back. Surprised that Steph played, at least I was, in that game, considering that the Warriors' protocol as far as rest over everything for the most part for the veteran players. But it's the Minnesota game. If you win the Minnesota game, who cares about the Denver game at that point? Because you were probably not going to win that game anyway. We'd be talking about a 2-1 week. You're right. This team had won 5 of 7. It'd be 6 of 9. And there would be some semblance of they're starting to figure it out. And some of the buttons that Steve Kerr has pushed are starting to work. But like we've seen so many different times, Whitey, it's the 14-point lead in the fourth quarter with the game seemingly in hand, and then all of a sudden it's turnovers, it's bad defense, it's some real quick bad shots that turn into misses, and the Warriors just find themselves swallowed up in these games that we are just not used to over the last 5, 6, 7 years. The Warriors losing. They've got, 6, 7, 8, 10 games that they've dropped this season that feel almost exactly like that Minnesota game, and it's the reason that they are right where they are at 500 and in that play-in tournament glut.
And the thing about those losses that you just described that's really alarming is that so many of them, including the Minnesota game, were due largely to the fact that your core veterans with the championship pedigree and championship culture, they're the ones that often have failed to execute down the stretch. That shouldn't happen. Young players, the Warriors are still trying to work in some young players. They're going to make mistakes, and you know that not every shot is going to go in. That's just basketball, especially when you rely a lot on the three-point shots. But some of the turnovers, when you had Steph and Draymond on the sideline trying to work a simple dribble handoff, and they couldn't work that out, and when you had Steph throwing the ball to Draymond, and Draymond didn't know it was coming, it's like, wow, that should not be happening with these veterans on this team. And speaking of Draymond, just to get this off my chest, because hopefully this is nothing. We know that Draymond right now is out with a calf strain, right? Okay, I know Steve Kerr was talking to Damon and Ratto yesterday. He said, I don't think it's anything. Hopefully it's not, but as you remember, JD, and I know you remember all these things better than most of us, last year, the game where Klay came back, Draymond was in that game, and then he left after just a few seconds because he had a calf strain that turned out to be related to his back. So I'm just fingers crossed it has nothing to do with that, because as we know, last year Draymond ended up missing 2 months.
Right, and the Warriors are at a point, and I talked about this on the post-game show after the Denver game, it feels again like the Warriors earlier in the year where they weren't winning enough when they did have all their key players and when they did build leads, and you knew at some point that the injuries were going to come, and the Warriors didn't have enough of a cushion built up at that point to be able to withstand it even a little bit. And then Wiggins goes out and Steph goes out, and all of a sudden they're 3 games under 500, and they're trying to push themselves back even to the 500 mark. And it does feel a little bit fragile at this point with guys getting a little bit banged up, and we'll see what the situation is for Draymond. And looking at the injury report for tonight, there's a lot of games on the NBA schedule tonight. The Warriors and the Mavs among them, the ABC Saturday Night Showcase game. And Draymond, just to keep everybody updated, questionable with the right calf tightness for tonight. Klay Thompson is listed as questionable with non-COVID illness. So I know there's been some illness kind of going around the team. Klay obviously didn't play second of the back-to-back. And Steph Curry, probable left lower leg contusion. Remember, he got hit on that 3-point shot I think the other night, where he took a spill where he was fouled on the 3-point shot. And so I keep an eye on that. No Luka Doncic. Unfortunately, this is one of those Saturday showcase games that isn't quite going to feel the same, because Doncic is out. Spencer Dinwiddie is questionable. Christian Wood is also out for Dallas. So some of the star power for this Saturday night showcase game not going to be there. But regardless of all of that, the Warriors need a win. And you're right, to bring it back to Draymond, they can't afford any of the regulars being down for any lengthy period of time here with only 30 games to go in the season.
One of the things that's concerning as well is the fact that we saw it on this road trip. To my eye, JD, be interested to know what you and listeners think. Teams are playing against the Warriors with much more confidence than we're used to seeing in recent years. Teams get down against the Warriors now, and they know that they don't defend like they used to. We're still in this thing. Denver, especially, of course, Denver's an excellent team. They play with so much confidence in that game. They know they had the Warriors on the second of a back-to-back. Teams are playing the Warriors with more confidence than they used to. All that said, you look at the standings, and despite all the problems the Warriors have had, they're 26-26, so they're tied for 8th right now, right? But they're a game and a half out of 4th, but they're also a game and a half out of, 12th. 13th, it would be 12th. Yeah, 12th, because the Lakers 11.5 back. So it's still hanging in the balance, and that's a positive overall. The fact that despite all your problems and struggles, you're still right there with a reasonable chance. With just a moderate run here, you can stick yourself right back up into a much more favorable position in the standings.
But the Warriors have been unable to get on that run.
I know.
They haven't been any better than 2 games over 500 at any point this season. And you're right, they are currently tied for 8th in the West at 26 and 26. But Utah is a 500 team right now, as well as Portland. So it's basically 8, 9, and 10. You're tied for 8th, but you're also really in 10th as well, because one game slip here or there, and you're only a half game out of being 11th and on the outside looking in, and the trade deadline looming with the Lakers among the teams on the outside looking in. And I just feel like this Warriors team needs an infusion of something. And I know, there aren't really a lot of viable assets to trade for someone big. The value as far as trade value among the Warriors' young players, I think has cratered. When you look at, Jonathan Kuminga is somebody that's a keeper at this point, so you sort of separate him. But James Wiseman and Moses Moody, to me, have no trade value right now, unless you're willing to take a back into the rotation bench player back for one or both of them. And so I find myself thinking the Warriors do need an infusion of something, wing defense, and the ability to maybe have one more player knock down the 3 ball on the offensive side, just an intelligent, high IQ player. I think almost like at the baseball trade deadline when a team is floundering a little bit, and I think the Warriors suddenly are floundering now when you look at this 1-2 trip and the way that it's looked and some of the comments coming out post-game, especially after the Minnesota game, the dejection that the Warriors are trying to flip the switch and just can't, even when it looks like it's, they're back. And then an 8-10 minute stretch in any one of these number of games wipes it completely out. I just feel like the Warriors need something. They need something to show that the organization still believes in them, that they believe that this team is capable of making a run. But I think they need one more rotation player if they can get that player. I think it's going to be really difficult to get that player, though, considering the fact that there's so many other teams that are also in the mix for a lot of the players that are going to be available. And, I know Moody and Wiseman played some against Denver, but I just don't see the trade value being that to where you could even get something accomplished at this point for somebody that you'd want to have in your rotation here down the stretch or for the playoffs.
To me, JD, one of the players that fits the description you gave, and I'm with you, a guy like Jared Vanderbilt. But there are other teams that want him, and when you look at what other teams have available to offer, the Warriors are really in a tough position when it comes to acquiring someone of value, to the point you just made, in terms of draft picks, young talent. It's really going to be, and the salary situation, it's going to be very tough for them to acquire somebody who can really help. But we'll see what they do. If anybody can do it, Bob Myers, maybe you end up with a marginal move like you bring in Matisse Thybulle. But there's even other teams that want him. And again, it's going to be tough for the Warriors to match some of those offers, especially given the fact that prices on some of these guys are so high since last offseason when the Jazz got all those picks for guys like Mitchell and Gobert. It seems to have affected the price tag for every player who's available. So it's going to be a challenge for the Warriors, but I'm with you. I've been saying that for months. If they want to win a championship, I think it's really important for them to at least make every effort to acquire somebody who can help the rest of this year.
And we've discussed the rotation and how it shapes out if everybody's healthy. And look, it does start with the core players have to be better. I mean, Steph was bad at the end of the Minnesota game, couldn't hit a shot, was taking a lot of bad shots.
It was weird.
Ran down a couple of
Wasn't it a little odd to see him play that way?
It was, but I think that's one of the more concerning aspects of this week, and I think the Minnesota game specifically, Whitey, is that I think he looked tired, and I think the Warriors looked tired, and they look like a team that, and it's been, we've gone back and forth. Is it indifference? Is it championship hangover? And I think some of the time it has been that. I don't think that's what it has been this week, and I think we even saw it in the Oklahoma City game. The Warriors had the Minnesota game and the Oklahoma City game in similar positions. Both teams made their runs, but the Warriors are just incapable of reestablishing control once a team gets a run on them down the stretch in a game, even with a double-digit lead. I think fatigue is part of it, but it's just, to me, it's more you're looking at the Warriors reaching for something that they don't have. And I think that is the concerning part, big picture, coming off of a game like Minnesota. You can say, oh, well, Steph didn't have this. He took some bad shots. It's uncharacteristic. But to me, he played like a fatigued player that didn't have the energy to continue to attack. So he just cast it off from three. I thought Klay Thompson did that. I thought the Warriors took some lazy shots. I know Steve Kerr mentioned them as shot turnovers. I think a lot of them were. And that's, when a couple of them go in, it's all good, and you probably end up winning that game by 5 or 6 points. But, if a couple of them aren't going in, you need to figure out a way to get the job done in another manner. And it just seemed like the Warriors didn't have that energy. And so I know we've already had a texter on the Xfinity Mobile text line, and the phone lines are open at 888-957-9570. 707 JD and Whitey, I think it's obvious the Warriors just don't care yet. I completely disagree with that. I think there have been a lot of games, and the Minnesota game is one specifically where they absolutely cared and didn't have enough, weren't good enough, looked old down the stretch. And I think that's the part that gives me more concern over the last 30 games and for a playoff run, is that maybe this team, I'll ask you this way. At some point, do you have to be concerned that the Warriors are not going to finish games in the playoffs this season the way that they haven't finished games in the regular season this season? Because just because it's the playoffs, does that automatically mean they're going to start finishing all of these games because the champion's blood comes? Because they're the same players right now that aren't getting it done in similar situations.
Well, Steve Kerr had something very interesting to say about that. He said after one of the games, maybe it was on 95.7 The Game, he said, I think it was with Damon and Ratto, Steve Kerr said that this team is not good enough to win without executing well. He said, in the past, we were. In the past, we could get away without executing well. We were good enough. He said, this team right now, we're not good enough to win if we don't execute down the stretch. So it's clearly sending a message. And these veterans know that, and yet they continue to make the same mistakes. It was also interesting as we talk about the frustrations the Warriors have and the inability they've had to get any momentum going. After they beat Oklahoma City, Anthony Slater asked Draymond, like, hey, is this it now? You got something going? And Draymond said, we'll see. And he wasn't being sarcastic or anything. He was just, they're just not sure yet. They're just not feeling they got it going in the right direction well enough yet.
888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. It's John Dickinson and Whitey Gleason. It's Warriors This Week here on 95.7 The Game. We're with you until 1 o'clock. We've got a full day of Warriors coverage here as the Warriors and the Mavs go at it. Saturday night showcase game, we'll have it for you, of course, right here on 95.7 The Game. Let's get to some calls here. Let's get to Michael in Berkeley up here on 95.7 The Game, getting us tipped off here in segment number 1. What's going on, Michael?
Hey, Michael.
How's it going, JD and Whitey? I'd say one thing that I think the Warriors do need to address is, the play of Jordan Poole and Andrew Wiggins. We talk about the veterans and Klay, Draymond, and Steph, but, I don't hear anybody talking about, these guys that have, recently got paid, that they need to step up. They're being paid like, not all-stars, but they are being paid well, and their performance needs to improve.
No doubt. And Wiggins is just, with all of the injuries and the illness, and thanks for the call, Michael, Wiggins has just not had a good season since December, really 2 months ago, the early part of December, where he went out with the adductor strain and then was kept out from the illness. He's not been able to get on track at this point. And, Jordan Poole, we've talked about Jordan Poole a ton on this station and on this show, and just how disappointing he's been.
At times.
And I think that's key to point out. And I was going down that same road. At times, he's really hurt the Warriors in games. There's been other games where he's really helped them win games. and help them when Steph was out, win games, and help them in these games where Clay has been out in the second of back-to-backs win games. It's been more the problem with Poole when the Warriors have had everybody else. I think that's as you start to kind of parse through, it's when the Warriors have Steph and Clay and even Wiggins and Draymond, those have been the games where Poole has been more of a problem than the games where he's been asked to carry more of the load. And I think some of the lineup breakdowns would show you that. When he's played in Steph's place, it's actually been okay. When he's played in Clay's place, it's actually been the second best lineup the Warriors have, other than that starting lineup with Looney in there and the championship core guys with Wiggins. So Poole's had a strange year. It's been an up and down year, but I would not say by any stretch that nobody's assessed any blame at the way Jordan Poole's played at times.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. It's interesting comments. Wiggins, we know, has just been hurt, and he wasn't playing great before he got hurt. He hasn't brought that same level of intensity, certainly, that we saw last year in the playoffs, and maybe that's just a veteran thing. He knows it's not the playoff time yet. Poole is really important to the Warriors because it's something that I think we tend to overlook. Love your thoughts on this, JD. If you look at points per game, I think the Warriors are second. And we know the Warriors, Splash Brothers, think fans, we assume, the Warriors offensively, they're fine. They're actually, in terms of their offensive rating, they're mid-pack. And even last year, their offense wasn't what it used to be. So, yeah, they're scoring a lot of points per game, but that's because they're taking a lot of shots. Their pace is very high. In terms of their effectiveness per possession, they're pretty much mid-pack. So Jordan Poole right now, he's still inconsistent, and sometimes he turns the ball over too much and takes bad shots. But we know that when he's playing well, he definitely helps you offensively. And that is something they need right now because even though we're focused so much on the defensive end, the Warriors are not what they once were offensively either.
No, they aren't. And I go back to, I think it was a week ago last night in the pregame press conference, and Steve Kerr was asked at that point with the Warriors 500, as they still are, how do you explain it? And I think at that point, Coach Kerr said, well, we're 14th in offense and we're 16th in defense, and there's 30 teams in the league, and 15's right in the middle, and you average them out, and we're right in the middle with a lot of other teams. And I do think that the Warriors went to that small lineup with Poole in there and Looney off the bench, in part to make Looney the backup center, which I think helps stretch out their bigs in a different way. But I also think they did it to ignite the offense, to make Poole comfortable. And I think it's been well documented how those lineups defensively have not done well, and have not done well in particular down the stretch in games when Poole's been on the floor with Clay and with Steph. But I think big picture, that's viewed as a regular season lineup that you should be able to have success with and at least be able to outscore teams to a point where you can win games down the stretch. And that really hasn't quite worked. It's led to some big quarters, but the consistency hasn't necessarily been there. And the Warriors' inability to finish has wiped away what I think was actually a good idea, even though a lot of people have really been wringing their hands about that lineup because the Warriors haven't been winning games.
I just want to say this, JD. I commend you. I commend all the listeners. We're 23 minutes in here, and here we are talking about a trade deadline. No one has mentioned, are the Warriors going to get Kevin Durant yet? So that's probably going to come up at some point, Kyrie and everything going on there. So I just want to commend everyone. Craig, I want to commend Craig. That hasn't come up yet. So we're better than that. I'm sure it will come up at some point. We'll deal with it. But I just appreciate the fact that we haven't wandered down that road yet, JD.
Well, I thought it was funny, some of the reporting, and Shams was the first one, but everybody followed with respect to Kyrie Irving, and they couldn't get a contract extension done. And I texted our buddy Nick Friedel, who covers the Nets. I said, as the news breaks, I said, Nick, everything was going so well. And he responds with, it was only a matter of time, like anything possible at any moment. And Kyrie just does not, he wants out after they could not come to an agreement. I did find the reporting following the initial reporting that Kyrie's requested a trade to be, yeah, that's cute. There's 3 or 4 teams that might want Kyrie, but the rest of the league is wondering what Kevin Durant's reaction to Kyrie Irving is and if he wants out because teams want that guy.
Yeah.
If they could get their hands on him.
Yeah. We do know who you are. Yeah.
The thought crossed my mind, Whitey, about Durant, but here's where things have changed over the last 3 months, over the last 5 months. I don't think the Warriors have a package to put together that can get Kevin Durant. And I think in the offseason you could have made that claim that, maybe Kuminga and Wiseman and Wiggins and, or Poole, you could have come up with a combo, but I don't think any of the young players have enough value and any of the more veteran players, Poole or Wiggins, are playing well enough to where they could even sniff an offer for Kevin Durant with what they've got.
And even if they were, Wiggins, I don't believe you by rule cannot trade him. Poole, I think you could trade, but it's almost impossible with the salary. So that's even if you did want to. To me, I don't know, JD. To me, I think Kyrie is just, he's trying to show the Nets, I'm really unhappy and things are going well. You better give me that extension. And I think the Nets are going to sit there and go like, yeah, okay, well, yeah, we'll see, who wants you. The Nets know that they've got a motivated Kyrie the rest of this year. That's a pretty good position to be in, and they're probably happy to be rid of him when this season is over. Kyrie now has something to prove because as he found out when he wanted to trade over the summer, and you just made the point, nobody wants you. So if you're going to be a free agent in the summer, you better play really well, as he has this year. You better play really well down the stretch to show teams that you're worth an investment. And if I'm the Nets, I'm feeling fairly comfortable with that for the rest of this season. That's the best I'm going to get out of him.
Well, and that being said, he's out tonight. Due to
okay.
Sometimes they say personal reasons, Whitey. I'm gonna rule Kyrie Irving out tonight with for obvious reasons.
Oh wow! All right, okay. If he's gonna play hardball, that just changed the equation.
And again, I'm gonna say what I always say with Kyrie. I do think rooted in everything that he does, including this trade demand, seemingly out of nowhere, with things kind of going well in Brooklyn, there is a hint of I don't want to play attached to it, and so here he leaks this, and all of a sudden he gets a night off and maybe a couple of nights off, and so I do think there is I don't love the game, I want full freight in terms of pay, but PTO, as my guy Guru likes to say, and on top of it, the paid time off, and so I think there is a component to that with Kyrie that is frustrating for me as talented a basketball player as he is. All right, he's Whitey Gleason. I'm John Dickinson. 888-957-9570. Nick in San Jose will get to you coming back on the other side. Do the Warriors need an infusion at the trade deadline? Is there anything they can do? Are we overreacting to this team continuing to be 500 in a glut of mediocrity in the Western Conference? We're with you until 1 o'clock. Right here at Warriors This Week, 95.7 The Game.
You know what? Let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Hey, we can invite our friends over and all take turns yelling at the TV during the game.
But first, we should get a new TV.
Yeah, like one of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, so I'll start shopping on the internet, then head over to the Warehouse Club to compare.
But if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at Video Only, not online or at the club.
Video Only has better deals?
Yep. We could save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Then we could afford a larger model and really impress our friends.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish door dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together, millions of things for our planet. Raise a fine glass of wine to your sweetheart and the environment. First, don't get hung up on packaging. Many great wines now come in boxes, which produce half the overall emissions that bottles do. Also, cardboard is just as easily recycled as glass. Finally, look for estate wines, where all grapes are grown on the vineyard and not trucked in from distant locations. When we each share our one thing, it becomes 100 things, 1,000 things, 1,000,000 things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Did you know that over 90% of male enhancement pills are virtually the same thing that's repackaged, redone over and over again? Why settle for the same old product when you can get something completely different? Something that takes male enhancement into the 21st century. Something that really works. Men, you need to try Noxitril, the all-natural male enhancement formula that will unlock your performance in the bedroom to a level you could only dream of. Try to imagine Viagra on steroids. Noxitril is so powerful, that's why it took years for it to finally become available to the public without a prescription. So call now and take advantage of our special Noxitril free bottle offer today. Oh yeah, we recommend that you use the Noxitril dose as directed. Think of your partner. We certainly don't want you to overperform in the bedroom.
Find out how to get a free bottle of Noxitril while supplies last. Call 800-490-7843, 800-490-7843. Free bottles for a limited time. Call now, 800-490-7843, 800-490-7843.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Milk, eggs, $42. Ma'am, you okay?
Need bucks? With Jackson Hewitt, don't wait weeks for the IRS to send your tax refund. Come in now for up to $3,500 with a no-interest, no-fee refund advance loan when you file your taxes. That's up to $3,500 today. Don't let high prices get you down. When every dollar matters, it matters who does your taxes. So get to Jackson Hewitt today. For eligible clients, loans by Republic Bank and Trust Company. Details at jacksonhewitt.com.
At Staples, you can count on every project being print perfect, guaranteed.
I need presentations and brochures printed, and they have to be perfect.
Your bounded presentations, brochures with the finest folds, and more will be done right every time. That's our Print Big promise. Now at Staples, get $10 off your document printing and marketing materials order of $50 or more, plus 20% back via store bonus. Try Staples and see the difference. Ends 2/25. Rewards members only. Bonus must be redeemed in store. See staples.com/stores/printbig for details.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
it all, to me, centers around Poole. But it's not just over the next few days with the trade deadline. It's what happens in the summer. Because when you signed that deal, you thought, okay, he is going to be one of these next faces as the Warriors work through whatever's going to happen with Clay and Draymond and Steph. If you are serious about winning a title this year, I would think that he gives you the potential of getting somebody serious in return, and even more this summer if nothing happens in the short term. Are you committed moving forward to him being one of those guys, given what you've seen so far to start this year?
Now back to Warriors This Week on 95.7 The Game.
Old buddy Nick Friedel joining Damon and Ratto yesterday. We welcome you back in here to Warriors This Week on a Saturday. It's John Dickinson and Whitey Gleason. Talking some trade deadline was Nick and everything going on surrounding Kyrie Irving in Brooklyn, the team that Heat now covers for ESPN. 888-957-9570. That is the phone number to give us a call or shoot us a text. Whitey, you mentioned this in the opening segment. As much as you may be able to trade Jordan Poole or think you can trade Jordan Poole as far as a young, talented player that teams may have interest in, it is difficult to trade him now. You really cannot trade him now because he's still only a $4 million player as far as what's going out. But then the team that takes him on has to accept the $30 million average, which begins next year, be able to fit that into their cap. So it really, he's
it's
in a lot of ways
impossible.
Untradeable until the offseason.
Yeah, you could do it if somebody's willing to swallow hard, but I don't think it's just not worth anybody's while to go there. So he essentially is untradeable, and Wiggins is, I believe, JD, literally untradeable because of the contract he just re-signed. So as we talk about Warrior moves, that's important to keep in mind.
And I'm not sure that you want to break up the core right now anyway.
Yeah, I agree.
I still think you look at, and I know they don't play a lot of minutes together overall, but I think, Steph, Clay came on, played as well as he's played since his return in January, had a rough game in Minnesota on Wednesday night to begin February, but I think you're comfortable in the playoffs. As mediocre and average as this team has been overall, I think you're still comfortable in the playoffs with Steph, Clay, Draymond, Wiggins, Looney, Poole, because of what they were able to do last year. Now, in the offseason, if you do the autopsy on this thing and you wind up in the play-in tournament or you wind up a first round and out or however it shakes out, then I think you have to look at dramatic changes at that point. But I still think this team likes the core enough. It's just the fact that the core needs a little bit more. Bob Myers was on with Steiny and Guru, and he talked about margin for error this week on the executive show. This team just does not have as much margin for error. One of the things that he looks at the trade deadline is how do you create more margin for error? I think that's what the champion core players need. They need a little more margin for error to where in the past they'd play a great quarter and a half, and that would be enough to win a game because the rest of the roster could do just enough to where when the big guys got it back late, they could hang on to it. That's a miss right now. The core players are not quite as good. The bench players, they're not getting enough from consistently, and it's just making them vulnerable down the stretch in games, and they haven't been able to save it for a number of different reasons. Everybody screams big move. I don't know that there's a big move to be made, but I do feel the Warriors do need to do something, Whitey.
Yeah, before we get back to the phones, I know we have Nick, Hill, and Scott ready to go, and at least one of those callers is going to tell us to calm down. But before we get to that, speaking of the offense again, I mentioned this last week, JD. I was watching NBA TV, and Isaiah Thomas was talking about the Warriors. It was halftime on one of the games. And Isaiah, what are you looking for? And he says, the Warriors, third quarter, look out. And I was kind of chuckling, saying, that's not really true anymore. Last two games, the Warriors in the third quarter, so this is against Minnesota and against Denver, they've scored 22 points in each of their last two third quarters. In fact, in that Minnesota game, the Warriors scored 37 in the second quarter and only 39 in the second half. So again, we're so focused on what's gone wrong defensively. This Warrior team right now, and we say this not to say they're doomed, but to say, try to identify what's wrong. They're not offensively. They're just a shadow of what they've been in the past right now.
All right, let's get back to the phones. As promised, 888-957-9570. Nick in San Jose is up first this segment here on Warriors This Week. What's going on, Nick?
Hey, guys, I want to start with the positive and 3 direct questions that I know you guys will answer. One, I'm thankful that you guys do this on Saturdays, and JD, your encyclopedic, just be able to recall things is incredible. I love Kevon Looney and how he embraces his role. Dante DiVincenzo has been such a positive to watch, the Villanova pedigree, and that we're lucky to even be still in the mix for a top 4 seed with the mediocrity of the West. So here's the 3 specific questions. As a high school coach myself, why is Jordan Poole have no desire to play defense? Curry was a liability defensively, but he got better every year. I see none of that with Poole. He is maddening to watch. He's beautiful in one moment and bonehead in the next. Why isn't the coaching staff getting him to play defense? 2, before this year, I thought Iguodala was a Hall of Fame player. It is disgusting, his lack of professionalism this year. Playing, 2 or 3 games and then sitting again? We need him now. How is the coaching staff letting him get away with this? And then 3 question, please answer, Whitey and JD. Draymond mentioned recently by punching Poole, he lost the equity to vocally lead defensively. Well, he needs to lead defensively now, or we are done. We don't have a prayer. Even if somehow we hit an inside straight, we will get destroyed by Milwaukee specifically, and no way are we beating Boston. Please answer those 3 questions. Poole, the lack of professionalism, Iguodala, and why won't Draymond lead vocally again, please?
Thanks, Coach.
Thanks for the call.
Yeah.
We'll get to it just very quickly. As far as I'm going to take Iguodala first because I think it's the simple answer. Iguodala's not playing because Iguodala can't play. He physically cannot play. And I've gone down the road of Iguodala, last year, and I think I was kind of wrong last year. Like, I kind of laughed when they signed him in the offseason. He helped them the first 20 games get off to the 18-2 start, but he really couldn't play much beyond the first, let's say, 30 to 35 games. He played so much then that he really gave them nothing in the second half. I think they love his leadership, and again, I'm just saying that they love his interaction with the veteran players. But yeah, on the court, he's not bringing anything to the table. Like, that's just flat out true. I think Draymond's trying to lead. I kind of put Draymond in the category, Whitey, of he's reaching for something at times that just isn't there. Kind of like Steph with his offensive game down the stretch in some of these games is reaching for something that isn't there. But I also think Draymond is trying to read the room a little bit, and I think he understands that he's got one shot. Like, there's one time stretch period where he can sort of take the reins and be the old Draymond between whenever that moment is and the end of the season. And I think he's trying to make sure that he waits as long as he possibly can to do it, because I think he knows if he does it too early, it may just wear on the team if there's too much of the season left. So I think he's kind of being calculated about it. That's just one theory. And as far as Jordan Poole's defense, it's been up and down, mostly down, but I still think he's such a young player that he's trying to come into his own and grapple with his sometimes sixth man, sometimes starter role. And it's a box that does need to be checked, but it's just, there's so many other pressing issues for him and for this team that it's just not a priority right now.
One of the things I've noticed, JD, watching basketball for a long, long time, is that sometimes when someone is not capable physically of keeping up with an opponent or the other team, it looks like they're not trying. Well, you see bad teams sometimes. Why aren't they? They're not trying. Sometimes they're just physically overmatched. That may be happening with Poole. I know what Nick's saying. Poole, he seems to be quick when he has the ball, but when he's guarding someone, he doesn't seem to have the lateral quickness. And we've talked about this a lot. By NBA standards, he's still not especially strong. Obviously, if he were to walk in here and, arm wrestle any of us, good night. But in NBA terms, he's still not. He still needs to get stronger. So is it a matter of he just physically doesn't have the tools to play defense against, you can imagine some of these guys he's guarding, how hard it is. Or is it about he needs to apply himself more? I think it's a combination, but I think the fact that physically it's a challenge for him, I think that's a big part of it. With Draymond, What do you guys think of this? Draymond, to me, and a guy leading the defense, it's almost like a fireman back there. And he's shouting instructions, but everybody, put out this fire, put out this fire. And right now, Draymond, he's still doing that, but, his ladder doesn't quite go as high as it used to because he's been around for a long time. Also, right now with this team, you got too many fires for him to put out, no matter how much he's yelling, we need water over here, because you're undersized still, and you're getting beaten like a drum on the perimeter. The best rim protection is guys that are able to keep the ball out of the paint. So by the time you're getting, like, Poole's getting beaten, like, you're already, it doesn't matter what Draymond does once you get that penetration. So I think right now he's not the player he was. He's still a very good defensive player. But right now, as a team, there's only so much he can do because they're getting beaten all over the place defensively.
They are. I think that's a great analogy and a terrific way of explaining it and looking at it. They're just leaky all over the place. And, Draymond, admittedly, over the years, Whitey, has been somebody that he knows when a team has got it. Like, he knows when it's worth it to try and save it. And I think he knows when sometimes it's not worth it to try and save it based on a given night or the personnel that's on the floor. Let's go to Hill in San Francisco next here on Warriors This Week. What's up, Hill?
Good morning, JD and Whitey. Thank you. Yeah, I kind of agree with you guys about the Warriors. I mean, the starter's not doing well and the bench is not doing well, but in a way, I kind of trying to look towards Steve Kerr not being creative enough with the lineups. I mean, he only has these like one or two lineup changes where he puts Jordan Poole as a starter or Kuminga as a starter over Looney. And I'm like, can you be a little bit more innovative with? Couldn't you start DiVincenzo or Lamb, or help Draymond Green with somebody who's got some defense and some offense? Looney doesn't have any offense. Could you put him, let Draymond have a chemistry with JaMychal Green? Or sometimes when you look at the lineup, Klay Thompson and Wiggins aren't very good ball handlers and assist guys. Sometimes can you mix it up when Klay sits out, DiVincenzo starts? Or Anthony Lamb starts over Wiggins sometimes when he's not playing. That's what I'm thinking, that they need to. Steve Kerr needs to step up his game and find a new lineup to inspire the team.
Thanks, Hill. Well, he tried to do it. And really, if you look at what are the options, if you're going to take Kevon Looney out of the starting lineup, that's the only spot in which you would make a change. You're not taking Steph or Klay or Draymond or Wiggins out if they're healthy. So Looney's the one spot. And if you decide you're going to have Looney not be a starter, then you have a couple of options. You have Jordan Poole, the obvious option, which Steve Kerr's gone to. And I know a lot of people didn't like that. I liked that move because I think it to me, it's a regular season move that should ignite your offense. And I think we watch a lot of hoop, Whitey, on a night-in, night-out basis. The Warriors should be able to win more games than they have been able to just with their offense. I mean, there are other teams that are, and Sacramento comes to mind, and yes, they're a younger team, but they don't play any defense.
None.
But their offense has been so good that they've been able to win a few more games than the Warriors have been and separate themselves from the pack. And I think the Warriors with that lineup, why they need to be able to win 125 to 120 a little bit more than they have. And what's flipped it is the fact that they haven't played well down the stretch in the regular season. In the playoffs, that's not going to work. Obviously, that'll get you beat. The Warriors have to go a different way at that point, and I think the Warriors know that, obviously, because they've had championship runs. They know the playoffs are very much different. But I like that move. As far as other moves, I mean, really, we're only talking about Kuminga or DiVincenzo, and Kuminga's been in there from time to time when others have been out. It boils down to, for me, Whitey, the regulars just have to play better, and this team has to figure out how to finish games. And a lot of times the reason they're not finishing games is bad shots, turnovers, horrible defense. In any order, I think the defense has typically been the biggest issue in a lot of these games down the stretch.
I'm going to borrow, and you're going to love this, JD, a Gabe Kapler term.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I know. I apologize. Gabe Kapler likes to talk
the
about
Warriors are screwed now. If you're borrowing stuff from Gabe Kapler, we might as well end the show.
Hey, Manager of the Year a couple of years ago. He talks about his relievers in terms of buckets, right? You got a long length bucket, and So if you look at
I
the
think I
Warrior,
just vomited in my mouth a little bit, Whitey.
if you look at the Warrior roster that way and look at Steve Kerr, what his options are, that guard bucket, he's got a lot of guys in there. A lot of guys in there. I got DiVincenzo in there. I got Poole. DiVincenzo's played well. I got Steph freaking Curry. And I know he said that he thinks of Clay more as a 3, but a lot of guards. But I go to my front court bucket. Is there anybody in here I can get some offense from? Well, Draymond, that's not his thing. Looney, that's not his thing. Wiggins this year, he's not really supplying it. Kuminga's supplying a little bit. So I think that's part of the problem. The offense is not functioning the way you'd like, and you're not getting a lot of offense from your front court right now. And I think that's why it looks like, hey, Steve Kerr, well, how come he's not more creative? His options, and you made the point much more concisely than I did. You look at the offense you can get from the front court, and his options are really limited right now.
They are, and with Wiggins going 3 of 14 and starting 2 of 12 as he did in Denver, and I mean he just has not played well offensively. And the Warriors, I think that's the Andrew Wiggins was an all-star last year.
Yeah,
and he, for whatever reason, I think that the health concerns have been part of it. Typically, he's been an Iron Man. But a big part of the reason, yes, Steph and Clay coming back and Draymond and Poole when Poole had started, Andrew Wiggins was awesome last year, and they haven't gotten nearly that same production from him. Can he capture that in these last 30 games at some point and build some momentum? I think that goes a long way toward allowing for all of these lineups to gel in their own way and for the Warriors to have a better chance at being more consistent.
Yeah, I'm just glad you're still talking to me after I brought Gabe Kapler into the conversation. So thank you. You're very, very I apologize. You're being
I wasn't ready for that. I'll be honest. I wasn't ready for that. I know spring training's about 2 weeks away.
Yeah.
And baseball
I'm getting you ready.
Coming, but
I'm just getting you ready for it.
I can only handle so much Kapler that I think I push it out to April in my mind. Scott in Berkeley, 888-957-9570. What's going on, Scott?
Morning, JD. Morning, Whitey. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good.
I'm hanging in there. Thank you. I mentioned this with Steiny and Guru yesterday. I just don't have any panic about this because I don't see, obviously in the West, I don't see anybody's having separated from, the top 3, and then you have 4 through 10, which is a mess. And I keep having to remind people of this. Every 27 to 28 years in this league, somebody wins a title with someplace between 45 to 49 wins. I don't, the obvious question at this point is, can this team get into that window? Because the other thing we have to remember about the Warriors, they've had 28 straight series where they've won at least one road game in the playoffs. That's, you almost have to count on the idea that they're going to get one somehow in spite of all of these problems, championship experience, the whole 9 yards.
And win all your home games, Scott. And win all your home games if you do that too. But go ahead. I'll let you continue.
Right. Yeah, I realize that. But I just 36 hours ago, we would have considered the Nets a contender. We can't do that now, right?
No, correct.
Okay. So I think we're just dealing with a relatively wide open window. And to be honest, because I was thinking about it this morning, it's like 20 years ago, if you're doing this show, we're probably talking about who the Warriors were going to get in the lottery. We're kind of dealing with a first world problem, and it's like, this is, we could talk about the fun of dealing with this as, in this situation. But, I'm kind of like more appreciative of the idea that we are dealing with it at this time, as opposed to what was going on in 2003.
Thanks, Scott.
Of course.
Yeah.
And I think that perspective is always welcome. I want to go back to what Scott said about a team winning with 45 to 49 wins. I think that I don't know that a team can win the title in that range, But I do think a team in the Western Conference can get to the finals in that range. And so it's not, but the second part of that, Whitey, is can the Warriors get to that range? Because 45 wins is 8 games over 500. So, I mean, do the math on it. The Warriors have 30 games left. They'd have to go 19-11 to get to 45 wins.
That's the point, right? To even get to 45 wins, the Warriors would have to play a lot better than they're playing now, hence the concern, taking our cues from the players and the coaches. I disagree with Scott. I understand his point, and I will say this. I think this supports his argument. But again, I don't agree with him, but as he was talking there, I was looking at this, and I think this supports his argument as to how wide open it is in the West, so it's anybody's game. You probably know this, JD. You know that as we speak, we know that the Warriors' road record is abysmal right now at 7-20. But do you know in the West, there's only one team in the Western Conference right now with a winning road record this season? There's only one.
Wow.
You know who it is?
That's pretty incredible. And it's Sacramento.
Sacramento at 13-11. Yeah, you got
which is
Denver.
Bizarre.
Yeah, Denver and the Clippers are even. They're at even 500, but Sacramento's the only team in the whole conference with a winning road record right now.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. And they continue, even with their loss last night in Indiana, to be a team that's a few games ahead of the fray and 3.5 games ahead of the Warriors in third. I think there's teams that are coming. I think the Clippers and the Mavs and the Suns believe that they can potentially get to 3. I think 4 is obviously on the table with it only being a game and a half difference. But yeah, I mean, that's, when you look up and you're like, well, why are the Kings in third? They've been really good in close games and they've been better on the road. I think they also have fewer bad losses than other teams do. As far as, I think they've got a home loss. They got a couple of home losses to Charlotte and Washington right around the holiday.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, if you look at that, like they have no losses to Houston or San Antonio or Oklahoma City or Detroit or Charlotte or Orlando. Like they have no losses to any of those teams this season. And so, well, how are they 8 games over 500? Well, I just ran through and I don't have the exact number, but they are 11, 12, 13-0 against those 6 or 7 teams that I just mentioned, which is why they are 7-8 over at this point.
Yeah,
no slip-ups.
I think they've also taken teams by surprise a little bit. I think they've caught some teams by surprise, which I think the Warriors did last season a little bit early in the year. But as far as Sacramento goes, and I mention this only because, it does impact the Warriors potentially, they've only played here 24 road games, so their schedule gets a little stiffer the second half of the season. The Kings are having a fine season, but they've got some real challenges ahead.
Yeah, and they'll even it up. I think they've got 3 more games on their road trip, and they play a couple in Houston, and they play the Pelicans, who've lost 10 in a row and went from first in the West to now 11th. And so, but we'll see. I mean, the tail of the tape would tell you the Kings probably win 2 out of those 3, and they're right back to 31-23 heading home with the even home to road split as far as that goes. 888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. We'll get to Duck Sauce, we'll get to Sean, we'll get to Zach coming up here. 1 hour in the books. We got to hour number 2 coming up. A lot to get into. It's Warriors this week with JD and Whitey on 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
1-877
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
What's it like to go to the South Pole? How do some animals change color? Can you catch a liar?
That's dangerous territory.
Can you trust a gut feeling? What about yawns?
Yes, yawning is contagious.
Mike Simpson here, and on my podcast, I've Got Questions. We go through all these things we're curious about and some stuff you probably don't expect.
Yo, strawberries are not even fruits at all.
So what are they? I've Got Questions. New episodes Thursdays on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Guys, fellas, men, are you ready? I mean, Roman ready for Valentine's Day? Some say it's the sexiest day of the year. Flowers, chocolates, candlelit dinners. That's all great. But I think we all want something a little more physical, too. Because a strong sex life can deepen your feelings of intimacy with your partner and lead to increased happiness. So if you're prepping for Valentine's Day, right now is the perfect time to check out Roman. Roman has genuine medication that helps you achieve and maintain a strong erection. Roman has discreet wipes that help you last 4 times longer in bed. Roman has testosterone testing and treatment. Treating low testosterone can help revive your sex drive. And better yet, with Roman, everything is online. There are no waiting rooms and no hassle. Roman sends everything right to your door with free shipping and in discreet packaging. So, men, for better sex this Valentine's Day, go to ro.co/vday. Do it today and get 20% off. That's ro.co/vday.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to Warriors This Week on 95.7 The Game.
Hour number 2, John Dickinson, Whitey Gleason. Warriors This Week. We're with you until 1 o'clock. Phone lines open, but the phone lines are also full right now. 888-957-9570. Quick reset. Full day of Warriors coverage here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors and the Mavs tonight. Quick look at the injury report, Whitey. Warriors in this one, Steph Curry listed as probable. Draymond questionable with right calf tightness, kept him out of the game in Denver. Klay Thompson is questionable as well with what is deemed to be a non-COVID illness. On the Mavs side of things, no Luka Doncic, a heel contusion. He got banged up a couple of nights ago in the Mavs win over the Pelicans. Spencer Dinwiddie will play. He had been listed as questionable, but he will be out there. Christian Wood is out as well with a broken thumb. So no Luka or Wood, but Dinwiddie will play, and then we'll see what happens, Whitey, as far as the Warriors with Draymond and Klay. Klay, a new addition with the non-COVID illness, so we'll find out probably officially around 3:45 when Steve Kerr meets with the media.
And as we mentioned earlier, you could understand some Warrior fans getting a little nervous over Draymond with calf tightness because that's what he had last year when Klay came back and he had to limp off the floor and it ended up being related to his back and he missed 2 months. There's no reason to think they're related. I know Steve Kerr said on our station, he said, I don't think it's anything, so hopefully it's not, but it's something obviously that we'll be keeping an eye on.
Absolutely, and we're keeping an eye on the trade deadline as well. Is there a move for the Warriors to make at the deadline? I feel like they need to do something. They need an infusion, and we're also trying to figure out just why this team can't continue to close games down the stretch. The Minnesota game haunting them, as Steve Kerr mentioned in his interview with Damon and Ratto yesterday here on 95.7 The Game. All right, full phone lines, so let's get to them. Duck Sauce is up first here in the top of the second hour on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, Duck Sauce?
Hey, good morning, JD, Whitey. Great show as always. Just had a couple quick takes, and then I wanted to end with a question for both of you guys.
Yeah, fire away.
You got it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So the first one was just kind of on the turnovers. I mean, anyone who's watched this dynasty over the years, we know it's kind of been their Achilles heel, even when even on their great years. But to me, it's more the context of the turnover, meaning, the ones that happen in the front court where they're running misdirection and, back courts and all that beautiful stuff they do. Like, those kind of come with the territory, so I can live with those because that's just part of, their offense is organic to me that way. So I'm okay with those. It's the ones in the backcourt where, and to me, Draymond's just as guilty as Steph. They try to throw it over the top, real lazy sometimes. These outlet passes getting picked off in the fourth quarter. It's just showing a complete lack of focus. And people can say the Warriors turn the ball over all the time. They always have. Yes, that's true. But to me, it's the type of turnover that drives me crazy. The second take was kind of on the, inserting Jordan Poole into the starting lineup recently. I agree there's a lot of great things, that goes with that small lineup. But I just kind of, to me, Kerr's kind of showing his hand a little early there. I know it's not the first time we've ever went small, but, each year is different. And to me, that's something you would kind of want to save for the playoffs. So it's showing a bit of desperation to me. And I'm curious to see what you guys think about that too. And then my last thing I wanted to say is a question. The Brooklyn game, he didn't close with Wiggins at all. And the Minnesota game, he didn't. Yeah, Wiggins played the entire overtime. I get that, but he went in with 50 seconds left in regulation, meaning it really wasn't in Kerr's plans to close with Wiggins, even though he did end up closing that game. So, I understand how poorly he's been, particularly at the rim. He hasn't been finishing. But my question to you guys is, isn't that a little odd? Like, you got to go with your guys at the end. I know DiVincenzo's been great, but to me, you got to go with your closers no matter how bad they're playing. And I'll take that one off the air. Thanks for the time, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I think it's an indicator, and thanks, Duck Sauce. I think it's an indicator, Whitey, that Wiggins is not Wiggins right now.
Right, and whether that's physical or something else. But I'm assuming it's mostly physical, but yeah.
And so Steve Kerr is thinking that another player on that night is going to give more than Wiggins. And typically I would agree. You ride your guys down the stretch, and I think in the playoffs Steve Kerr will do that. But I just think Wiggins is not he's not himself. And I think you're right. I think the health component is part of it. As far as the lineup change, again, to me, it's more about who you're finishing the game with than who. Like, I think Jordan Poole in the starting lineup, I think that can work. We've had a couple of texters mention on the Xfinity Mobile text line, maybe Jordan Poole shouldn't be as automatic to close games down the stretch. Maybe you don't go 3-guard lineup to close games. Could there be a compromise there as far as, run that lineup to begin each half? It's not necessarily going to get you killed in those instances, but down the stretch, maybe you do need a DiVincenzo or a Kuminga or a Looney out there.
Yeah, I think it depends on matchups, but I also think Duck Sauce was right on the money with his other point, talking about the turnovers. And longtime Warrior fans know, you go back to when Steph was first here, he's turned the ball over too often. He still, makes some of those lazy passes, as Duck Sauce called them. He and Draymond both lazy passes. Steph with a left-handed pass sometimes is like, what are you doing? So that's the frustrating thing. I agree. I think to an extent, some of the turnovers are a byproduct of the offense they run. It's not as structured, so there are going to be times when I pass it to you because I thought you're going that way, because there's no set play, and you don't. So those are going to happen. But the bad turnovers at the end, and Steph's turnover against Minnesota, when he threw it to Draymond and Draymond wasn't looking, that's about as bad as I've ever seen.
That's Harry High School.
It is.
I mean,
I actually did that in high school. Yeah, you're right. It absolutely is.
It's actually Maddie Middle School. I think it's.
Yeah, Ernie Elementary School, almost, but not quite.
Yeah, not good. And there have been too many of those, and it's been costly between those and the shot turnovers. I think Minnesota, the Warriors took a ton of bad shots. It was just let's make a couple of threes to save us is what it felt like in that game. Just if any one of these threes goes in, we're going to win the game, and then they missed every one of them down the stretch and in the overtime.
I think it speaks to a lack of trust or faith in the way the offense is functioning right now too. I think that's part of it too. There's this, Duck Sauce says there's some desperation from the coach with his lineups perhaps, but also you can see that down the stretch in some of these games. One of the reasons they're not executing is because even the best players on the floor don't have the faith in what they're doing. Remember, the Spurs were so good for years. At the end of a game, they were so good because they'd been through it so many times and knew what they were doing and where everybody was going to be. And we're not seeing anything like that with the Warriors right now.
888-957-9570. Sean and Hayward next on Warriors This Week here on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, Sean?
Hey, how's it going today, guys?
Good.
Good. A couple things. First of all, with Andre Iguodala, I know he's been out a lot this year. Is it possible for the Warriors to basically offer him a retirement package with some kind of a coaching deal in there so that he could? Because I think he would be a good person to have on a coaching staff. He's obviously got the knowledge and everything, and even now he passes that on to the players. But if he was no longer a player, at least they free up a roster spot, to potentially give to somebody else. And then, again, the big topic of turnovers, they're in years past, they had the high-level shooting, especially with Kevin Durant was there, and then also, Clay and Steph shooting better. And they had the additional defense to kind of make up for those turnovers. So, they scored more, they scored better, and they could also stop teams after they turn the ball over. And now they're lacking those, and so they have to be more disciplined. But it just seems as though the team really hasn't developed an increased discipline to value the ball more. And is that kind of a cultural thing, you think, with the team, where they really don't see that the players, maybe the coaching staff gets it, but the players don't really see that as a key issue that they really have to focus on?
Yeah, that's a great question. And I think at times, Steve Kerr's even downplayed the turnovers a little bit, Whitey, as, hey, it's kind of part of what we do. The careless ones need to be limited. But I think Sean's point is spot on and excellent with respect to, in the past, the Warriors shot it a little better, and so they could win anyway. And yeah, the turnovers are a problem, but we'll look at the great shot that Clay or Steph or somebody hit down the stretch. They won the game, and you just brush it aside Now not as many of those shots are falling, so the turnovers are more costly, and the defense not being as good as well to cover some of the extra possessions that the Warriors are giving up with those turnovers have put them in position to where they some of these games that would be wins anyway have turned into losses. And at some point, some of it, one aspect of it has to change, whether you get a little more buttoned up with the turnovers. And again, it's just not having the one where Steph throws it to Draymond out of bounds in the backcourt. Like, those are the ones that just can't happen. You can live with some of the other ones, but yeah, this team's just not good enough, Whitey, in other areas to be as careless as they have been at times, which they have been in the past, but they win and nobody really cares because they win, and the focus is on what they did well to win.
We can all agree the Warriors have very smart players, very smart in terms of just their intelligence and also, the old basketball IQ. You don't have a high basketball IQ without understanding the value of the basketball. So I don't think it's a matter of them not understanding the value of the basketball. If anything, and it is puzzling because it's been going on for so long, I think it relates to what Steve Kerr said after the last loss, which is we have to execute before we could get away with things. We didn't have to execute well down the stretch. We could still win. We don't have that margin for error now. So I think the Warriors are going to have to look at, they see things. So they're great visionaries, have great court vision. So you take risks that now you can't afford to take. Now that one with Draymond was just a weird miscommunication. But some of the passes, they just have to accept that, yeah, we're great passers, but we can't afford to take the risks that we did before because our margin for error right now is so much slimmer.
888-957-9570. Let's go to Zach in Foster City next on Warriors This Week. Hey, Zach.
Hey, thanks for taking the call. Yeah, just a couple of things, sort of good news and bad news. First of all, I think that the bad news is, the Warriors are a pretty old basketball team, their core. If you look at NBA stats, as I do, I'm kind of a stats guy, you see that NBA players tend to peak performance-wise at around 26 years old. They seem young, but that's the reality of it over the last 20 years. And between 26 and 30, most players kind of hang in there. They may dip a little, but they're still strong. And by 30, there are not a lot of players playing at even close to peak. And by 32, 33, almost nobody is playing even close to their peak. And, we got our three best players are in that, definitely the gray area, and having played so many playoff games, you can add a year or two to their age basketball-wise. So, San Antonio went through that, right? They dominated for so long, and finally they got so old they couldn't do it anymore. But so that's kind of the bad news. But I think the good news is that the Warriors seem to really have a knack of playing to the level of competition. When they're playing bad teams, they seem to have the attitude, we have nothing to prove. We're defending champs multiple times. Do we have to be our best against Charlotte tonight? No, we can beat these guys in our sleep. And sometimes they lose. But when they're playing the top teams, they're for the most part, they're right there and they've won some big games. So when they get to the playoffs, there's just going to be top teams that they have to prove themselves against. So, I look at it a little bit that way. And then finally, I think the other bit of good news is that so many of these games have come down to, you change 2 or 3 possessions and it changes the outcome of these games. We're not talking about, huge differences, especially some of these close losses. And I just think that, Wiggins started the season better, and then with his illness and stuff has been down. Thompson's gone the other way around, right? He started not so good shooting, and now he's coming around. If those guys both get in sync at the same time, I think that alone is enough to get the Warriors to start winning some of these games that they're losing now. So I'm still pretty optimistic as long as they can stay healthy the rest of the way. I just do, even when the season started, frankly, and I'm a longtime season ticket holder for the Warriors going back to World Be Free days, so way back.
Wow.
But
wow.
I looked at the season, frankly, as that the Warriors might take the season a little bit like 82-game exhibition season, and then the real season starts.
Well, sure. No,
yeah.
Oh, we lost you there at
Lost
the end,
Sean.
Zach.
Zach,
I agree. I agree with all of that. I mean, as far as playing up to the competition and treating the 82 as kind of a slog, it's been far worse than I would have anticipated. And I thought it was going to be bad, like the championship hangover and then dealing with injuries. And I think one of the reasons it has been bad has been the fact that they really have not gotten anything from the young players other than Kuminga in that stretch right before the new year, before he got hurt. And then since he's come back, I think Kuminga's been a factor. But other than that, the young players have just given them nothing, which I think they thought they were going to be a much deeper
Absolutely.
team. Remember the first day of I think it was before training camp when Steve Kerr and Bob Myers were up at the podium at Chase Center, and training camp was going to begin, I think, the next day. And Steve Kerr said that he thought this team had the depth that was comparable to the 2014-15 team that won the first championship. And I will never forget sitting there in the front row, and I almost like, if Steve had been looking at me, he would have been like, because I it's one of those where like you almost couldn't visibly hide the cringe-worthy face of like, did he just say that? And I kind of like looked at like, did he really just say that? Like, there is no way in hell this team had that level of depth and talent. But I don't think anybody thought that the lack of depth would be as pronounced as it's been, with so little production or value from the young players top to bottom.
But that was the plan. You could see that every year. Everybody, of course, is trying to get better. Even if you've won the championship, you're trying to get better. And I think that's a really key point here as we try to figure out where they are and how they got here and how they get out of this situation they're in. I agree with you. Clearly, part of the plan for this year was, all right, we lost Porter. He was good. And Peyton, he was really good. And Bielitsa helped us. But we've added some veterans. And we're going to get boosts from Kuminga and Wiseman and Moody. That was part of the plan this year. Those guys will help us. You can't count on it, but that's what they were banking on. And Kuminga's had a good year, but obviously the other two have not helped you. So that's part of the reason you're where you are, is because that boost you were planning on, it hasn't come yet, JD.
And there is optimism because the Warriors have played up to the competition that they can compete, but they are expending a lot of energy to basically be the 8 seed right now. And does that take a toll down the line? And
sure.
Again, that
I think we saw that in the play-in year, didn't we? I think we did.
No doubt. And so, I don't think anybody disputes whether the Warriors can beat anybody in a series. Like, I think, but can you beat anybody in a series 4 times when you don't have home court advantage in any of the series, and maybe even had to win a road game in a play-in tournament, which is basically a game 7,
yep,
to get to that point. And that's where, as an older team, I do think attrition can be part of it. And look at the years the Warriors haven't won the title in all the years that they've been good. It's in part been, and this has happened with other teams that don't win it, it's in part because they break down. Like, that's just part of it. Like, why did the Warriors not beat Toronto? And I'm not taking anything away from Toronto, but Kevin Durant ripped his Achilles, and then Klay Thompson blew out his knee. Like, because there was so much, freak plays in Klay's instance, but there was so much, like, the games all meant so much, and there was so much wear and tear and just, high stakes ball that eventually teams break. And we've seen the Warriors break other teams over the course of playoff series, to where guys have gone out, Chris Paul, John Morant, others, and that's benefited the Warriors in winning the title. Even 16, Curry's banged up but still playing. When the Cavs come back and beat them, attrition was a part of why they didn't win that title as well, Whitey.
Yeah, well, and to Zach's point, and I appreciate his optimism, and I know we got to get back to the phones, got a lot of people calling here, but if I understood Zach's point correctly, if you lose a game that comes down to, a couple, 3 possessions, and you lose that game, it's easy to say, wow, the ball didn't bounce our way. When you lose another game and I think the Warriors, 8 games this year where they haven't been able to hold a lead because of a few 2 or 3 possessions, that's not bad luck. That's like, wow, we have a problem. In one game, maybe the ball didn't bounce your way, but over 8 games, there's something really important that you're not doing right.
No, and that is it. And at what point do you just become a different team in the playoffs than you've been this season? And that's the conundrum with the Warriors, because a lot of fans, and I think the media, look at it objectively and say, well, wait a minute, these guys have been historically great in the big moments in the playoffs, so they're going to be able to do it again. So it's fair to want to give them the benefit of the doubt or be optimistic about it, because we've seen them come through in these moments far more often than we haven't to win championships. So it's almost, until we actually visibly see them not do it and how it happens, they're going to have an optimistic fan base and reason for benefit of the doubt. It's fair, But I think if they are unable to do it, Whitey, we may look back and go, oh, well, like, in the game that ultimately does them in, or the 2 or 3 games that ultimately do them in, we're going to be like, oh, that was like the Minnesota game and the Orlando game and the Utah game and all these other games. But again, I get it. You want to give them the benefit of the doubt because of the champion's blood and everything else. Gene in Oakland next here on Warriors This Week. What's up, Gene?
Gene the Machine.
How you doing, fellas?
Good, Gene.
So, Zach, the previous caller, he said pretty much everything I was going to say. I'm pretty much with him except for the optimism part, unfortunately. I think we're seeing the natural decline of a dynasty, the core of which is in their mid to late 30s or mid-30s. We're asking the greatest player that's ever put on a Golden State uniform, Steph Curry, to do things at age 35 that, to my recollection, I don't think we've ever seen from somebody that age, with those kinds of demands on the court. I'm just afraid that we may not. We've been pacing ourselves, as I see it, the last few years because of the age, because of the wear and tear. I mean, these guys have been together almost 11 years now, talking about the Hall of Fame core again. But it's more like 14 or 15 years if you factor in the playoffs.
Yeah,
so they're getting tired. Even Wiggins, surprising as it is starting to wear down. I mean, he's 28 years old, but with all the work and all the effort he's put in, now we're starting to see problems with him. So I don't know. I tend to think that we're just not going to have enough in the tank to do it this year.
No, thanks, Gene. And I mean, that's also fair. I mean, if they wind up with not enough in the tank, are you going to be surprised by it, Whitey? I won't be surprised by it. If they win a couple of playoff series, I won't be surprised by it. If they get the right matchup, and I do think they have to play better down the stretch to be able to make a run to get to the finals. Like, I think we're going to see it. Like, if the Warriors do make a run in the playoffs, we're going to look back and go, oh, you know what? They went 15-5 in the final 20, or they went 19-11 in the final 30, beginning with the game tonight. So at that point, I think the conversation shifts. But if they wind up not having enough, I don't think that's going to be a surprise either this year. At least it shouldn't be, because of what we've seen over the course of these last 3.5 months.
Let me go back to the 80s and the Showtime Lakers. And I apologize if I'm going back too far, but I'm making a point. The Lakers, what a great team they have. They had Kareem, who was he was in his late 30s, and you had Magic, and you had Worthy, and these guys had been through the wars like the Warriors have. And what would they do? I mean, they had to. Of course, they had to keep up with the Celtics. They went out and they got Klay's dad, who was a number 1 pick, and he came off the bench, and they got Bob McAdoo. He was a great shooter for them. And so I think the Warriors are in a position where if they could do something like that, obviously, those guys are available, but they're not going to help you anymore. That's where I think they are right now. And I'm sure they recognize that. I just don't know that they have the flexibility to pull off a move like that. But I think they're in a position now, and I've felt this all year long, that if you could bring in somebody, maybe not a big star, but somebody who is a significant addition, even if he's coming off the bench, I think that's really what they need right now to compete for another title.
Yeah, they need a boost. There's no doubt about it. They need a boost from somewhere, somebody that I think can be plopped into that rotation in addition to the top 7 or 8 with Kuminga that you just know can be trusted in the playoffs. All right, let's pause here. 888-957-9570. We got Eric and Tony and Khaled and Bob and one line open. People have been jumping in.
That's T-Dub. T-Dub already took that one, JD.
All right, T-Dub already on the line, so we'll get to all of the callers coming back, and we'll also examine between now and 1 o'clock the trade deadline and some of the names that could be on the move. It's JD and Whitey, Warriors This Week, 95.7 The Game.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable, to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little, to provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Many great wines now come in boxes, which produce half the overall emissions that bottles do. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
You've got advanced prostate cancer, but you're not waiting around. You want straight talk, the facts about Orgovix.
Orgovix Relugolix 120 milligram prescription tablets is a treatment for adults with advanced prostate cancer. Fact: Orgovix is a different kind of androgen deprivation therapy treatment, a pill, not an injection. Orgovix may cause serious side effects, including a heart condition called QT prolongation. Tell your doctor right away if you feel dizzy, faint, have a racing or pounding heart, or chest pain. Orgovix can cause harm to an unborn baby or miscarriage. Use birth control during treatment and for 2 weeks after Orgovix treatment. The most common side effects include hot flushes, increased blood sugar and blood fat levels, muscle and joint pain, decreased blood hemoglobin levels, increased liver enzymes, tiredness, constipation, and diarrhea. Other side effects include weight gain, decreased sex drive, and erectile function problems. Orgovix may cause infertility. Talk to your doctor if infertility is a concern for you.
Go with Orgovix. Ask your doctor. For more facts, visit gowiththefacts.com.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish door dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting a Teenager. Learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt US Kids, and the Ad Council.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks Vapor Rub. Cough relieving is believing.
Luke Bryan's Country on Tour with Chase Bickham, Alana Springsteen, and Tyler Brandon is coming to Shoreline Amphitheater on Saturday, July 22nd. And 95.7 The Game has your tickets. Enter for your chance to win at 957thegame.com.
Now back to Warriors This Week on 95.7 The Game.
On a Saturday, 888-957-9570. Had full phone lines here for the better part of the last hour. It's John Dickinson and Whitey Gleason. It's Warriors This Week here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors and the Mavs tonight. As no Luka Doncic for Dallas in that one. The Warriors have Steph Curry listed as probable with a left lower leg contusion. Draymond Green and Klay Thompson, though, questionable for the Warriors. Christian Wood is out for Dallas. Warriors Live comes your way at 4:30. Here on 95.7 The Game, the Warriors and the Mavs tip at 5:30 this evening here as Golden State home for Dallas tonight, Whitey, and Oklahoma City on Monday before going to Portland. And then the Lakers are in the night before the Super Bowl, Washington the Monday after the Super Bowl, and the Clippers in L.A., and that's it. 6 games to go here between now and the All-Star break, with the Warriors again trying to separate themselves from the 500 mark. A quick thought before we get back to the phones on Sean and Hayward earlier. I made note of this and we never addressed it. Andre Iguodala and his roster spot.
Right.
I wonder if and him potentially being moved. I think if he can give him anything in a playoff, the Warriors would like to have him. But I wonder at some point if, the answer would be waive him and pay him and just, and then potentially have him join the team, as a coaching staff, as a member of the coaching staff or whatever. But it's not really pressing at this point to do that because they have a roster spot open to begin with. But if the Warriors wanted to do that, Whitey, there is a pathway to doing it, which would be just waive him, pay him his salary, and see if he wants to join the staff for the rest of the year.
I totally understand why a lot of fans feel frustrated that he's not playing. He's on the bench, and they're paying him, and he's not playing. But I think it's important to remember, JD, that they basically talked him into coming back this year. He didn't necessarily want to come back, and the Warriors really wanted him back. So I think they knew that they could be dealing with a situation like this, and they felt he was valuable enough to take that risk, and we'll see where it goes. As far as him in a coaching future, I'm sure he could do it with his other interests. I don't know that Andre Iguodala will want to go into coaching. He could certainly do it. He just may have other interests going forward.
Yeah, no, I think it's the coaching grind may be too much of a day-to-day grind with somebody that has as many other interests as Iguodala does. But I think the Iguodala problem, though, on the roster is indicative of a bigger problem for this Warriors roster that I think we can get into. I want to get to the phone calls, but let's double back to that, because as we look at where this Warriors team is and why they are where they are, the Iguodala thing is emblematic of the bigger issue here, or rat on the table, as some may say. Eric in San Francisco, as we go back to the phones here. What's going on, Eric?
Good afternoon, guys. Hey, good afternoon, guys. So I think I wanted to address one thing and then throw a question out to you. And I think one of the things that's being under-addressed is that the fundamental mistake in the Warriors drafting philosophy is I think they lost faith in the core's ability to win another title. Because it makes no sense to take the highest upside raw players like Wiseman and Kuminga that they did, instead of doing something like Chicago offered the 4 pick and Wendell Carter for the 2 pick. We could have easily taken Wendell Carter and Tyrese Halliburton, who would have been plug and play, but didn't technically at the time look as if they had as much upside. And it's the same thing where we took Kuminga over Wagner. And I mean, if we just had Wagner, Carter, and Halliburton, I don't think we have this discussion. And I think it's because they just didn't think that the core would be able to get to the mountaintop again. And so I think that's where the fundamental flaw in our drafting happened.
Eric, thanks for the call. I agree with Eric. I think they did, Whitey. look at the core and Clay coming off the multiple injuries, and I think they thought, Steph's getting older. What's the deal with Draymond? I think that was a miscalculation, and then now you look back in hindsight, and you would love to have some of those more play now players on this Warriors roster. I mean, could you imagine if Wagner and Halliburton were on the Warriors bench right now? I mean, they'd be a title I mean, they would be the favorite by a wide margin to win the title again.
Yeah. Halliburton just made the All-Star team. I think we were on the same page. Those were the two guys in those drafts. Those were my two guys. Those were the guys I said, boy, that's who I would take. When they took Wiseman, remember, Kevon Looney's future was really uncertain. That's part of the reason they took a center, and they were just going for the upside. I'm with you, and I agree with Eric. I would have done it differently, but I'm just looking at, okay, why did they do that then? I think they saw Halliburton as a Sean Livingston who could shoot, like a good player, good defender, but they didn't see that he had as much upside, and I think they felt like 2 was way too high to take him. Now we see that it probably wasn't, and Eric made a great point. You probably could have gotten him lower if you made a trade. I thought they should have. They didn't. As far as Wagner, we know, JD, you and I know that the Warriors liked him because we talked the day of the draft or the day before. I was doing a show with you and Dibbs, and we talked to Brian Scalabrine, and I mentioned Wagner, and he goes, hey, they really like him. He said he had just talked to the Brazilian Blur about him.
Right.
It was one of the coaches, and he said, yeah, they worked him out, and they really liked him. So they liked both of those players. Maybe there was a split. Maybe they just felt like, you know what, we're going for the upside because at some point we're going to need real stars, and I don't think they saw Wagner and Halliburton as being as good as they are. I know I was talking to a former GM who told me Wagner's better as a pro than he was in college. So some of this they just didn't anticipate, but I believe you were with me. I would have taken both those players as well.
Yeah, and look, I mean, I would have explored the trade back option for a guy like Halliburton at the time. I mean, I'll be honest. I mean, I think when it came time for the Warriors to make their pick, I would have picked Wiseman and Kuminga in the moment. Those were the names that I went with, and those are the names that they went with. So, and it's tough to go. I mean, knowing what we know now about Halliburton being an all-star and knowing what we know now about how good of a player Wagner is, like it's tough to go back now that we have all the information and we know how these players have played out and say, oh, the Warriors made a mistake. That's not really where I'm going with it. It's just more of the, take 5 seconds and think to yourself, man, could you imagine if those two were on the Warriors bench and the core had turned into the core that, they showed that they could make another go at it as they did a year ago. But I think the reasoning and the thought process behind it, I think Eric is spot on with that. It was, well, maybe the championship days are done, and so it's time to develop. Even if it was going to take longer to develop. Like, I think the Warriors were comfortable with the fact that the players they drafted were going to take longer to develop because there was going to be a higher upside in Kuminga and Wiseman specifically. The problem is it's taken them long to develop, but they are completely unable, other than Kuminga really lately, to be a factor at all as bench players, and that's the part where it's frustrating. Because I think it relates to the point that I wanted to get into about Iguodala, Whitey, which is you look at this Warriors roster right now with the 14 full contract players and the two-way players, and, I mean, go up and down. I mean, they have 6, 7 spots that just aren't helping at all right now. Like, that is way too many. And Iguodala is part of that equation when you look at it. I mean, for a team to have 14 – let's just say 16 if you count the two-way players, and really only have 8, 9 you trust out of the 16. I mean, that means you have 7 or 8 roster spots that are just giving you nothing for a team that, when they're right, shows you that top 6 or 7 could still be a title contender. That mismatch is really tough to palate, I think, if you're a Warriors fan right now.
Yeah, and if they had just asked Eric and I, we would have had Halliburton and Wagner here. That's why when you say, can you imagine that?
Halliburton, though.
Yeah.
I did love Halliburton.
When you say, can you imagine that?
I'm not at 2.
I've spent a lot of time imagining that, but here we are, and Wagner may end up being the best player in that draft. It's too early to say that, but he's been a little bit of a surprise. I will admit that as well.
All right, he's Whitey Gleason. I'm John Dickinson. 888-957-9570. It is Warriors This Week here on 95.7 The Game with JD and Whitey. Let's get back to Tony in San Mateo next here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Tony.
How you guys doing? I just want to go at the core real quick. All respect to the core, but it's a lot of miles is running heavy on them legs. And I find I think it's very unfair by the core not seeing what Iguodala did when he first came in. He knew that he was on the declining stage to where he couldn't give you 25, he can give you 18, maybe 15. Doing what Carmelo didn't want to do, just go to the bench. Who's out of the core, who's going to decline the most? And who needs to go to the bench? And who needs to go and replace that bench player that's going into the bench? I think Draymond needs to go to that bench and organize that young core. They owe that to the core because, look, we got 4 championships, two without KD and 2 with KD. What do you guys have to give to the fan base after that? After the core is done, y'all go give us Poole. That's it. We need James Wiseman or somebody in that starting lineup with 2 or 3 to the core that they have. One of the starters has to come out and go to that bench, or bring in Carmelo Anthony to replace Porter Jr. Of last year.
Carmelo Anthony.
All right,
what?
Thanks for the call. Tony was kind of all over the place a little bit.
He said
there.
last year. Last year, yeah.
As far as who needs to go to the bench, that's the problem for the Warriors. Nobody. Like, you're not, like, among the core players. Like, nobody among the core is playing badly enough to where they need to be coming off the bench. And there is nobody on the bench that's playing well enough to where you say that person needs to be a starter. In a perfect world, Whitey, James Wiseman would be able to be a productive, positive 12-10 player in the dunker spot, with playing high energy minutes at the center, and could play with Steph Curry and Draymond Green. Like, in a perfect world, that would be what the Warriors would hope they would have in the kid 3 years into his NBA career. The reality is, though, he can't provide that in an effective manner. He may be able to get his numbers, but it's not going to affect winning. And the coaching staff knows it, which is why he's buried on the bench. And that's the conundrum. None of these young players deserve any more opportunity than they've had, and the older players are still good enough to where they don't necessarily need to be replaced.
Yeah, if I understood Tony's point, I think he's talking about something that a lot of Warrior fans think about, and we talk about a lot, which is, all right, at some point you got to replenish your core, and your core now is getting older, so you got to plug in the new guys. But where they are now, it's like you're trying to build this bridge to the future, and your older guys are you're not sure you can get there with them. So, all right, we bring the younger guys in. Well, these pieces aren't long enough. They don't get us there, and we thought they would be better equipped to bridge that space for us. Wiseman, and not to hammer on Wiseman, because people always come down my road about how I'm a Wiseman hater. But what Bob Myers said to Guru this week was, it was very insightful, and he said, "Look, Guru, I like you. You seem like a really good guy. I'd put you on the team, but you have to be able to play." And he said, Wiseman, some of the stuff where he would have been able to play, he was hurt. There was a pandemic, so that's where it is right now. He's got to be ready, but that's why he hasn't played more. He hasn't shown the ability to play well. The Warriors would love to be able to say, should we start him? Maybe we should start him. But that right now is a ridiculous question for them, so that's why they're not doing it.
And I'm going to say this, and I hope it doesn't come out wrong, but I'm just going to be blunt about it, and I'll let you maybe, ask me to clarify in a manner that you think is appropriate. But the Warriors championship veteran core players don't owe the young core bleep.
No.
Like, that's just that's the reality. Like, they don't owe them anything as far, show up, absorb, we're going to lead you, but as far as this whole this whole taking, we're going to take all these guys under your wing and make you the next me, like, it doesn't work that way. Like, they can be productive players, but this notion, it was a fairy tale that that the Warrior veterans were going to turn this young group into the next version of them. It was unfair to everybody to expect that. Now, should it be better than it's been? Should some of these young players be more productive in a playoff rotation or in a regular season rotation to this point? You'd hope so. They're not. That's part of the reason why the Warriors are a 500 team. It's disappointing. I think the front office, everybody needs to be examined as to why the development isn't farther along. I think all of those things are fair questions. I also think some of these players aren't as good as they were projected to be, which is part of it. It's not only the development, but the core owes the young guys squat, Whitey.
Okay, I would agree with that, but I would also push back on if you're suggesting that one of the reasons the young players aren't further developed is because the veterans haven't helped them more. And I don't think that's what you're saying, but they have, because I think we have seen moments where they have coached them along. I agree. The veterans don't owe them anything, but I think we've seen a lot of that. They have been giving, I just don't think they agree with the whole philosophy. I don't think the veterans agree with the way the Warriors have approached this through the draft. At the same time, they don't blame the players that they've drafted, and they have tried to help them.
Sure, 100%. But there has been this disconnect, I think, between the two eras. And it's the championship core wanting to do things a certain way, wanting to coast, knowing what needs to be done in a regular season to win enough and get through it. And then you've got the young players who just have not fit. I mean, I think the simplest way to put it is the young players, for the most part, and Kuminga's coming along lately. I should almost put him in a different category, but the young players don't totally, and I think even Kuminga, you could say this about, don't totally fit the Warriors system. Like, they're figuring out a way for him to help now, so I think they get credit for the creativity that it's taking to do that. Put him on ball defensively, try to simplify his offensive game a little bit. Tell him you play hard, play your ass off, you're going to get minutes. They've tried to simplify it to where it's been workable with Kuminga, but the reality of the whole thing, Whitey, the young players don't fit the Warriors system, and they aren't good enough on their own to be able to play and hold themselves up even as a bench in the NBA, and they don't have value because they haven't played enough and played well enough to where you're making a trade. So the Warriors in some ways are stuck, and that means you can't really do anything right now. And maybe they develop, but they're going to develop at a point where they're not going to help this team. And right now, Steph and Clay and Draymond and those guys, they're worried about this team potentially having a shot at making another run. Hell, right now they're waiting for this team to try to avoid the freaking play-in tournament, for crying out loud, in a mediocre Western Conference. Miss me with this Western Conference. Everybody's beating up each other. There's never been more talent. The Western Conference stinks.
It does.
The Western Conference stinks. And the Warriors are still 500. The West stinks. It's despicable, deplorable. To me, the underachievement of the Warriors, Suns, Clippers, and I'll leave those teams. Those three teams.
I thought you were going to go Dallas there. I thought you were going to name Dallas for a minute.
Maybe. I just don't think Dallas is very good. But
they overachieved last year.
Those three teams should all be better than they are.
Well, that's why the trade deadline is so crucial, because if any one of those teams, anybody in the West, I know Denver's looking at making some moves because they're very serious about making a run at a championship this year. If any of those teams is able to pull off a significant move, then all of a sudden this whole thing, which is so mishmashed in the middle, especially if it tilts towards one of these teams, then the whole equation changes going forward. And if anybody's going to do that, the Warriors have to make sure they do everything they can to make sure they have a shot at being that team, but it just doesn't look likely.
Even Memphis is not playing at the level that they played at last year. They're still they're still the 2 seed by default. But I mean, you look up and down. I mean, we did this a couple of weeks ago. There's like 3 teams in the West that are better than they were last year. It's Denver, Sac, and basically I'm looking at the Lakers, but the Lakers are 25 and 28 because they were so bad last year. They were worse than that. I mean, it's basically, and if you want to throw OKC in there, that's fine.
Yeah.
But 2 of those teams are bottom 5 teams right now in the West. Everybody else in the West is worse than they were a year ago, and in some ways worse by a significant margin.
I still think the Pelicans have promise if they can get Ingram and Zion back, and Zion's supposed to be running now, but obviously neither one of them they don't play many games. If they can get them back, they're a serious team to keep an eye on, but it's a big open question for them.
All right, 888-957-9570. Back to the phones. Little mini rant over. Let's go to Khaled and Clayton next here on 95.7 The Game. Hey, Khaled.
Hey, JD. Hey, Whitey. It's always good to hear you guys, and thanks for taking my call. I'm going to try to go a little bit of a different route than everybody else has been going because, we can talk about the turnovers ad nauseum, and it's not going to change anything. I think there's a lot of the Warriors get lackadaisical, and they've always done that, but there's a little bit more of the unconventional, just stupid turnovers that have bled into that have bled into the veterans. That's the most frustrating because I'll tell you, I almost had a Dallas Cowboys fan video punching my TV the other day watching Steph just throw that ball away when he had both Draymond and Looney right there. And neither Draymond or Looney are looking, and I'm sitting there saying, Steph, why are you giving the ball up? There's nobody putting pressure on you. Why are you throwing it away to activate it when the guys aren't looking? So, to me, those are the frustrating ones. That kind of reminds me of the behind-the-back pass that Steph tried to do in Game 7 and threw the ball away trying to get it to Clay rather than just doing a basic pass over to him. And it's just, just frustrating when you see that. But and maybe you guys can explain it. The other day, Wiseman, is sealing off his guy and has, a smaller defender completely sealed off in front. And Kerr has to see this. For whatever reason, Ty Jerome just refuses to throw the ball to the inside when a guy's got someone sealed. I've seen it a few times, whether it's Draymond or someone else. And I think Ty Jerome's trying to get his own because I think he kind of sees the writing on the wall. He may not be on this team, because they may just cut him once he gets to the 50 because they have to make a decision between Jerome and Lamb. But I sit there and say to myself, Ty Jerome has been effective when he's playing off the ball and getting it passed with the kick out and he takes the shot. But Kerr is letting him go out there and try to run the offense, and the guy refuses to get the ball either into the post or get it over to the guys that have a better chance of either scoring on the mid-range or going to the hole. And are you guys seeing the same thing, or am I just going nuts?
No, I don't think you're going nuts. Thanks, Khaled. I think as far as it, there are times where it looks as if Wiseman, I think, especially when you stop the video on your screen or screenshot it, looks more open than he is. I think DiVincenzo, though, has been the lone Warrior player that's really looked for him when he does have his man sealed or when there might be a lob-type opportunity to throw it up to him and let him go up and finish it. I know the other part of that is there were a couple of plays where they didn't get Wiseman the ball, and then he kind of pouted in the Denver game and didn't get back. And I think those are the kinds of things that are going to get you DNP coach's decision for a week if it's taken a certain way by the staff. So not the best look for Wiseman. I do think there are times, though, where, they could find him a little bit more than they have. It's just, I think, not in the Warriors' nature of how they run their system to think that play is open, a posting center down by the basket.
I remember being in La Jolla for camp when George Karl was coaching the Kings. So this was, 2016 or 17? 2016, maybe. We were talking about post-ups and the Warriors, and the question came up. And I remember George Karl asking a couple reporters, who posts up on the Warriors? And he says, somebody said, maybe Clay sometimes. My point is, you don't see that from the Warriors a lot. And yet, when James Wiseman's in the game, he's down there like calling for the ball to the low post almost every time. So I don't know the answer. It's a great question, Khaled. I have to talk to the coaches or somebody and find out, do you want him doing that? And if you want him doing that, are guys do they need to be a little more willing to give him the ball? It's a weird thing because you don't see other Warrior centers do that, right, JD? You certainly don't see Loon down there like calling for the ball at the block. Wiseman does it all the time. And then, like he did that little turn hook. I don't know that he has much of a low post game right now. So it's a really interesting situation, him down there calling for the ball and not getting it. I'm not sure they want him doing that so much, but I need to find out.
It's an aspect of his game that I think he's confident in trying to do something, and then it's just not gelling, and I think he gets ticked off when they don't hit him because I think that's the way that he thinks, hey, I can help. Get me the ball. I can help. I can score on this guy.
Yeah.
It goes back to the disconnect.
Yes.
It goes back to the disconnect between the Warriors system and Wiseman, some of the veteran players and Wiseman. All right, we're overdue for a break. 888-957-9570. Final hour straight ahead. JD and Whitey, 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
So yes, it was after midnight and the glue on your kid's mission project refused to dry. But once everything was finished, you realized the smooth white and terracotta make this piece of history beautiful. CertaPro Painters has good news. Your home paint project doesn't have to come with the frustration and panic of your child's 4th grade project. Skip the stress and still end with the look you love. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Investing is confusing. Dawn raids, triple witching hour, candlesticks, crown jewels, bears, bulls, bear hugs, blue chips. It's one big word salad of uncertainty. Fortunately, Fremont Bank now has incredible rates on their savings accounts and CDs. And while savings accounts and CDs may not be known for their great rates at your current bank, at Fremont Bank, you can get great rates from a great local bank. To learn more, stop in or visit us online. We'll explain it all in plain language. Fremont Bank, serving the Bay Area since 1964. Member FDIC.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Are you kidding me? Gas prices are up again? Somebody has to do something.
Well, someone did. That's why I use Upside.
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that pays you back real money for every gallon of gas or diesel you buy. I just earned 25 cents back on every gallon of this tank.
Hold on. So the Upside app is free and you actually get cash back every time you use it? No strings attached?
Yep, it's awesome. Check it out. It only takes a couple of minutes to sign up.
Instead of just watching your dollars go into your tank, start putting money back into your wallet with the free app from Upside. With the price of gas today, it's big news and big money. To cash out of your Upside cash, just transfer it to your bank account, PayPal, or a gift card. Upside users have already earned over $200 million. Now it's your turn. Download the free Upside app and get cash back on every gallon of gas. Use promo code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill-up. That's code GOLF. Use code GOLF for an extra 25 cents per gallon back in your first fill-up. Cashback's not available in gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
With PatriotSoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur. Let's make sure your current payroll provider isn't overcharging you, shall we? First, go to your payroll provider's website to see what you're currently paying. Oh, what's that? You can't clearly see your pricing because your vendor is running a temporary sale or making you call for a free quote? That's unfortunate. If you go to patriotsoftware.com, you will instantly see our payroll pricing for companies with 1 to 100 employees. Well, there you go. At least now you know what you should be paying for payroll. Go to patriotsoftware.com. Use promo code RADIO and get 2 months of payroll processing free. That's patriotsoftware.com.
With patriotsoftware.com, accounting and payroll, keep your time and money.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to Warriors This Week on 95.7 The Game.
All right, hour number 3. It's John Dickinson and Whitey Gleason with you until 1 o'clock. 888-957-9570. The phone number to give us a call or shoot us a text. Been a lot of text messages throughout the morning and now on into the afternoon. It's been hard to keep up. We've had full phone lines for really since the back end of the first segment, going back to about 10:15 or 10:20, all the way up until now. A lot of Warrior fans wanting to talk. We do have a couple of lines open right now. We'll get back to the phones in just a moment, but want to make sure we reset everything coming up here today on 95.7 The Game as the Warriors and the Mavs are going to go at it from Chase. It's a 5:30 tip. I will have Warriors Live for you at 4:30 from Chase Center. No Luka Doncic for the Mavs, no Christian Wood for the Mavs. Spencer Dinwiddie will play for Dallas. Klay Thompson and Draymond Green both listed as questionable. Steph Curry probable, as the Warriors have this 2-game homestand before they go to Portland, then a couple of more games at home, and then they wrap up the pre-All-Star break portion of the schedule with the Clippers on Valentine's Day night before the lengthy All-Star break. We also should let everybody know that coming up at 1, Evan Giddings and Alan Stiles, they're going to be taking you until 4:30 here. So from 1 to 4:30, talking some Niners season aftermath, and I'm sure a lot of Warriors as well. So we're live and local for you all day here today on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, the good news on Steph is, and you may have a little more information on this than I do, JD, but it's not that he twisted something. He got kicked, basically. And he got kicked a couple times, so it hurts, but it's not like he twisted anything or, landed funny or anything like that. So that's injury-wise, that's much better to be dealing with. And then tonight, for all the Warrior issues, and we're trying to figure out what's wrong, it does make the games, the regular season games, a lot more significant. And this is a big game tonight. It's a very winnable game. The Mavs are 4th in the West at 28-25, so the Warriors now 26-26. This is a game they should win, and this is a very important game tonight.
It's a huge game. I mean, the Warriors are technically 9th, tied for 8th. They are a game and a half back of Dallas, who's in 4th. Mm-hmm. So you win tonight, and you're a half game back of 4th. Even though who knows where that'll put you? It might put you 5th tonight, depending upon what happens in other areas. Phoenix is playing in Detroit, so maybe they get another win. They won in Boston last night, so we'll see. That's a back-to-back for the Suns.
And they're getting Kyrie, or at least they're one of the teams supposedly linked to me. I don't think Kyrie's going anywhere, by the way. But anyway, the Suns are one of the teams that people have thrown around as they could have interest in Kyrie.
Yeah, a lot on the table for the conversation here over the first couple of hours of the show. we've been talking about the trade deadline. Is there a possible move that the Warriors can make? How do you reconcile the fact that this team still can't close games down the stretch, and a lot of it has been on the core championship players? The disconnect between the younger players who got more of an opportunity in Denver and the core championship players, it's confounding. It's something that's affecting this team's ability to make a run, but it's also, I think, impacting this team's ability to make a move, because the value for some of these young players as the trade deadline approaches is not what you would want to give yourself a chance at making a move. And then, the trade deadline is coming up. The Mavs, the Suns, the Lakers among teams reportedly with interest in Kyrie Irving. And I think the Raptors, Whitey, all eyes are going to be on Toronto. We'll get into that coming up here as far as what they decide to do, because they have 2, 3, 4, 5 players that could help, I think, championship caliber teams to different degrees, from Siakam to Anunoby to Fred VanVleet. Trent Jr., I think, is somebody that could be a factor as well. So they have a bunch of players that could get spread out to different places, and they may be looking to go full rebuild here at 24-30 and currently sitting in 12th in the Eastern Conference. So definitely a lot to monitor. This will be our last show together before the trade deadline. And where do you see the Warriors as far as wanting to make a move, but maybe not really being able to make a move?
I think Bones Highland is an interesting player to keep an eye on. The Nuggets, looks like they are really determined to trade him, which on the surface makes no sense because he's a pretty good player. But apparently he and Coach Malone they can't coexist. So it'd be nice if the Warriors, given their current situation, if they were able to take advantage of that situation. But again, there are other teams that have interest. The Timberwolves, the Hornets are among teams that have interest in Bones Highland, and the Warriors are so strapped in terms of having assets available, they may have to settle for something like prying Matisse Thybulle from the Sixers and then upgrading your defense marginally around the edges. That might be the best they can do.
You like Bones Highland for the Warriors? I don't think Bones Highland works at all for the Warriors because he's basically somebody that maybe not as talented and skilled, but to me, he's Jordan Poole. Like, he wants the ball in his hands and to look to score with it as much as he possibly can. So I think if that would be a move, you'd be looking to have to ship Jordan Poole somewhere else,
and that's not
Poole,
doable. Yeah,
as we've talked about, you can't do it.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Highland obviously wants to play more. I feel like a losing team for Highland is probably the better route for Denver, but I also think they're trying to use him as a means to get a veteran player that can cement their ability to make a run in the Western Conference and get to an NBA final. I mean, they are the one team now, and they've even separated a little bit from Memphis because of Memphis and their struggles of late. I mean, they really are the number one with a bullet as far as top teams in the Western Conference, and I was impressed with them the other night against the Warriors.
Denver, by the way, according to reports, would want a defensive-minded front court player and a first-round pick for Bones freaking Highland, which again gets us back to the fact that right now, no matter who we're talking about, teams are asking a lot. The asking prices are very, very high, which would make it hard for the Warriors to meet anybody's price, and they just have to, if they're in a position where they do want to do something, they're going to have to wait and hope that the prices come down right before the deadline.
All right, let's get back to the phones. 888-957-9570. T-Dub in Oakland here on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, T-Dub? Appreciate you holding here as we've had a lot of people that wanted to talk this morning.
Yeah, man, I've been listening to y'all talk about dogging Wiseman out when Kerr has a tendency to not want to play bigs and play way too much small ball. Luke Walton said it the best in the 73 win season. Small ball works in small spurts, 3 to 5 minutes. When you overdo it, you kill everything about it. The speed, they tire out, they get beat up, and then they have nothing left in the fourth quarter. And in all their championship years, they had bigs. They got lucky last year because of the matchups, and they outshot everybody because they had no dominant centers besides the Joker, and they didn't have the other two best players that year. So they got lucky with the small ball last year, and they had great defensive players, GP2. But why Kurt always talks about defense being the thing, then why is Ty Jerome playing so many minutes? Jordan Poole don't play no defense. So I'm trying to figure out why certain people have to play all this defense to get minutes on the floor while other people get a pass. Somebody tell me what's going on, because I remember Wiseman's rookie season. He said that, Wiseman can learn from the bench and watching film, and he doesn't really need to be on the floor to learn. Now all of a sudden he needs reps. So which one is it? Because he's going back and forth, and a lot of what he's been saying lately is hypocritical to what he used to say. And granted, I'm not a hater on Kerr, because I won money the first year when Kerr came into the Warriors, and I love the philosophy he was saying that I put a bet on him and won the championship year, the first year. So I'm not saying that I don't like Kerr. I'm not saying kick him off the team, but some of his stuff that he's been saying lately don't mess with what he used to say. That's all I'm saying. And too much small ball is the reason why they're struggling. They winning and dying by the three. They have no big men. And JaMychal Green, come on, please, man. We could have got somebody better than him.
Well, I think they thought JaMychal Green was going to be better. A lot to chew on, T-Dub. Good phone call. Appreciate it. We'll try and run through a bunch of the different things. There's a lot of nights right now where JaMychal Green and Wiseman are not playing if the Warriors are fully healthy. So I think they're trying to be somewhat consistent with, hey, neither one of these guys are really helping much depending upon the night. As far as all the years they won, they had bigs really up until last year. I think you could make the case even last year they had more playable bigs, whether it was Otto Porter as a
Bielitsa.
4 or whether it was Bielitsa even. I think they did have more bigs at that point. And T-Dub's right about Bogut and Azili and
Zaza.
others, DeMarcus Cousins even, Zaza at times. Like they did have bigs that wouldn't necessarily finish the game, but you could start the game that way and you could throw out there against certain matchups and those players could be productive. I think as far as what Luke Walton had said going back 6-7 years ago now, and small ball working in short segments, I think the league has gotten even smaller since then. So I think it can play in greater than the 3 to 6 minute type segments. But as far as just some of the things about learning from the bench versus needing reps and all of that, I think T-Dub's onto something there too. I think the message has floated around a little bit. I keep coming back to the fact, though, that Wiseman just is too mistake prone to be a regular player on a team that has title contending aspirations. And I think everybody kind of knows it. And it's not that he couldn't play on another team or in another role on another team and take his lumps and struggle through it. But on this team, they aren't good enough to absorb the mistakes, and I don't think he brings enough positives to the table on a night in, night out basis to make it worth it. I think that's sadly the reality at this point.
T-Dub made some really interesting points, and I appreciate him listening and appreciate the fact that he hung on for as long as he did. That said, I feel compelled to defend Coach Kerr, and he doesn't need it, but I'm going to do it. Okay, Coach Kerr says defense is important, but he's playing guys a lot that aren't great defenders. Why is that? You have to play somebody. You have to have 5 guys on the floor, and you don't have 5 Gary Payton, the glove, the original. You don't have those guys out there. Somebody has to play. And as far as Wiseman, I think it's difficult for Coach Kerr, and this is part of being a coach, and he's very good at it. How come Wiseman's not playing? JD, you know as well as I do, he can't really say. He's not doing his job if he tells us, you know what, the guy's just not very good. So he has to find other ways to say that, and certainly Wiseman defensively has struggled. He's struggled in other ways too, but that's the most palatable way Coach Kerr can explain that. So they just don't have great defenders right now. That's one reason why maybe Matisse Thybulle would be a good fit, but again, he gives you a lot at one end and virtually nothing at the other. But Steve Kerr doesn't have a lot of great defensive players that he can employ right now. That's just the fact of the matter.
It is. And look, I think Thybulle, but what do you got to give up? Can you get Thybulle for couple future second-round picks. I mean, the Warriors can't trade their first-round pick, and not that you'd be looking to give up a first-round pick, but they can't trade until 26, right? Because it's tied up until that point.
And Tybal's a restricted free agent, and there's actually other teams that want him. So even a guy like that who's, Philly just basically, they don't play him, even though I think he's been all defense second team a couple of times, so he can get after it at that end. But he's, not really on high demand right now, but I think the price is going to be probably higher than the Warriors can meet. I hope they find a way to do it because he would help. Because they do need help at that end, but they also need help at the offensive end too.
He is someone that I think could really help the Warriors as far as, you talk about putting him in the Gary Payton role.
I agree.
And to me, he would be and somebody that could be out there with Steph and Clay, somebody could be out there with Steph and Clay and Wiggins. Like he does give them, even at 6'5", he gives them the defensive component that they're really looking for, somebody that can be a lockdown defender to where one area of the floor is going to be handled, and then you can scheme up the rest of it.
Yeah.
Whereas now it just seems like there's too many areas where the Warriors are vulnerable with too many of their lineups on the floor together.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys who, that guy could be a good defender. He's got the tools to be a good defender. He was a good defender that year. Tybal is a really good defender. We know that about him. It's not like, he could be a good maybe he could help us. He's a really good defensive player. Now, he struggles at the other end, but it's a fact. If you get him, you're getting a guy who really can lock down other guards.
Yeah, 6'5", but a 6'11" wingspan. So the wingspan is obviously something there where you can definitely see why the Warriors would really like him. 888-957-9570. Tim in North Carolina next here on Warriors This Week on 95.7 The Game. What's going on, Tim?
Hey, Tim.
What's up, guys? Man, I love Saturdays, man. Y'all go hard, man. So hard. I love it. I got like three things. I hope y'all let me get to it. But real quick, on the first one, Jay, about saying they don't owe them anything. I disagree with you. We're talking about the veterans or the young player or something.
Sure.
I disagree with you on that. And the way I mean it is that they don't necessarily owe those young players something, but you would think, and I played basketball before, high school, college, if you brought some young guys on my team and I recognize how we can get the best out of them, I'm all over my coach, like, okay, coach, when the big fella comes in, let's get up and down the floor. He can sprint. Let's look for him in the dunker spot. If you get somebody posted and still, let's get it to him. Or when we got Kuminga in the game, we know he's taking it off the dribble. Let's get Steph involved in some pick and rolls with Kuminga and take him off the dribble. They would do that last year with Steph and Kuminga. They actually would run some pick and rolls. I guess what I'm saying mostly is I might not owe it to the young guys, but I'm going to be like, hey, I want to win. Let's put these young fellas in a position to get the best out of them so they help our team. So, yeah, we got to change the system up when certain people come in. Let's do that. The system of the young small ball, what T-Dub said earlier, I agree 100%. The Warriors are a victim of their own success. They started small ball. They won championships with it, but other teams have adjusted. The whole league has. So now we are falling victim to that, and all we're doing is shooting threes, and we are expending so much energy because we won't get this big guy in the game and maybe utilize him in 12 to 15 minutes, and maybe we change it up that little bit of time, right? So when you look at Randy Moss when he went and played for the from New England for that period of time, and some of the great coaches, what do? They may adjust to the talent every now and then and maybe switch the system up. I think that's what makes Belichick so great, is he can always coach to the talent that he has. So why don't so maybe we become a different type team in spurts, and we do get the big guy. And yeah, he may struggle on defense. That hasn't kept us from keeping Jordan Poole off the court and getting him out there and getting the best out of him. So maybe we do some different things. So, and my last thing is I want to come to the defense of the young guys just a little bit, and I want y'all to think about this. Had we got that number one pick that year and actually maybe drafted Anthony Edwards, would he be the player he is today, getting drafted by the Warriors? Guys, he wouldn't even be starting. Ask yourself, he wouldn't even be starting on this team. Would we see that, when we talk about the Halliburton, the Franz Wagners, what would they be if they were the seventh man on this team? Because, guys, that's what they would be. And they wouldn't have had the opportunity to play through those mistakes on those other teams. So, we got to think about that. What would Cade Cunningham be if he got drafted by the Warriors? Scott, he'll be a seventh man. LaMelo would not be starting here because Jordan Poole would. So we always talk about, we should have went this way, we should have went that way. What would Kuminga be on another team with confidence through the roof? God knows this guy, I don't even know how he still has confidence on this team with all the nonsense that they've been through. What would he be on another team playing 35 minutes a game with his confidence through the roof? We always hear the teams that our own players raving about his shot form and his athletic ability as you get to the rim. So sometimes we talk about, wow, I wish we had that player. But guys, let's be honest. Now, Anthony Edwards on this team drafted number one. He's not a Steve Kerr player. He doesn't fit in the system. Would Kerr have adjusted the system for Anthony Edwards? So, guys, we got to think about that. What T-Dub said is absolutely right. Maybe we flex a little bit to the talent. And when the big guy comes in, we turn it to that run and gun team that we're trying to get to the rim. That is, how we would shock the system of other teams if at moment we became the team that tried to get to the rim with Kuminga.
Thanks, Tim. Appreciate the call. We lost Tim there at the end. Good phone call from Tim in North Carolina, as always, Whitey.
Yes. Excellent.
The Warriors do not want to change the system for the young player. I think if they had better young players, they would. Like, I think if Anthony Edwards was on the Warriors, I think they would be more willing to change the system a little bit for him because of his talent level and ability to produce immediately. I think it is a little bit of a different equation because none of these players that the Warriors do have on their roster have been able to come in and contribute immediately in a manner where you feel you are warranted in changing the system for them. But the Warriors have been reluctant to do it. That's true. And I think it is a fair question to ask, and I know a lot of Warrior fans do ask that question with regularity. It's why not, hey, when Wiseman's in the game, run more pick and roll or run plays for him but I think it's just too hard to do in the midst of a regular season when there's so many players in and out of the lineup to say, oh, now we're running the Kuminga offense. Now we're running the Wiseman offense. And again, for who? Teams don't typically do that for their 8th and 12th or 13th men.
Tim brought it today as usual, but I want to look at the other side of what he said, and it's a really interesting question. What would Anthony Edwards be if the Warriors had drafted him? Would they even have drafted him if they had the first pick? He talked about players developing quicker in other situations. But, JD, let's take, for example, the Houston Rockets. Jalen Green, a player like that. Our players, they may put up numbers and they're getting chances to play, but are they really developing as players when it's like, guys, we don't really want to win. We want you to get up and down the floor so you'll turn the ball over because we're tanking. Are players really developing in an environment like that? I don't know. Now, let's just look at where we are right now. Kuminga, and I think Tim used the term, all the nonsense he's been through. Fair enough. But you know what? Right now, if I'm the Warriors or if I'm Kuminga and I'm looking at things overall and where I am right now, where he is, I'm feeling, I think pretty good because he's contributing to the Warriors right now. And that's good. That's all you can ask for. And maybe it could have been a more direct path. Maybe the progression could have been more linear, but I don't know. Here we are in a situation where they need him and he's playing well. The interesting thing is, where are we right now with Wiseman? He did play against Denver. And you know what? And Tim knows I haven't been the biggest Wiseman backer. He did some really nice things in limited minutes against the Nuggets. So what happens tonight?
Half.
Yeah, thank you. What happens tonight? Does he get to play again? Do they sit him down? Do they sit him because they're trying to trade him? I don't know, but it's going to be interesting to see where they are with him because they played him for the first time in a long time, and he didn't embarrass himself, to say the least. So with those two young guys, there's progress. Kuminga, definitely progress. Where are we with Wiseman? I think that's one of the really fascinating reasons to listen to the game tonight on 95.7 The Game.
All right, he's Whitey Gleason. I'm John Dickinson, 888-957-9570. We'll come back. We got one final segment. We'll get to Dave in San Leandro as well, but a couple of phone lines open. We've had full phone lines throughout the course of the program. We'll also get to some text messages. Warriors this week rolling on here on 95.7 The Game.
You know what? Let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Hey, we can invite our friends over, and I'll take turns yelling at the TV during the game.
But first, we should get a new TV.
Yeah, like one of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, so I'll start shopping on the internet, then head over to the Warehouse Club to compare.
But if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at Video Only, not online or at the club.
Video Only has better deals?
Yep. We could save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Then we could afford a larger model and really impress our friends.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea? And amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org.
Get up to $26,000 of ERC money for every employee you had in 2020 and 21 that qualifies. You qualify if you satisfy either one of these 2 tests. The easy way, your gross revenue drops a certain amount. The complex way, a full or partial closure of your business, a facts and circumstances test. You could only use the inside of your business up to 25% of capacity. Even an essential business like a food store had a 75% partial closure. Or supply chain disruptions, or limits on the number of people you could have in an area, or many other possible factors. Beware of companies that only consider the easy way and avoid the complex way. And also companies that fraudulently say everybody qualifies, especially companies that only just recently came into existence and then can disappear. We've been practicing tax law for over 30 years. Call Moskowitz LLP at 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL. 888-TAX-DEAL or MoskowitzLLP.com. MoskowItzLLP.com.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy, taking control of everything that's under your control. At Grainger, we're here for you with high-quality supplies for every industry, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-9336. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-444-9336. 800-444-9336.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Now back to Warriors This Week on 95.7 The Game.
John Dickinson and Whitey Gleason, final segment, Warriors This Week. Been a lot of great conversation about the Warriors throughout the last 2.5 hours. A lot of phone calls, a lot of good text messages, trying to make sense of this team at 26-26, 500 again, as they've been so many times this year. We'll get back to the phones here in just a second, Whitey. I know we had a caller earlier that mentioned, can this team get to the 45-49 win mark? I think it was Scott in Berkeley.
It was,
our
yes.
good friend and
yes.
a regular caller. 19-11 for the Warriors over the last 30 games to go 45-37 for the season. I think that might be good enough to be third in the West. I feel like 45 might be good enough this year to be third. But the best stretch the Warriors have had at any point, Whitey, has been 10-4. Like that's the best, the best longest stretch that I can find. And so, can you duplicate that a little bit? Can you duplicate that twice over the last couple of games, or the last 30 games, basically, to get to that point? The Warriors have just not shown any ability to do that. It means you got to get more than 2 games over 500 at some point too, to get to 8 games over 500.
Yeah, legend has it that it's Einstein's definition of insanity, although that's probably not actually true. But if you keep doing the same thing over and over and expect a different result, and I think that's maybe where we are with this team, which just speaks to the need, if it's at all possible, to do something at the deadline. And as you know, I've been saying that since like October. So I know that they'll be doing everything possible. We mentioned Matisse Thybulle. Half the league supposedly is asking about Bogdan Bogdanovic from the Hawks. I don't know that he would help. Thybulle certainly would. He'd be like, as you mentioned, Gary Payton. The second was last year. They have to do something. And the reason I bring that up again is because maybe if they do, maybe some of these other things start to fall into place and they do get a sense of positive momentum going into the second half of the season.
All right, Dave and San Leandro on the phone lines. What's going on, Dave? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I wanted to comment on Wiseman. I've been on record on 95.7 with various shows over the last couple of years, expressing my opinion in terms of him just not being any good, right? He doesn't pass the eye test. The specifics that I see is he doesn't have that dog in him. He's too sensitive, too overly sensitive, too soft. And, again, 2 years ago I said we needed to trade him. Now we're here. Something needs to take place because, I forgot who had mentioned this, but we're going to have to make a choice between, Jordan Poole, Draymond Green, and James Wiseman, right? He's going to get paid if we keep him after this year. There's no way we keep him. So we need to make a trade. I have faith that the Warriors can get back to the promised land, but I still do think we need to make a trade. And Nick Friedel, I think, came on yesterday and stated, with the Kyrie Irving, drama, that Warriors should be all in on Kevin Durant. And I 100% agree with that. The way I look at it, package James Wiseman. This isn't a perfect world. I don't know if it can happen or not, but if we can make it happen, James Wiseman, Moody, Andrew Wiggins, and shoot, if we need to throw in Jordan Poole, do it. But if we don't have to, great, because I don't know if that would make sense in the contracts. But let's go after KD. And then you're basically looking at a San Antonio template where you have our big three with KD back, and then you have freaking Kuminga to come in and take the reins just like Kawhi Leonard did back in the day. So, again, that's my thought. Wiseman is too soft. He cries too much to his mom. It's just ridiculous. So I hope that the Warriors see the writing on the wall and make something happen.
Thanks, Dave. Appreciate it. A couple of things here.
Just to throw it out there.
The Warriors, of course, they should be all in on Kevin Durant. They can't get Kevin Durant. Like, I agree with Nick. I love Nick. Nick used to co-host this show. He's a friend of the program still. And, yeah, if it was in any way, shape, or form possible, do everything you can to bring Kevin Durant back, who obviously has been hurt and has missed time of late. But the Warriors don't have, like, by the way, Kuminga's in that deal. Like, if you're trading Kevin Durant, Kuminga, there's no way you're getting Kevin Durant.
And Wiggins can't be.
And Kuminga's not in the deal. But, yeah, it can't. One, the young players don't have enough value, and, yeah, Wiggins cannot be in the deal either. So, I think a lot of teams are looking at Kyrie, a handful, but then, as was reported yesterday, a lot more teams are looking at it. Well, does Durant want out now? Does Durant become available? Teams would want Durant. In a perfect world, the Warriors would have a nice package of young players to go get Kevin Durant, but none of their young players have value enough to where you could do that. So it's just, I'd love to spend the last 3 hours and the next 4 talking about it, because it would be the kind of move that could help this team for this season have a more legitimized shot to win a title. I just don't see any pathway toward getting it done, Whitey.
Yeah, I think we're all on the same page. It'd be great to have KD back, but 2 basic problems with Dave's scenario. One, and I think for the most part, JD and I are with you on Wiseman, Dave, and we'll see. Hopefully we're wrong, but if we're right, then who's going to want him at this point, right? If you see it and we see it, that, wow, he's doesn't look to this point like he's the player we hoped he'd be. Maybe we're wrong, but doesn't look like it. So who's going to want him? And then 2, when you're talking about any trade involving Kyrie and the Nets aren't interested in like a rebuild because they owe their next 5 drafts to the Rockets already. So there's like a rebuild isn't really great for them because they don't have any picks. So they want to win now because they've kind of painted themselves into a corner as far as that goes. So getting some complimentary players back, I mean, that's just like a surrender for them. They're better off keeping Kyrie and seeing how far they get with him this year.
All right, he's Whitey Gleason. I'm John Dickinson, 888-957-9570. Let's keep it rolling on the phone lines with Bob and Marin here on 95.7 The Game. Bob, thanks for calling back. I know we had you on hold for quite a while earlier when we had a bunch of calls coming in. We appreciate you checking in.
Yeah, thanks, man. I had the honey-do list. So I had to go do that first and call you guys back. But thank you. I appreciate you taking my call. I think JD and Whitey, you guys, host a hell of a show here. But I feel like the Bay Area is just in doom and gloom because it's raining and it's cloudy and things are not in focus right now. So let me just bring it back in focus. And that ray of sunshine is called Steph Curry, man. We won 4 championships with this guy. We've been to 5 straight and 7 NBA finals. No system's going to be changed because you have some talent that can win you a few games in the playoff. This is about Steph Curry. This is always going to be about the best point guard the league has seen in the last 10 years and probably the best shooter of all time, which I think a lot of people agree with. So it comes down to guys that are younger on this team to understand. And I think a lot of people have called and talked about how Steve Kerr has to coach better, has to give these guys a little bit more time. It's not going to happen. These guys are not going to win you championships. The guy that's going to win you the championship is your point guard and your two-way guard that probably was the best before he got hurt. So, with that said, I think Kerr has taken a page out of Papa's book, and I've said that on the show, and I think the caller right before me touched up on it. It's like, you just got to make the tournament, and we'll figure it out.
Yeah, and we'll figure out where they wind up in the tournament. And thanks for the call, Bob. I'm not of the belief that you can be in the play-in portion, especially if you're 8, 9, 10. Maybe if you're 7, you get one home game, you win it, and then you look at, all right, who you playing, Memphis or Sacramento? I mean, you have to be open-minded to that component. I mean, the Warriors can be the 6th seed if they're playing the Kings, and everybody's going to pick the Warriors if the Warriors are healthy to beat the Kings, and probably to beat them in 5 games, even without home court advantage. So, that's very much on the table still. The path, I think, could lead the Warriors to winning a series or 2. But the thing that I keep coming back to is I think they will figure it out. I think if they can get into the actual round of 16, I think they can win and probably will win a series or 2. Can they win 4? And that's where it gets a little bit more muddy for me. Even though they've won home games in all of or road games in all of these playoff series, every one since 2013, when Steph and Clay and Draymond have been together, they've won at least one road game. But you might have to win 2 road games because you're not going to have home court advantage, and if you win 1, that means you got to win all your home games. And the Warriors have been dominant at home, but less dominant as the season has gone on. You're going to be playing another really good team. So the best thing you can do to give yourself the best chance is get to freaking 4th. And they're only a game and a half out of 4th.
Absolutely.
They're playing the team in 4th tonight.
Yeah, I agree with the essence of what Dave had to say. That was Bob, wasn't it? I apologize. It was Bob. Yeah. Bob. I apologize to Bob and Dave. There are so many reasons to be optimistic, to hang on to that hope, and that's really what this is about. We're not talking about, man, they got no chance. I think JD and I have both been around a team in the past where it all fell apart and you could see that, man, it's not there anymore. That's not the case, and Bob's right. As long as you have Steph Curry and he's playing at a high level, which he is, you've got a chance. There is a sense of desperation here because obviously right now things aren't going the way the Warriors had hoped they would be going. But you've got a chance to do something at the deadline here, and there's still that hope, and you're right in the middle of this mixed-up West. So this year we're not saying this is terrible, what a disastrous year. It's, man, they still have a chance. And as long as you have Steph, you have that chance. And you have Draymond. And he's hurt right now, but he's still playing at a high level. And Clay, I think he's playing better in the month of January. He played better than I thought he was going to play. So, yeah, you still have a chance. But you've got these fundamental things. I don't think it's being pessimistic to say, this team won a championship last year, but there are just so many things right now that they're not doing the way it's fair to expect this team to do them. And that's what Steve Kerr has to figure out. I'm hoping at the deadline they make a move that addresses some of those things. They've still got a shot, but at some point here, you're 52 games into it. They've got to be able to start playing better on a consistent level. They've still got a chance, but that has to start happening. It can't be a thing where they limp into the playoffs and then, okay, here we go. I don't think that's realistic.
No, it's not. It's not realistic. It may be realistic enough to win one series. And look, nobody's going to want to face them. I don't think that's, if you imagine the Warriors is the 8th seed, you get through the play-in tournament. Oh, the Warriors are the 8th seed, and they're playing Denver.
Right.
And Denver wins 55 games or whatever the heck Denver's going to win, and they think, hey, this is the time to go get to the finals with Jokic and Murray and Porter are finally back, and they've got Caldwell Pope and Brown. They've got a nice core, I think, of 5 or 6 players. They're trying to add somebody, use Bones Highland as a chip to add somebody. And, you're getting the Warriors in the first round of the play. I mean, and then so that would be a hell of a series, and the Warriors could win that series, especially a more rested Warriors team could win that series. And then you got to see where it goes from there. What if somehow Sacramento's your second round opponent because they end up getting a seed to where maybe they're the 4 seed and they knock somebody out on a 4-5, and then the Kings. Then all of a sudden you're back in the conference finals in a blink, and then at that point, who's waiting for you? Is it Phoenix? Is it Memphis? Could you imagine if it's Memphis at that point, and the Warriors are feeling like the first 2 rounds haven't taken that much out of them, and they've got Memphis who would gain all the motivation. So there is a path. But it would have to be, I think, really weird for it to go down, and a lot of things would have to fall in place more than I think even fell into place last year, although last year's team, Whitey, was a much better team than – last year's team was just better. Like, they were just better put together, more cohesive, more margin for error, better defensively, better offensively, even though Steph wasn't having a statistically great year by his standards in the regular season. Last year's team was just exponentially better than this year's team to this point.
True, but they did have some stretches about this time of year, right before the break and then certainly after the break, right up to the end of the regular season, where they didn't look very good. I mean, we had some of these same concerns. It seems
they were
like
41-13.
Yeah.
And then basically at February 9th or 10th.
Yeah.
41-13.
But then they had a stretch there where things were starting to unravel and they had injury issues.
Everybody got hurt.
Yes. But I just don't think the scenario that you just laid out, unless they start playing better here more consistently, it's possible, but I just don't think it's very realistic that they make those kind of advances in the postseason if they just kind of limp into the postseason playing the way they're playing now.
888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. John Dickinson, Whitey Gleason here. Final couple of minutes on 95.7 The Game as it is Warriors this week. We've got Evan and Allen coming up from 1 to 4:30 as I'll head over to Chase Center and have Warriors Live for you beginning at 4:30 from Chase. Warriors and the Mavs tonight right here on 95.7 The Game. Just for fun, Whitey, so the Warriors are what, 26-26?
Yes.
So they're 50.
That's not fun. You said just for fun. That really hasn't been very fun to this point.
Well, what were the Warriors after 52 games last year? I just looked it up. They were 39-13.
Wow.
They were 39-13. So they had 13 more wins than they do this year. They just beat San Antonio in San Antonio. It was their 7th straight win. They would come home and beat Sacramento and then beat OKC on the road to go to 41-13 on February 7th. That was the high water mark. 9-game winning streak, 41-13. And then, they floundered and guys got hurt down the stretch. But this team was 13 games better at this point last year than they are right now.
I do think in the early part of last year, they snuck up on some teams. Sounds silly when you look back and say, they won the championship, but coming off the 2 years they were coming off of, I think some teams early in the year last year weren't quite ready to go, and the Warriors getting Iguodala back, they were much more advanced in some of the teams they played. I think that helped them get off to that quick start. I want to ask you, JD, by the way, we have Clifford. You want to talk to Clifford in Pleasanton? You want to squeeze in one more call here?
Yeah, let's squeeze in Clifford. Yeah. Go ahead, Clifford. You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Clifford. How are you?
Clifford, you there?
Yeah.
What's up, Clifford?
Hey, guys.
Hey,
thanks for taking my call. One thing, I just want you guys to, I don't know if you guys caught Steve Kerr's press conference after the last game. If you took away the kingdom of Steve Kerr and just listen to a coach talk, he didn't sound, if you took away Steve Kerr's kingdom, right, of being one of the greatest coaches ever, and heard him speak, he didn't sound too confident. And what I'm saying is we all know it's a system the Warriors play in. But I think it might be kind of wearing thin on the guys. And the way we play, you have to fight and scratch. And I don't know if the regular season we're going to get the best out of the guys. The playoffs, you guys are totally 100% right. I would put Steve Kerr against anybody in the playoffs. But can we get there? That's the key with this system. It's going to be tough.
Thanks for the call. It is going to be tough. I don't feel that the Warriors players are down on the system, especially the championship core players. I think, if anything, they're down on how some of the other players fit within the system to where they just can't get any momentum going with how they're playing. I also think there's a little sense of frustration from the veteran players that they're just not able to dial it up as consistently when they want to. The Warriors, it used to always be flip the switch, flip the switch flipped. And there's times where the Warriors go to flip the switch, and they just can't quite do it. And then they end up losing a game like they did in Minnesota on Wednesday night, and you turn around and you look at all the reasons why, and those can be dissected over and over and over again. But I don't get the sense that the championship players are worried about the system at all, but it's not giving them the best chance to win as much, I guess, in the regular season.
JD, I told you earlier, I was, as far as that the flipping of the switch, I was saying in my mind to myself before the Minnesota game, if they win this game, switch flipped. And it looked like they were going to, they didn't. And that, again, speaks to the frustration of this year. I'm with you on the system, and I know a lot of fans call about that, and maybe they're right. And I think if this year does go sideways, I think that's something that as an organization they'll have to take a hard look at, the system and Kerr's fit and all that. I don't think that'll happen. I hope it doesn't. My point is, though, you're right, a more structured offense like you don't see very much in the NBA anymore, but even the triangle, as successful as that was, Kobe Bryant hated the triangle. Players don't like a lot of structure. Kobe, and he's like, okay, I guess it works, but he didn't like it. There's not a lot about this system to dislike because you find players that are adept at it, and there's a lot of freedom. That's what leads to a lot of the turnovers. So I don't think that's a problem. I don't think it's a constricting system. I do think the way offense leads to defense, especially in the system, if they can play better defensively, that's going to help them offensively get easier baskets. And I still think that's the single biggest key going forward for the Warriors. If they get better defensively, and not like as dominant as they used to be, but just better, I think that's going to make them better at both ends, and I think that's the single biggest key to turning this season around. But I don't think that veterans have a hard time playing in this system. Look at DiVincenzo. He picked it up like that.
Yeah, and he's somebody that I think the Warriors are going to have to rely on a lot down the stretch here and in the playoffs especially. He's going to be among the 7 players, I think, and Kuminga might be 8 that are definitely going to play. Final minute or so, Allen and Evan coming up here from 1 to 4:30 on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings, Alan Stiles. Who do you think is the biggest name that's going to be on the move, Whitey, between now and Thursday?
My guess is, I could be totally wrong, of course, I guess it's going to be kind of a quieter deadline because of how high all the price tags are. So I think it's going to be, from that standpoint, a little bit of a disappointing deadline. I do think the Raptors are going to part with somebody. I think there's a chance like OG Anunoby. I'll go with him. I think there's a chance they decide to, I got to pull the plug on this. So I think he could end up going somewhere. But my best guess is it's going to be more of a quiet deadline. How about you?
I think it's going to be a busy deadline. I think Kyrie Irving's on the move. I think he's going somewhere. Dallas or the Lakers, I think, would be the top 2 picks as far as where I think he ends up going. And I think Toronto is going to tear it down to the studs.
Yeah,
I think they're going to trade everybody. So look for that. I think
I'll take Pascal Siakam, please. Yeah, I'll take Pascal Siakam.
I think 29 teams would take Pascal Siakam if the Raptors make him available. So I think it's going to be a busy deadline, and hopefully the Warriors can make a small move. I think they do need to make a small move. Great stuff, Whitey, as always. A lot of fun.
Thank you.
We'll do it again next Saturday.
Yes, thanks to all the great callers. Thank you, Craig. Thank you, JD.
Yeah, for Craig Valentino, I'm John Dickinson. Evan Giddings and Alan Stiles are coming up next, so make sure you give them a listen, give them a call, shoot them a text. It's all coming up right here at 95.7 The Game.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
Hi, this is Joe Cordell with the law firm Cordell & Cordell. When the prospect of divorce becomes a reality, you need a partner that you can count on. If you're a man in this situation, consider contacting Cordell & Cordell. We've helped men navigate complex legal matters for 30 years.
Schedule an appointment with one of Cordell & Cordell's San Francisco area attorneys, 650-389-1111. Online at CordellCordell.com, 951 Mariners Island Boulevard, Suite 300, San Mateo, California, 94404.
The other day, I bought a cockatoo. Hello! He's a handful, but I'll manage. Just like I manage without home internet. Sure, my mobile hotspot is slow and makes streaming shows unbearable, but I'm making do. Oh no, who's this?
It's mating season, Dad!
No home internet? It's not that bad!
Don't settle. Get Xfinity Home Internet for just $19.99 a month for 1 year with a free streaming box. Call, click, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. After 12 months, regular rates apply. Offer ends 2/21/23.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-9336. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-444-9336. 800-444-9336.
Guys, fellas, men, are you ready? I mean, Roman ready for Valentine's Day? Some say it's the sexiest day of the year. Flowers, chocolates, candlelit dinners. That's all great. But I think we all want something a little more physical too. Because a strong sex life can deepen your feelings of intimacy with your partner and lead to increased happiness. So if you're prepping for Valentine's Day, right now is the perfect time to check out Roman. Roman has genuine medication that helps you achieve and maintain a strong erection. Roman has discreet wipes that help you last 4 times longer in bed. Roman has testosterone testing and treatment. Treating low testosterone can help revive your sex drive. And better yet, with Roman, everything is online. There are no waiting rooms and no hassle. Roman sends everything right to your door with free shipping and in discreet packaging. So men, for better sex this Valentine's Day, go to ro.co/vday. Do it today and get 20% off. That's ro.co/vday.
Streaming only on Peacock. From the mind of Ryan Johnson, the writer-director of Knives Out.
Miss Gale, you've got this gift. Always knowing the truth.
I only know if something is alive. The real trick of it is to figure out why.
Natasha Lyonne is Charlie Cale.
It wasn't an accident. I think there's been a murder.
You watch too much Dateline.
A new 10-part mystery series.
Wolves on my fender. I gotta keep moving. I've been kind of a death magnet.
Poker Face, streaming now only on Peacock.
For the ones finding new ways to ensure the job always gets done. For the ones wearing many hats. For the ones who are hands-on, even from far away. And the ones keeping business moving forward. We are Grainger, offering professional-grade industrial supplies, plus real-time product availability and access to experts ready to answer your toughest questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from downtown San Francisco, this is 95.7 The Game.
We got 5 days until the NBA trade deadline. The Warriors play tonight on national television against the Dallas Mavericks. The 49ers have some decisions to make this upcoming offseason. We're going to break it all down over the next 3.5 hours until 4:30, getting you set for Warriors Live coming up later tonight. Again, tip at 5:30 at Chase Center between the Warriors and the Mavericks. Alan Stiles, Evan Giddings with you here on 95.7 The Game. Alan, we got a lot to get into. We're going to talk about the Warriors, what direction they're headed, which side of 500 they're going to be on after tonight. But first and foremost, how you doing, my man?
I'm good. I'm fighting through. I don't love the rain. And I know California needs the rain. That's separate. I don't have to like it, but besides that, I'm good.
Yeah, no, it is interesting. Of course, it's been beautiful the last couple of days. I know we dealt with the 3 weeks of rain. Ironically, that's when it was raining the most for the Golden State Warriors. Played some pretty good basketball after Christmas Day, leading up until about the beginning of February. Really up until these last couple of games this week, Alan. They dropped back-to-back games on the road and back-to-back days to Minnesota and Denver. And now they get a chance tonight against Dallas to sort of rewrite the ship. They're going to have some help on the other side because Luka Doncic is out. Davis Bertans is out. Maxi Kleber is out. Christian Wood is out. out. We're going to see whether Klay Thompson and Draymond Green, who are questionable right now, suit up. Steph Curry also probable, but technically a game-time decision. But this feels like the kind of game that leading up to the trade deadline, February 9th, that's when we find out whether teams make a move or not. It does feel like a game you absolutely got to have.
You have to have it, and I was going to ask, because all those guys are out for the Mavs, do the Warriors say, all right, maybe we don't force Steph, maybe we, the guys that are questionable, maybe we decide, Klay Thompson, Draymond, maybe we let them break because we don't, necessarily have to face the big gun for the Mavericks. But I don't even know if you can do that because of how you've been playing. I mean, you have to get a W at all costs.
Yeah, and look, right now, the Warriors, this is the question that I want to throw to fans. 888-957-9570, that's the phone line, that's the Xfinity mobile text line. How does Golden State both factor into the trade deadline and, to take words out of the mouths of the Memphis Grizzlies, are the Warriors fine in the West? That is a question I think that a lot of people are trying to figure out, because it does feel like they feel fine. I mean, they're 500, they're 26-26. But we haven't seen, Alan, an extended period in which the Warriors have, put together a quality month-long stretch of basketball. Just looking at the month of January, they're 7-8. They had won 11 of 17 after Christmas Day, but then that all goes back down the hill. It's like, which Warriors team we are going to see on a different night is kind of up in the air right now. Even when you have Steph and Curry back, we could make some excuses, a couple of a month ago, so to speak, with the absence of Curry, the absence of Wiggins. I know guys are in and out of the rotation, but they are as close to full strength as they have been since the beginning of the year, considering the injuries they sustained. I want to see something tonight. And look, Dallas is a game that they're not going to have their best player, one of the best players in basketball, but I want to see them build at home, a place they actually have had success at, some sort of consistency right from the jump where they can bury a team they're supposed to.
Right. If the guys that are questionable do play and the Warriors play this game full strength, you should see, look, I don't want fans to leave. You should say, watch the game if you pay, but it's your money if you feel like it. There should be some fans leaving at the beginning of the fourth quarter. That's what I want to see. There should be some fans, it's raining out. Honey, the kids, they got nachos all over their clothes. Let's get out of here because the Warriors are up 25. And they don't look as if they're blowing said 25-point lead. That's the other part of this. We don't know what's going on in the fourth quarter. Heck, we don't really know what's going on in the third quarter. Those third quarters that we've seen from the Warriors have been the opposite of what we've seen from the Warriors in the third quarters of the past, where, all right, let's get our popcorn. This is where the Warriors make their run. This is where they show they're the better team. It's been the opposite. If the third quarter has been the quarter where they show, we're not over the hump yet. We're not turning the corner. All these terms that we've been trying to use all season long, they're just not it. They're 500. And the only reason I'm thinking you and other fans aren't completely nervous is because the West is mid. It is the Midwest right now. It is a smorgasbord, a cluster of a bunch of teams that also can't turn the corner. But some of them are going to start to. You have the Nuggets who, at this point, you're 10 games back. The 1 seed, that's cooked. That's completely cooked. The 2 seed, probably cooked too. When you get to the 3 seed, not to disrespect the Kings like the Beam, I don't know what the Kings are going to do, but after that 4 seed, that's where it turns into the big cluster where it's, all right, we still have a chance. We're 4th one night, we're 8th the next, and nobody has separated. And everyone keeps saying, well, the Warriors can get hot and they can claim that 4th. Yeah, they can, but they haven't. And you know what else? Any of these teams can. People started to think the Clippers started to get on the roll a little bit. It could be the Mavs. It could be any of these teams. So to say that they can get on a run, they can. We just haven't seen them do it.
Yeah, no, you're 100% right, Alan. Look, the Warriors 2 losses ago were in 5th place. Now they stand in 9th entering tonight against the Dallas Mavericks. But to your point about the West, the Midwest, so to speak, there is a 5-game separation between the 13th team and the 3rd team right now, Sacramento and Oklahoma City. There are 11 teams in the West that have in between 20 and 30 wins, the Warriors, of course, being one of them. And this does impact the trade deadline, in my opinion, Alan. I know that we have made a big deal about how the NBA seems to have more parity this year. You can be beaten on any given night by any given team, and that does make for a more entertaining product. We can dig in some of the reasons why I think that's the case. But as it pertains to the trade deadline, I also think it makes it very difficult for the Warriors to become buyers because everyone ideally would like to be a buyer in the West right now. Even if you're OKC and you're 3 games below 500, you're looking up and saying, we got a couple of wins against some of these top teams.
Right.
Like they blew out Boston by 50 last month. Like there are reasons for each and every team right now smothered in the middle of the West to feel like they can capture a play-in spot at the least, maybe even get to a 6 seed, which the Warriors are 3 spots out of right now. So when we're talking about the trade deadline, I do think it is difficult for me to envision the Warriors, and I want to hear what you think about it, envision the Warriors making a move right now, even though that would be ideal. I'm just not sure there's going to be enough buyers as opposed to the amount of sellers right now in the Western Conference that would make that happen.
Right. It is right now. It is a seller's market in that all the teams that are at the bottom, okay, you got the Lakers who are in 12th place. They're whatever they're thinking, and we're going to get into Kyrie later.
Talk to me.
We are going to get into Kyrie later. Don't you worry. The Lakers, they're not going to give. They're not selling. Okay, like you said, the Thunder, they're probably not selling because they got Chet Holmgren coming back next season. They don't want to sell their young talent, right?
Yeah.
The Spurs, that's the only team. One of the only teams. You got Pirtle, who. The reports were that they already said to the Warriors, whatever combination you're trying to give us of Wiseman, and I believe the other guy was Kuminga. It wasn't both of them together, but a combination of them and a pick, whatever it was. The Spurs weren't going for that. And then you have the Rockets, who I guess a Şengün, somebody like that. So you have these young teams that are trying to build. And then you have the rest of the teams that are stuck in the cluster. So the sellers are thinking, well, you better give us a lot back because these are our guys for the future. We're not even on the radar right now, and we don't want to continue to miss the radar by giving you pieces on a good deal for you so that you can ball out as we still hang out in the basement. So that's a tough part. So then you got to think about the Eastern Conference teams and what's going on there because the West, the market in the West is not very great.
No, it's not. Look,
it's like buying eggs right now. It's like buying eggs.
Yeah, and depending on how you like your eggs, you might be moving ones around to different, 12somes because you're trying to get the perfect egg because you're overpaying.
Yeah.
I mean, we're just talking about how some of the restaurants, out here in the area, so bumping their prices, trying to come out on top in any way that they can. Yeah. And that's what teams are trying to do right now. Obviously, you're trying to win every single deal you make, but with the amount of people that need players, and the Warriors are certainly one of them, in my opinion, it does make it difficult to envision them making a splash-type move or, something that is significantly going to improve this roster. In my mind, at the best, Allen, it becomes a position where you're trying to add something to the back end of your rotation because the one thing that we haven't seen from the Warriors is consistency from, let's say, rotation spots 8 through 14. That is a spot where I could see them trying to shore up a little bit and then hope you capture lightning in a bottle down the stretch. The only issue is, okay, what do you have to give up if you're Golden State? Allen, what do you think is Golden State's best trade chip at this point? And do you think they'd be willing to part with it?
The best trade chip, in my opinion, would probably be Kuminga.
Yeah.
It has to be Kuminga. Now, I know that I guess they're not technically paying Poole the Brinks truck yet. That starts next season. But they have already, signed the contract to pay Jordan Poole next season. That's a possibility. You could get a lot back for him. I don't know because Jordan Poole's supposed to be your guy of the future, one of your top scorers moving forward. And I wouldn't necessarily touch Jordan Poole, but I know there are a lot of members of Dub Nation that would. So that's a guy that obviously has the most value, but that's a play where are you selling the future and a future elite scorer in this league for somebody that can help you right now? I would probably take Jordan Poole out of the picture, and because of that, it would be Kuminga, who's another guy who has a ridiculous ceiling and ridiculous upside. And we do this all the time. Every time we talk trades, everybody wants to, and you'll go in the trade generator just like I do, and everybody wants to give them Moody and a second-round pick for someone, and it's a success in the trade generator. The problem is nobody's actually saying yes to that in real life, all right? So just think about it. For everybody that says, just give him Moody. If everybody wants to give away Moody, do you think that the value that he has is going to match a different team? Oh, Miles Turner, let's go a first-rounder and Moody, and give him Ryan Rollins and maybe PBJ for Miles Turner. That's not going to work. Now, I think I think Kuminga is interesting. I think PBJ is interesting. But again, if we're talking by himself, it's Kuminga.
Yeah, I'm with you. And I do think it also, that position is one that everyone needs in the NBA right now. Like, if you ask me what the Warriors would like to have heading into the postseason, if they could have an injection of a new player to this roster, it would be a wing. And I'm sure that's what other teams are looking for as well. So I'm with you that Kuminga is certainly something that other teams would value. I also think that maybe up until his return back from injury, someone like Andrew Wiggins would be something that other teams would covet as well. But of course, you're the Warriors. You do not want to give him up. Right now, wings are a hot commodity. I mean, that's why Jay Crowder is being shot by Phoenix, not to teams in the West, but to a place like Milwaukee or others. Like, this is what people want at this point. And I'm with you that, look, and from the 650 and the Xfinity Mobile text line, Wiseman for Caruso, who says no? Like, the Bulls. So even if salaries matched up, like, those are the type of trades that are going to be thrown in the trade generator, like you're talking about, that people are going to try to, sell themselves on, sell the Warriors on. But at the end of the day, if I gave you an option, let's set a total over under half a trade by the deadline from the Golden State Warriors, you would fall on which side?
Do buyouts count?
Sure. Yeah.
Then I might go.
They make an addition before February 9th.
I say over.
Okay.
I don't know how. I don't know why. I don't know what. But I would say over because you want to be the first to strike. Out of these teams that are all stuck in the cluster, somebody is going to make a move. And the Warriors don't want to sit and say, man, we had an opportunity. This would have made more sense, and we didn't go through with it. And even if that, and again, nobody is trying to move on from Kuminga or anybody like that. So that's why I don't think, to your point, this isn't a situation where you're going in to get another. You're not getting a starter. You're getting somebody that's going to be able to help on the bench. So for what you give up, you shouldn't have to give up a Kuminga to get that back.
Yeah, and also a good point from the Xfinity Mobile text line. Wiggins' trade clause does not allow him to be traded until April 15, 2023. So even if they wanted to move someone like that, which I don't think they do, that wouldn't be allowed to happen. And Poole, like you mentioned, his contract doesn't really kick in until next year. So you're looking at not being able to get a big boy unless it's another player in a similar situation to Poole, and then you're left at a net neutral. To me, the conversation comes down to value and potential. Like, if you feel like the potential is greater right now from a Kuminga, a White, even a Moody to this point, to your point earlier, you're not going to try and sell that for a minimal or temporary value at this point in the season, even if it means maximizing, the current Warriors championship window. Howard Beck of Sports Illustrated was on with Steiny and Guru on Friday and mentioned that he would essentially try to blow up the second timeline at this point to try and go all in for a championship this year or next year. I'm minimizing his words a little bit, but that's what I took away. Essentially, the second timeline right now does not look like it's going to help this year. So if your focus is winning a championship this year, then in his opinion, you should be open to a trade that would involve, Kuminga. To me, Kuminga does factor into this rotation, so maybe he's left out, but I think his point was mainly James Wiseman, Moses Moody, those guys that have not shown to be able to get consistent minutes on this team. Would you be open to that? 888-957-9570 if it meant getting closer to a title this year. I don't know if I could do that.
I could. What have you seen besides even Kuminga? We've seen him do some nice things. I have no clue what he's going to be. Right now, he is a really athletic player that we've seen flashes of him do things defensively. We know he can jump out the gym. There are a lot of guys in the NBA that can jump out the gym. His offense is coming around, but Kuminga hasn't done anything. It's a gamble. But all of this is a gamble, right? James Wiseman to me is also a gamble, but I was on with Bonte on the morning roast yesterday, and we were talking during crossover about James Wiseman. Sometimes it's less about James Wiseman and it's more about the fit. I don't think it's a good fit. You got Ty Jerome looking off Wiseman. Half of the fan base says he's looking him off and he's doing a bad job. And the other half of the fan base says, keep looking him off because he can't do anything anyway.
Come on, Ty, get the ball to my man.
No, Ty said, I'm getting these shots up.
I'm pulling up from 30.
I'm pulling up from 30. So that's the tough part. I don't think anybody's untouchable, but I am one of those guys that wants to milk the big three for everything that they have, because the second timeline is not going to be this. You're not going to have 3 Hall of Famers again and the best shooting backcourt of all time. You're just not.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, it's worth it. It might not be worth it for everybody else. I get both sides of it.
Yeah, I mean, the counter to that would be, look, you've had Clay and Steph and Wiggins and Draymond and Poole. Like, you've had health. I mean, the first month or two of the season, you had guys at full strength. And even then, you're losing to Charlotte. You're losing to Orlando. You're losing to the bottom feeders. You're losing, you are losing to teams you should be taking care of. Like, the reason, and I think John Dickinson and Whitey Gleason before us brought this up, but the reason why a team like Sacramento is in third place in the Western Conference is because they beat the teams they're supposed to beat. Mm-hmm. The Golden State Warriors have not shown that they can beat teams consistently that they're supposed to beat. So the counter would be, yeah, you're not going to have the greatest backcourt of all time, but also if you cash in the chips, no matter if you believe in this second timeline or not, cashing in that potential to improve a team that is currently 500, is that going to move the needle enough to say get you over the hump to be, a Western Conference Finals, take you to a finals team, take you to a championship team? I don't know if there's even a guy out there available that moves the needle enough for me to move off of that potential.
Yeah, and what happened? Nobody's talking about Miles Turner anymore? Are we done with Miles Turner?
And I think he just signed a contract extension for the next couple of years in Indiana. So if you did go acquire him, you would have him
too. Because I think
you would have him for a couple more years,
right? And originally, that's why people didn't want Miles Turner, because that was a full on. If you're an A's fan out there, it was a full on rental, right? So you would lose the potential that you have, and then Miles Turner goes. Now that wouldn't be the situation anymore. I see the Pacers are in 11th place. They got something cooking a little bit with Halliburton and Miles Turner, so maybe they see what happens there. Ev, what I think is funny as we talk about possibly blowing up this timeline is I always thought it was a bit random Joe Lacob running around last season victory lapping the two timelines as if it matters, as if they were doing things. Now, Moody got some minutes, I know, in the playoffs a little bit. So did Kuminga, I know. But victory lapping as if we pulled it off. It's like a science experiment. We pulled off the two timeline. Nobody else could do it. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. And that's not an indictment on you, because it's really hard to do.
Yeah.
The Spurs technically, I guess, did it, but that's because their core never left. And I don't even know if you want to count them as doing it, because once the core did leave, Kawhi didn't win anything by himself. So I don't really know that they pulled it off. It's really hard to do.
Yeah, and look, Draymond Green mentioned it before the beginning of last season. Like, you don't typically win championships with rookies or with young guys. Mm-hmm. And the reason is, in my opinion, when the Warriors go out and drafted these projects, so to speak, a lot of potential, a lot of upside, a lot of talent, but a very raw, sort of moldable clay that you're hoping can become something of worth in the future, you are seeing those guys helping you. I would think 4 or 5 years down the line. The expectation, however, became 1 or 2 years in. And that, to me, is a little... It's not fair, honestly, to those guys, because usually when you're coming in as a raw talent, there's minutes for you. There's minutes waiting for you to play, to mess up, to be good, to improve, to have your ups and downs that we've seen from all those players throughout their time in Golden State. But if you're only getting 15 minutes a game and you have that voice in the back of your mind, which resembles Steve Kerr saying, hey, you make this play, like you're coming out.
Right.
Like, that to me is not an environment conducive to growth. So right now, like, I just want to ask the people, not necessarily about the second timeline, but if the second timeline impacts the trade deadline, do you see the Warriors making a move? Over under 1.5 moves by February 9th, 5 days of the trade deadline, 888-957-9570. What do you think will happen? Let's go to San Francisco and talk to Mike, who thinks there might be a deal to be had at the deadline for the Golden State Warriors. Mike, what's going on? You're on with Alan and Evan. How are you?
Yeah, what's up, guys? Yeah, to me, I think the one guy that would be a massive difference maker for this Warriors team would be Jay Crowder. I don't know if Phoenix would probably deal with the interconference rival, but I think a guy like him would be perfect. Other than that, really, I don't see anybody out there who you can attain. The asking price is going to be ridiculous for anybody else out there. So if Bob Myers can pull that off, I think he can be a right-away vet and show like he did with Phoenix, or excuse me, with the Heat when he went in there and helped them get to the finals. I know they lost to LA, but I would love him. And I want to get your thoughts on that. But as far as the Warriors themselves, I think one thing I love Kerr. He's a great coach, built a dynasty here. But the one mistake I think he's made is not letting Wiseman get some run, because they've been an abomination on the road. You're not winning any of these games anyway. So I think he should be out there in those games, especially on the back-to-back where the vets don't play, like to have him out there, give him a 30, 40-minute run and see if this guy can play. And these blowout losses, you're not winning any of these road games. Why do you think he's so reluctant to have him even out there? I know he's going to use excuses. He's inexperienced. He doesn't know offense. What's the difference if you're not beating anybody on the road anyway of not giving him some run out there? He hasn't shown any confidence outside of anybody besides Kuminga. What's your take on that? Thanks.
That's an interesting question, Mike. Like, that's the $1 million question. Like, if Wiseman is riding the bench and the team is 500, you're telling me there's not a little bit of time to carve out for James Wiseman?
Right.
I'm not sure, but do you want to address the Jay Crowder?
Yeah, the Jay Crowder thing. I mean, I just don't think that there is any chance the Suns would do that deal. And if they did, what they would just ask for something that they know the Warriors wouldn't. Yeah, give us Kuminga,
2 unprotected first.
Yeah, 2 unprotected first. Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody. Now,
yeah,
right for Jay Crowder. So it would be nice. I think it would be a pretty decent fit, but I just don't see the Suns doing it. Why? Why would they?
They wouldn't. In my opinion, like, you're not going to help someone that you're potentially going to have to play in the playoffs, and especially if you think that Jay Crowder is a valuable piece. Like, the Phoenix Suns would love to have him on their team. He just doesn't want to be there.
Right.
So that's the only reason why they are shopping him in the first place. To me, someone like that is the mold of a perfect piece for a team that hopes to contend, adding to their roster. A 3-and-D player, 6'8", can keep the guy in front, has playoff experience, has been in the league for a decade. Like, yes, Jay Crowder would fit this team perfectly. He would also fit any team
exactly.
perfectly.
And he's going to get your jacket, get your Timbs. He's going back east. He's going Eastern Conference. 510 is chiming in, Evan, on the Xfinity Mobile text line, going back to the 2 timelines.
Yeah.
My Joe Lacob statement about the victory lapping. No, they did meaning they did fill the 2 timelines. They won a chip with the young guys on the roster. So basically, any team that wins a championship with a rookie on a roster has figured out the 2 timelines.
Yeah, there's a difference between Dwayne Wade in 2006 being a young guy on a championship roster and Mario Chalmers being on the Miami Heat in the early 2010s. Like, those are not created equal. And even Mario Chalmers was a starter in those series, so that may be unfair to him talking about reference to these young guys on that team.
Oh, yeah, Mario Chalmers was a starter. These guys, Kuminga and Moody, they were not getting any run. Or obviously Wiseman was injured. So to me, that's not a 2 timeline thing. Or any team that has young guys and some rookies on their roster, even if they don't see any time, then they've conquered the 2 timelines. I don't think so.
Thanasis Antetokounmpo played in the 2020 or 21 NBA championship. Like, that doesn't mean he is a focal point of the roster and winning. But the 510 from the Xfinity Mobile text line also brings up an interesting point about, if we're talking about James Wiseman and Mike's point from San Francisco, if Poole and Jerome are allowed to make mistakes, why isn't Wiseman? I think that is a valid question.
It is, and I go back to fit. I go back to the Warriors haven't had a centerpiece center that can do some things offensively, and you're supposed to look for them. No, our centers, you be quiet, you set screens, you do the dirty work, you get rebounds, and you get out of here, and you get the dunker spot sometimes. That's not what James Wiseman's supposed to be. So I think it's hard to sit here and say, it's easy to say, well, James Wiseman's value must be down because he can't even get time on the Warriors. But other teams might be looking and saying, you know what? James Wiseman doesn't really fit the Warriors. He could fit what we're doing. So James Wiseman, his value might be higher than what I think, even personally. Because I don't necessarily know his value, but it might be higher than a lot of people think because these NBA front offices know that the Warriors and what they're doing with Wiseman, it doesn't really, it's like oil and water, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, no doubt. We're going to continue the conversation on the other side. Before the Warriors host the Mavericks tonight, tune into 95.7 the game before for Warriors Live, starting at 4:30 with John Dickinson, Tim Roy, 5 o'clock, take you up until the play-by-play at 5:30, brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for all things sports with live game shows, news, and highlights all in one place. 5 days away from the trade deadline of the NBA. How does Golden State factor in? Do they factor in? It's Alan Stiles. It's Evan Giddings along with Craig Valentino here on 95.7 The Game. We're back after this.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
It's Saturday, and this is Johnny Mosley with your Toyota Tahoe report. We have mixed conditions around the lake, but there's still great skiing to be had. Just hop in your Toyota and get up here.
Thanks, Johnny. You can expect partly cloudy skies in the morning with winds and clouds increasing throughout the day. We could see rain and snow hit the mountain later this evening with the heaviest snowfall Sunday morning. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota, let's go places.
Jonas Knox here, and this message is brought to you by Discover. Did you know you could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection, the latest innovation from Discover? Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data, and they'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app, see terms, and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection. That's discover.com/online privacy protection.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
I studied Spanish in college and never got fluent. But then I tried Babbel.
Want the most effective way to learn another language? In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's bite-sized lessons will have you learning another language in as little as 3 weeks.
Babbel gets you speaking quickly about things you actually talk about in the real world.
University studies have shown that using Babbel for 15 hours is equivalent to a semester of college Spanish. If you want to learn a new language, there's no better way than Babbel. Go to Babbel.com to try Babbel for free. That's BABBEL.com.
Bridgewater, the hit fiction podcast, is back. A supernatural thriller presented in immersive 3D binaural audio.
The Bridgewater Triangle. There is some kind of mystical force in this region that attracts monsters and paranormal activity.
There's something beyond our understanding going on here?
Starring Supernatural's Misha Collins, The Walking Dead's Melissa Ponzio, and Rogue One's Alan Tudyk. Written by Lauren Shippen and created by me, Aaron Mahnke. Listen to Bridgewater wherever you get your podcasts.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
There's something about that polished green stretching across the eighth hole that whispers, just tell them you're at lunch. Because it's not a hobby, it's a peace of mind. Let CertaPro painters bring the same tones and peace of mind to your home. Our experienced painters are here to make your next painting project as carefree as a day on the green. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Evan Giddings, Alan Stiles, take you up until Warriors Live at 4:30 before the 5:30 tip at Chase Center tonight between the Golden State Warriors and the Dallas Mavericks. Appreciate everyone tuning in on the Xfinity Mobile text line, 888-957-9570. On YouTube, Raymond N. is going to the game tonight. Hope they win. Well, they should win, Alan. Luka Doncic isn't playing tonight, and that is pretty much the only thing associated with the Dallas Mavericks.
Right. Luka Doncic, there won't be and he does normally ball against the Warriors, so I got a buddy going, and I feel bad for him because he's not going to get to see Luka, but hopefully there's a better chance of seeing a Warriors win. So there won't be any 50-point triple-doubles from Luka tonight.
Yeah, do you have any bold predictions as far as what the Warriors should or shouldn't do to a Doncic-less Dallas team tonight? It feels like this has to be a game where, I don't know what the line is, what it's moved to, but whatever it is, they better cover by a lot.
They better cover by a lot, and there better be at least 100 people in the stadium saying to their partner or saying to their kids or saying to their friends when it's maybe 10 minutes left in the fourth quarter, do you want to get out of here and beat the traffic? If that many people are not saying that, that's a problem.
If Steph Curry plays more than 34 minutes tonight, I'm going to wonder what's going on.
That's another problem because
we need guys to get some rest. That's what we need.
Right. There's a bunch of, overtimes and just hard-earned games. You go and do the weird and the weird thing that they did in Denver where they played Steph and Wiggins, but obviously you didn't play Clay, you didn't play Draymond, and Draymond, it was that calf situation that we're keeping an eye on. I didn't love the all out, and we're not even going to put out any starters in the backs of a double-double because you're basically just putting up the white flag, even though that crew has won at least one game, maybe a couple games this season. I didn't love that, but then when I saw Steph playing without the rest of the crew against the number one seed in the West, I said, Steve, this is when you decide to leave Steph in there against in a game where the Nuggets are completely healthy. This is where you decide to leave him in. So that didn't make a ton of sense to me. I'm just looking here, Evan.
Well, do you think that's a thing where, Steph came out last week and was talking about load management. It's not something that the players are responsible for. Now, I would say some players. Steph Curry, I believe him at his word when he says he wants to play back-to-backs. Do you think that's a situation where, not that the training staff is readjusting the science or whatever Stephen Curry alluded to that prevents him from playing sometimes in back-to-backs, but him saying that, championing to play, and he wants to play against the best team in the West, to me, that might be a situation where Steve's like, Draymond's a late scratch tonight, Clay's obviously not, are you sure you want to go? And Steph's like, hell yeah, put me out there.
That's very possible. And Steph, after what happened, and don't make me bring it up, but he did have an opportunity with as bad as the Warriors played, and they gave up the lead because they've been giving up leads. With as bad as the Warriors had played, you found yourself in a situation against the Timberwolves when Steph had a chance to maybe not win the ball game because there still would have been 2 seconds left, but he had a chance to put the Warriors up with about 2 seconds left in that game, and he missed a pretty wide open mid-range. So maybe Steph felt, maybe I can come back after that and make a statement, beat the number one seed. So I could see that. And then he goes down and gets a leg contusion.
Yeah, well, he is probable tonight with that leg contusion, like you mentioned. Draymond Green is questionable with the calf tightness. Klay Thompson is questionable with a non-COVID illness. 5:30 tip, Dallas Mavericks, Golden State Warriors. You can hear that right here on 95.7 The Game. Pre-game coverage beginning at 4:30. Before we get back to the trade deadline, Joe in San Jose has been waiting around patiently, wants to talk about the timelines in Golden State. And it looks like Craig's Craig's out of the room right now. So we'll get to Joe in just a minute. Don't worry about it, Joe.
Craig's here.
Oh, Craig's right there. Okay, Joe, what's going on, man? You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. First of all, I think this two-timeline thing is BS. There's no such thing. Because we've tasted a lot of early success with this ownership, we think that we can keep this going. This whole thing works because we got a top 10 player of all time instead. The moment he hangs his boots, we'll stop winning. We'll turn into Orlando Magic. We saw what happened like 2 years ago when Steph was injured. We were like the worst offense in the league in the preceding 5 years or something, right? So I think the time to make the move is now. If you're still wondering whether we could pull off this two-timeline thing, look at the Lakers. They had the staff, they had the blueprint. They thought they could win with LeBron and then hand it off to Anthony Davis and keep it going. They couldn't. So I think time to win is now. We need to make the move now. And I'm looking at Brooklyn Nets. They are on the verge of blowing up. They got some interesting players, Nick Claxton, Rice O'Neal. I don't know if they want them or not. I think time to make the call is now, and time to make the move is now. Thank you.
I appreciate that, Joe. Sounds like Joe wants to make a move, Alan.
Right. And to what Joe was saying about the young guys and the post-Steph Curry, post-Big Three era, I do think that Joe Lacob, he's talking about movies and making amusement parks. I do think he is maybe overselling what the Warriors will be when these three guys ride into the sunset. Now, Joe, I hope that the Warriors are not a version of the Orlando Magic when they do ride off into the sunset. And that's
Orlando's pretty entertaining, Alan.
Well, they are, but it took a while for them to even get to where they are, and they aren't really anywhere yet. So I understand that Joe Lacob is probably overselling post-Steph Curry, that era, but on the other hand, you don't want to get rid of everybody because then you will for sure be the Orlando Magic before they got their guy. So it's a bit of a tango, if you will. And I would say that if you have an opportunity to if you really think one of these guys that you're looking at is going to put you over the top, then I don't think any of the young guys should be untouchable. But I would not reach. I would not reach for it, just like if it was a draft. I'm not going to reach just because I think this guy could help, and then you do lose your future. If you're going to trade your future and move off of them, it better be for something pretty darn good, and I think that's the issue when it is a seller's market. You're not going to get a steal, that's for sure.
No, you're not. And look, that's why I think the Warriors, like, if we're talking about, again, that number, over under half an acquisition, a move made in 5 days by the Golden State Warriors at the NBA trade deadline, which is February 9th. Allen thinks they will maybe not make a trade, but acquire some sort of assistance, whether it be a buyout or otherwise. I don't think there's anything coming for Golden State, and this is going to be the roster that we see for the rest of the season, win or lose. From the 229 on the Xfinity Mobile text line chiming in, Bob Myers is willing to trade any young Warriors player that isn't Kuminga. I do believe that. I do believe that Bob Myers is willing to trade anyone not named Jonathan, maybe even Jonathan Kuminga. The issue is, what do you get back? And to me, Joe's talking about Royce O'Neal, Nick Claxton, the Brooklyn Nets. Who knows what's going on there? The only player that's asked for a trade is Kyrie Irving in Brooklyn. And that's an entire can of worms. But it does maybe perhaps pique interest from other teams about surrounding pieces if the Nets decide they indeed do want to move Kyrie.
And if they do decide to move Kyrie, that doesn't necessarily mean they want to blow it up. Yeah. And I think to Joe's point, it was more, well, if they're moving Kyrie, then they're probably going to move KD and blow it up. They're not going to trade Kyrie for a bunch of young guys if they plan on still riding with Kevin Durant. They're not going to say, okay, this is cool. Because then the Nets would have two timelines, and the Nets don't want two timelines.
No.
So they'd have to fully blow it up as well. We talked and we joked a little bit because a couple years ago, everybody felt so bad when Marquise Chris broke his leg and he fit so well into the Warriors. He last played for the Mavericks. It doesn't seem like I would assume he's available.
He's been chilling.
He's been chilling. Everybody loved him before. You could bring him back. And I did not know that he was born in Sacramento and went to school in Elk Grove. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that either.
Yeah. I don't know if Elk Grove is Bay Area, but
Northern California. He's a Northern California guy. He's been here before. He's familiar with the spot.
Is Aaron Gordon a Bay Area guy?
Yeah, South Bay. Yeah,
South Bay.
Archbishop Mitty.
Yeah.
I mean, that's closer than Elk Grove to the Bay.
Yes, that's Bay Area. That's Bay Area guy.
AG.
Marquise Chris, NorCal guy. Bring him back. Give him a call.
No, our high school, St. Mary's College High School played Aaron Gordon. I was not on the team. I did not play basketball. But we played against Archbishop Mitty, and he had like 35 and 25. That dude was unbelievable in high school. And continues to be a force for the Denver Nuggets, who right now sit in first place, a place that the Warriors wish that they were, but currently reside at 500. Like, okay, so this is one of the things, too, we're talking about the Warriors being, quote-unquote, fine in the West. Do you feel like they are? And if so, why? Like, to me, if the reason is you feel fine in the West, it isn't necessarily just because of Golden State. It's because what we talked about in the first segment, Alan, which is there's 11 teams, essentially, that are trying to figure out which side of 500 they want to be on.
Yeah. It's more about the other teams than it is the Warriors. And if any of these teams start to get hot and go on a run, then the opinions will change. But for right now, as long as these teams keep beating each other up and nobody is, crabs in a barrel, nobody's getting out of the barrel, then the Warriors are all right. But at some point, you have to be above 500. The question is, how far above 500 do you need to be in this year's Western Conference?
Well, I don't know, but you're looking back at Golden State and you're seeing a lot of games that have gotten away from them. You can count 4 or 5 just on your hand off the top of your head.
I forget a lot of them, to be completely honest.
Look, they all blend together.
Yeah.
Minnesota's certainly one of them. I mean, you just tack on the list the Utah game in which they blew at the very end of the game.
Right.
Charlotte earlier on this season with Dennis Smith Jr.'s cooking them.
Right. I completely forgot about this one's more recent. The Brooklyn game.
The Brooklyn game. Should have had that game. Like, those are so that's 4 games right now we're naming in 15 seconds. You spin that around, and you're looking at a Warriors team that right now would have 30 wins and would be in third place in the Western Conference. Like, that is the margin of error right now for Golden State, and the margin of error that Bob Myers mentioned on this station earlier this week, trying to improve that margin of error. To me, I think it resides more internally than externally, but I want to get JB from San Jose, who's been hanging around, wants to talk about what's been hurting the Warriors the most, and it doesn't sound like it's something that they can perhaps go out and get. JB, what's going on? You're on with Alan and Evan on 95.7 The Game.
Thanks, guys, for taking my call. I just think that the Warriors, no matter what players they get, trade deadline is irrelevant. They've been in very close, entertaining games. The problem is the turnover, and they're just not responding to Steve Kerr. Even Steph Curry, the veterans and the rookies are making turnover. It's just a bad environment, and they can't shoot their way out of it like they used to when they were young. So I think the problem comes down to coaching and not the players. They're just not responding to Steve Kerr. What do you guys think? Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, appreciate it, JB. Look, it's interesting. I do think, to his point, like he mentioned them shooting their way out of whatever hole they're in. It does feel like the Warriors, Charles Barkley called them a jump shooting team when they weren't, 5-6 years ago or 7 years ago. But it does feel like now more than ever during the dynasty, like they are a jump shooting team.
More than ever, which is crazy to think about, but that's what it is. I mean, the guys off the bench, a lot of them, they're just pulling up threes. And we know that's what Steph does. That's what Clay does. That's who they are right now. And that's why offensively people do like a Kuminga, because Kuminga is a guy that can get to the cup. Going back to JB in terms of the turnovers, so that game that we went to, Evan, what was it, a couple weeks ago against the Grizzlies?
Yeah.
When Jordan Poole won at the final second and Steph threw the mouthpiece, we were supposed to, a couple games stretch, we thought it was going to be, they're going to go on a run after Steph throws the mouthpiece. Didn't end up being the case.
Yeah.
But after the game, I asked Steve Kerr about the turnovers, and he basically said, we go over the turnovers. We talk about what can happen, what can't happen. And I said, hey, I know you got vets. Is it a little bit harder to tell them what to do because they know that they're doing things wrong? And he said, we still go over them. And then jokingly at the end, he says, and they go out and do the same thing.
Yeah.
And I don't think it was a joke, and everybody in the media room laughed. I don't think it was a joke because I don't know that I can put this on Steve Kerr. These are vets. Steph Curry, you have to be better. So I'm not going to say that Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson aren't responding to Steve Kerr after everything that they've been through. What is Steve Kerr supposed to do if Steph just decides? These are bad turnovers. These are CYO turnovers. These aren't because of the complexity of the offense. They're just boneheaded plays.
And more importantly, they're coming from your best players. Like, I know Jordan Poole is leading the team in turnovers, and he certainly is culpable in this. But Stephen Curry, 6 turnovers against Denver. Draymond Green didn't play in that game, but the game before against Minnesota, 5 turnovers. Steph had 5 turnovers against Minnesota, a few of which down the stretch that could have helped you potentially pull that game out. Instead, you blow a 14-point fourth quarter lead. So it's not like Steve Kerr is saying, yeah, we have this turnover issue. And that was a great question to ask him, especially after that game, which seemed like it could have gone either way between Memphis and Golden State because of those turnovers. But it's not like you're looking down the line and saying, okay, well, Ty Jerome's turning the ball over a little bit, and Kuminga's making some rookie mistakes, and Anthony Lamb's not crisp with the basketball, and none of them necessarily are, but it also doesn't mean that Steph Curry and Draymond Green, your 2 primary ball handlers on offense, have not been taking care of the basketball the way they should.
No, they haven't. And I coined this term.
And the way they can.
I've coined this term, Evan. You can take this with you. Everybody listening can take this with you as well. We live in a land, we like to use the word culture a lot, right? Cancel culture, all these types of things. I've coined the term for the Warriors. They have turnover culture. They have turnover culture because for so long, they could turn the ball over, and to JB's point, they could shoot their way out of it. So, hey, and we'll hear it on the broadcast. Hey, that turnover, Steve Kerr doesn't mind that one. That's an aggressive play. You got to push the basketball. That's what they do. This offense is part of the reason that there are turnovers. So it's turned into that when, A, you don't have the horses to shoot your way out of it. I mean, you still have your main horses, but clearly you're not able to do that. And B, these aren't part of the offense or because you're pushing the basketball. These are just CYO B team plays. That's it. And I think it might be B2, not even the B1 team that almost made the A team.
Yeah, no, you're right. Like, I do think that not all turnovers are created equal. I mean, the Warriors have, look, they run a motion offense. They have led the league in total passes. Their assist numbers are also usually very high. Maybe not this year compared to previous years, but they're always in the bottom, I would say 5. If you look back across the dynasty that is and started around 2013, mainly 15 when Steve Kerr got there, but even before they turned the ball over a lot, you would see them being 29th, 30th, 28th in turnovers like they currently are, and 29th in turnover rate. But to your point, they're live ball turnovers. They are boneheaded turnovers. They are turnovers that you would look up and say, Steph, and he's had a problem with turnovers his entire career. It's just he's so damn good, it doesn't seem to matter. But again, the issue is this year, what we're talking about is there is much of a fine line, more so than any other year, for this group, and that's why we see them at 26 and 26. Look, for the 5-1-0, the good thing is the Warriors are fine in this year's West. The bad thing is they're fine in this year's West. A short win streak jumps them up to 5 or 4, which might be contributing to what seems like a lack of urgency to win on a night in and night out basis. Like, that's the thing. They are fine, but they cannot be fine, in my opinion, and repeat as champions. And it does start in a lot of ways with what you're talking about in that turnover culture.
So we keep talking about the West, but besides the Warriors, and the only reason I'm saying besides the Warriors because they are the defending champs.
Yeah.
Besides the Warriors, is there any other Western Conference team that you would pick to win the whole thing? Because we're talking about how we're fine in the West because nobody is really separating themselves. I know the Nuggets and the Grizzlies, but are these teams beating the Bucks? Are these teams beating the Celtics? If we're taking the Warriors out. Do we think that these teams, that the Nuggets or the Grizzlies or the Clippers or the Kings, do we think any of these teams are beating the Bucks or the Celtics?
Well, the good thing is, if you're the Warriors just looking around, there's no other team in either conference outside of Milwaukee that does have what you have, which is championship pedigree. Like, there's no other. There are players on different teams that obviously have titles.
The Lakers.
Yeah, you're right. Yes, the Lakers do. You are correct. Dallas was in the Western Conference Finals last year. Phoenix Suns was in the finals 2 years ago. Like, there are teams that have been looking to make the next step. And to me, Denver would be the most dangerous of those teams.
Agreed.
Just because they have everything except the pedigree. They have arguably the best player on the planet. They have a very deep team, 1 through 8 or 9. They have players that play both sides of the floor more so than they ever have. I'm not saying they're a great defensive team, but if they can put some things together in the playoffs, I think they become very dangerous. And they have health, which they didn't have last year, getting Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. back, who offer perimeter offense, which they just didn't have. So even if you're worried about what Jokic can and can't be down the stretch of a postseason, you do have something else to offset it. Denver be the only team, in my opinion, that I wouldn't be quote-unquote fine with in the West.
Yeah, Denver does worry me. Denver does scare me a little bit because I think that Jokic has an axe to grind. Last year, he had to do it all himself. He's passing to JaMychal Green. JaMychal Green's his second, third option in the playoffs last year.
We're getting a good look at JaMychal Green this year.
Good look at JaMychal Green. I'm thinking, yeah, Jokic deserved that MVP. Yeah. That's no offense to JaMychal Green. He's got his boys back. He's got Jamal Murray back. He's got MPJ back. And going back to a couple years ago when we talked about the Lakers and winning their title when it was in the bubble, Jamal Murray, he balled out in the bubble. That next season, you had Jokic, you had Jamal Murray, you had these guys coming back thinking, all right, nobody really believed the Lakers are going to repeat. The Nuggets were pretty high up there in terms of teams to worry about. The Warriors didn't have Clay and a lot of things moving in their direction. What happens? Jamal Murray goes down. So they feel that their window has been messed up a bit due to injury and they're rolling right now. And they feel that this is our opportunity to take the next step.
Yeah, look, it's Alan Stiles, it's Evan Giddings here on 95.7 The Game, taking you up until 4:30. I want to go out to Richmond, where Fred is hanging out in the East Bay. He wants to talk about the Warriors, of course, to take on the Mavericks tonight at 5:30. Fred, what's going on? You're on with Alan and Evan here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Of course.
I was just listening to the show. I really believe that the Warriors are just trying to limp through the regular season until someone beat them 4 out of 7 times in the playoffs. I really don't take any of these teams serious. The Warriors go on a 5-game winning streak. They'll be, the third or the second seed in the West. So I just think that they need to continue to try to fix what the problem is, which is health. Wiggins hasn't really been the same since the injury in mid-December. I just think one of the callers saying that they're not listening to Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr is the system. They have no choice but to listen to Steve Kerr. Those vets are going to make everything work out. I just wish Iggy can play more. Does anybody know what's really wrong with him? Or is he just on the team to try to push this last hoorah with the vet?
Yeah, it's a great question, Fred. We appreciate you, man. I don't know.
Who knows?
Only Andre Iguodala knows, and I don't even know if he knows the way that he has been hurt and then is trying to ramp himself up. Look, I set the over-under for Andre Iguodala's season minutes this year at 49.5. He has currently played 42. I don't know if he's going to get over that. I would hope so, but I can't count on him at this point. That's where I'm at.
Must be. You talk about a locker room guy, and I'm really trying not to be mean here. But you talk about a locker room guy.
You're not a mean guy.
They must really love him in the locker room because you're essentially wasting a roster spot. That's what you're doing. And if they feel, and here's the thing, I need to know if he's not going to put up stats on the court. I need to know. I need his stats off the court. I need to know how many pump up speeches he's given, how many, tips he's given to the young guys. If that's why he's there, I need to know what he's actually doing because we're not saving him for the playoffs. He got in the playoffs. I wanted him to get out. And then he did. He ended up tweaking something in the playoffs. So it's kind of a rough go. I know I think he found it disrespectful when somebody referred to him as Udonis Haslem. But, are we really that far off?
Hey, Udonis Haslem's played more games than Andre Iguodala has.
Which is insane. Yeah. It is insane. And I know Iguodala's got a podcast as well. I'm going to hop on there. Does he take questions? Can you just be honest with us? What is the plan?
I don't know, but Evan Turner might have more minutes in him right now, his podcast partner, than Andre Iguodala at this point. Look, I think Andre can add something into this roster if he's able to play. It just doesn't seem like his body is letting him at this point. So I unfortunately, I can't count on him. We will carry on here on 95.7 The Game. Evan Giddings and Alan Stiles taking you up until Warriors Live at 4:30. We're going to be talking Warriors coming back. We're going to be talking about the trade deadline, some of the Kyrie Irving situation up in Brooklyn. What does that mean for Kevin Durant? What does that mean for the rest of the league, as well as Golden State as it pertains? We're also going to get into some 49ers and all the 49ers reaction this week. The red and gold reaction is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com. 888-957-9570 if you want to chime in on the conversation. Also the number for the Xfinity mobile text line. Alan Stiles and Evan Giddings back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Guys, fellas, men, are you Roman ready for Valentine's Day? Right now, generic Viagra, aka Sildenafil, is just $4 per dose at Roman. Just complete a free online visit with a U.S. licensed healthcare professional. If medication is appropriate, Roman sends everything right to your door with free shipping and in discreet packaging. Go to ro.co/Viagra to get generic Viagra for just $4 per dose. Do it by February 8th for 20% off and guaranteed shipping by Valentine's Day. That's ro.co/Viagra.
My simple solution to the problem was remove people from the scene and help them feel safer.
In response to attacks against Asian Americans, Maddie Park raised over $250,000 to donate cab rides to the Asian community.
There is so much more work to be done. We really need to come together and tackle this issue as a community.
Support the Asian community. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. You're driving along and some nimrod cuts you off. You hit the horn. Jeez, it sounds like a goose in distress. Time to head over to eBay Motors. They have horns for every make and model, not to mention horn pads, steering wheels, wiring, and more. 122 million parts. You can even go for an upgrade. It looks like Mr. Cutoff Man needs a new seat cover. Try eBay Motors, pal. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands. Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-9336. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-444-9336. 800-444-9336.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
What if you could build a 6-figure retirement income with almost half the money saved? You heard that right. Get a discount on your retirement, creating a 6-figure income with 40% less than traditional 401ks and mutual funds. Hi, I'm Brett Kitchen, best-selling author and star in a new Hollywood documentary called The Baby Boomer Dilemma. In this film, economists and Nobel Prize prize-winning PhDs from Wharton, MIT, and Stanford share a strange concept I call the retirement discount. It gives you more retirement income with the same dollars saved, and your money is never at risk if the market crashes. That's right. If the market crashes 30%, you lose nothing. Even people who are on track have shifted money to this new strategy because it increases their retirement income or can allow them to stop working years sooner. So if you're over 50 and want a bigger, better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this brand new movie, The Baby Boomer Dilemma, at 1-800-506-2020. This is a $30 value, but when you call today, you'll get it completely free, plus 2 hours of bonus behind-the-scenes footage. I'll even cover shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now, 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020, 1-800-506-2020.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Give your sweetheart an experience rather than a gift, like a night out for dinner or a couple's massage. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-700-6898. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-700-6898. That's 800-700-6898 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover. All for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Anytime I'm cruising listening to 95.7 The Game, Craig Valentino's on the board. I hear this song. I know that he's on the board. He's always got it bumping on the ones and twos. Alan Stiles, Evan Giddings, taking you up until 4:30 on 95.7 The Game till Warriors Live. You know, Craig just keeps the club moving, Alan. That's just what he does all day, pretty much on Saturday.
Day party for Craig.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate it's a little drizzly outside. Although it did, I hate to take a shot, Alan, but it did seem pretty fitting that the foggy, rainy, cloudy day fell upon the San Francisco Giants Fan Fest.
Yeah, that's a rough one. When is that? Is that going all day?
I hope not, because the infield is about to be underwater.
Well, that's what I was thinking, because they don't want, I mean, not that anybody's playing on it anytime soon, but they don't want fans messing that type of stuff up. It looks like it ends in an hour. It ends at 3. So it's been
too late.
It's been dry.
It has.
It just wasn't sunny.
Not today.
Not today.
Not today.
It's too bad.
So hopefully not foreshadowing what is to come for the San Francisco Giants, but I really don't see any other outcome, so to speak, as far as fog and rain on the forecast.
Somebody can get hot. A couple guys can get hot. You never know.
That's true. It still potentially moves to be made. I don't know what, but the Giants, just like the Warriors, like we're trying to figure out what is going on at the trade deadline. Can the Warriors, regain some of their championship pedigree Is it more external or internal? To me, all the improvement relies on them internally figure something out. But Alan, the trade generators and the trade, potential swaps are coming in. People are flooding these things in because they want to see the Warriors make a move. Apparently,
they do. And I have one here. Actually, we have Jonathan Joseph is dropping a lot of trade generators. I'm just going to go to the first one that I saw.
Shout out Jonathan. Shout out Jason. Everyone listening on YouTube or watching on YouTube, listening on, of course, the Odyssey app.
So I'm going to read it off, and we'll decide who would say no, if anybody. So in this trade, it involves the Mavericks, the Warriors, and the Utah Jazz. The Mavericks would receive JaMychal Green, James Wiseman, Ryan Rollins, and a 2023 first-round pick from the Warriors. The Jazz would receive Moses Moody, Patrick Baldwin Jr., and a 2025 first-round pick. The Warriors receive Christian Wood and Jared Vanderbilt. Who says no, Evan?
Everyone except for Golden State. Christian Wood, who, by the way, is inactive tonight. He is hurt. He is out for the Dallas Mavericks, as is Luka Doncic, for everyone wondering about the game at 5:30 tonight. Warriors taking on the Mavericks. But, yeah, you're right. The Warriors would love this deal.
Great deal.
You bring in a big that can stretch the floor. Christian Wood, Jared Vanderbilt is 6'9". He can guard 4 positions. Mm-hmm. He's beaten the Warriors on a couple occasions this year, or one specifically. But yeah, I would love that. But that would mean, for those wondering about the sacrificial second timeline at this point, yeah, you're giving up on James Wiseman and Moses Moody, along with, to me, the other reason why it wouldn't happen, more from a Golden State Warriors perspective, and any of these deals involving picks, is if you really are worried about the direction where the Warriors are going beyond this season, you cannot afford to give up any unprotected first-rounders, because then you might be stuck in a situation like the Brooklyn Nets were about 10 years ago, where, yeah, you got KG and Paul Pierce for a couple of years and some good players, and then you look up and you see you have no first-round picks for 4 seasons.
Right.
And they're all really good picks.
Right. You turn into the Los Angeles Rams of the NBA, or like you said, the Nets as well. I'm just thinking here, if you made this work, I mean, this is a steal by the Warriors. If you give the Jazz Kuminga, would they say yes? You got to give either the Jazz. The problem is you can't give Kuminga to the Mavericks and the Jazz. No. But if you could, then I think it could work. But I do not think that the Mavericks would trade Christian Wood for JaMychal Green, James Wiseman, Ryan Rollins, and a first-round pick.
No, I'm with you. And look, that's one of the reasons why they went out and got Christian Wood, because they needed a running mate for Luka Doncic, who is a big, and Kristaps Porzingis was supposed to be that guy. Didn't work out, so I don't know why they would move on. The guy that would be really interesting to me and actually has been floated around trade circles is Jared Vanderbilt.
Yes.
That is someone who would be, I guess, more realistic or feasible to acquire if you're Golden State. And we're talking about what Golden State needs. To me, the switch to the small ball lineup is indicative of something that Golden State, of course, always does come postseason time, but it also, as far as the trade deadline is concerned, tells me, Alan, that they will not be seeking size. If they want to add anything, it would be a perimeter guy, a wing guy, such as someone like Jared Vanderbilt.
But would you give up Kuminga for Vanderbilt?
That is probably who it would take.
Exactly.
I would not do it.
I wouldn't do it.
Because also, I think that Vanderbilt, if you did get him, he would probably slot in it wherever you see Kuminga in the rotation come postseason time. Like, Kuminga has the ability, to me, to be as close to an off-the-bench defensive stopper as anyone on this team because of his tools. Jared Vanderbilt is probably the 8th or 9th guy anyways. So that's a net neutral. The only difference is, of course, you're giving up the upside of what Kuminga could be.
And I don't think, again, we've talked about moving the kids. I am willing to move the kids, but it would have to make sense. I'm not just moving them because I don't feel like babysitting anymore. It has to be a deal that makes sense for the Warriors, not just for this, mostly for this year, but also moving forward. And in that situation, can't do it.
You're not giving him up for adoption.
I would go Vanderbilt for Wiseman straight up.
Ooh.
But I don't know if the Jazz would do that.
Yeah, I think I would too. Okay, so like if we are talking, and it always sucks. It always comes back to James Wiseman. This, why isn't he playing? Why can't he get on the floor? Some of that has been due to injuries. Some of it's been due to him just not being apparently good enough to crack Steve Kerr's rotation. Some of it also has to do with, like you said, the fit. Some of it has to do with the position he plays and look, they already told Kevon Looney that they may not be using him in the starting lineup the way that they did in years past. So why should James Wiseman expect to be a backup center in this system? But it does look a lot like, no matter how you slice it at this point, Alan, James Wiseman's not going to help this team if they are to win a championship. He's not going to be a part of this season.
No, and they have some decisions to make. And I think that's a big reason the Warriors need to look in the mirror and make sure that they don't get fleeced, because they have decisions to make with James Wiseman and his contract and all that fun logistical stuff at the end of the season. But if you know that you've decided that he's not going to help you, you got to try to do a better job of hiding it, I think, is the problem for the Warriors. Because you're not getting him any type of run. Other teams are saying, we know you don't plan on using him.
Yeah.
So we're not, there's no, hey, you got to give us a good deal or we'll just keep him. No, you don't. No, you won't. You don't want to keep him. You won't even play him.
It does feel like they, in my opinion, they have tried to prop James Wiseman's stock up as much as they can. Like they've tried to send him to the G League to get him minutes and then bring him back, and it looked like he had 30 points against Brooklyn. He played on Christmas Day, and he was I think he was actually a positive in Minnesota. And plus minus whatever you take from it, that's fine. But eventually, you're going to get snuffed out. Like, you're going to get found out. Yeah. You are going to get exposed, as people like to call it. And James Wiseman, unfortunately, at this point in his career, has been exposed as a player that has not so far lived up to that number 2 overall pick billing.
If I am the Warriors, I'm selling the heck out of the fit aspect. I would say, this guy, hey, man.
If you run pick and roll, James Wiseman's for you.
And so I'm going to be Bob Myers here.
Yeah, you are.
So,
come on, Bob.
The offense that we run, it does not really feature a center. That's where Wiseman has struggled. But your team, X-team, whoever he's talking to, your team does. And I think that's why James Wiseman, for us, it's not a talent thing. He's got talent coming out of his ears. The problem is the fit. And that's why we would like to move on from him, but we're not going to sell him cheap because we know what he can do. It's just the fit for us specifically. Okay. That's what you got to do.
Yeah, so you're Bob Myers. I'll be Danny Ainge, and we're talking about the Utah Jazz. Okay. Okay, Bob. So how would you envision James Wiseman running pick and roll with Jordan Clarkson or Mike Conley? Because right now, I just don't see it, Bob.
Well, he's still working on some things. You got to remember, he's young.
He is.
He has been injured, but he's coming around.
That's a fact.
He's been coming around, and I think for what you guys are building, right, you want young talent, young blood. This is a guy that gives you that centerpiece that you're looking for, okay? He is a guy, not only can he run the pick and roll, but let's not forget, we are moving towards those hybrid bigs. This guy's got a heck of a shot. Have you seen his lefty stroke?
Bob Myers, I have seen the stroke, but, we kind of just moved off of, a stifle tower in Rudy Gobert.
We
moved off a guy who was a 7-footer, could go up and block shots, could dunk it, could jam it with the best of them. But he just wasn't a good fit in our system because he couldn't really do much outside of defend the rim.
Right. The issue was...
And we got 4 picks, by the way, so we're going to need at least 2 over here in Utah to even feel comfortable with having this conversation, I think.
The issue was Gobert offensively. You will not have those problems with James Wiseman. James Wiseman is more skilled than Rudy Gobert offensively right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Yeah, no, that's true. But the issue is, and again, I think outside of the role play, the issue with the Warriors right now is that they cannot defend, at least consistently. Mm-hmm. Look, like right now, the Warriors are about as true of a 500 club as you can be. Their last 15 games, they are 7-8. Over those 15 games, they have an offensive rating of 114.2, and they have a defensive rating of, wait for it, 114.2. They are a net 0. They are a 500 club, and James Wiseman does not help either of those. So when we're talking about a trade, all right, how can you help either of those two efficiency ratings get uplifted? I just don't know if I see it externally, and that's why I come back to the Warriors, to me, probably not making a move, but trying to do things more along the lines of adjusting their starting lineup to try and activate Jordan Poole or to have Kevon Looney playing off of the bench to give you some more defensive presence for your second unit in rebounding. Like that, to me, I think we're going to see more of those adjustments as opposed to, even if it's a buyout, a trade or somebody else coming in.
Yeah. Where the Warriors are right now with this market, it's very similar to, we just talked about FanFest for the Giants. It's very similar to when you go to a game or go to an amusement park. You know that you're going to overpay, but hopefully you prepared for that. You know the beer is going to be as much as what a six-pack typically is at Safeway. You know the hot dog is going to be as much as a pack of hot dogs at Safeway.
$1
But hopefully you understand that, you plan for it, and you just eat it, and you go along and you do it. The Warriors know that at this point with this current market, they're going to have to overpay. Do they want to do that? And I think to your point, as much, and Bob Myers right here on our airwaves said, do we need a trade? Do we want one? He was asked, and he said the answer is both. I think even with that being said, they don't want to pay that premium. And it's going to have to be buyout, in my opinion. A straight-up trade, I just don't think the premium is too high right now for all these other teams, because all these other teams know that the West is a cluster, and they know that all these teams want to get over the hump. So I'm not going to sell you something and get fleeced simply because you need help. And where this help is coming from, we already talked about the Suns. They're not going to do that deal with Jay Crowder because it's the Warriors. So they're just limited. And you gotta figure out what you can figure out with the people you have. And I'm saying, okay, James Baldwin. So we talked to Anthony Slater on Thursday on the roast, and Anthony Slater, I said, hey, a lot of people have been asking for Patrick Baldwin Jr. A lot of people have been asking for PBJ. What's the deal there? And he said, he's just young and not physical enough. So everybody sees the length. Why don't we get him in there? He's tall. He can hit threes, right? He could be a Christian Wood type. He's not there yet. So some type of tinkering has to be done. And this is a challenge for Steve Kerr for all the years where, let's be completely honest, there's been different type of coaching that Steve Kerr has had to do. When you had Kevin Durant, I'm not positive how important the X's and O's were. I'm just going to be completely honest with you. But it was a different type of coaching. You had personalities. You had putting people in the right spots. Who's going to take the most shots? This right here is a new challenge for Steve Kerr. Bonte himself said he doesn't think Steve Kerr's been killing it this season, but he still has time to figure it out.
Yeah, and look, and people are chiming in with different suggestions. We got to the trade generator. People on YouTube, admin honor, cut Iggy and sign DeMarcus Cousins, I assume, or Dwight Howard, Cousins or Howard. That's in all likelihood not going to happen. The trade that we talked about earlier involving Christian Wood and Jaron Vanderbilt's probably not going to happen. I think you're right that there's more likely to be a buyout than anything else. But if you're the Warriors, and it's funny because, so they are 26-26. They are 500, and Draymond Green earlier this week was, kind of asked about this. Stephen Curry was as well. He said he's mostly optimistic about this season. I don't expect him to say anything different, but I do take him for his word that he feels good about them trying to sort of reclaim some of that magic that they found at the end of last season. But Draymond's quote was, against another team, not necessarily Memphis or Denver, but just a team in the ether of the NBA, our best versus their best. Quote, they don't stand a chance. Do you feel like that? And I wonder how the fans feel too. 888-957-9570, also the number for the Xfinity mobile text line. Do you think at their best, Golden State versus enter X team, that X team does not, quote unquote, stand a chance?
I've seen the Warriors crank it up and really play championship basketball probably 5 times this season for 5 games. So I know that they still have it, that switch that everybody keeps saying they're just going to flip it in the playoffs. I know that they have it, Evan, but I don't know if they have it for the duration of the playoffs. I don't know. I know that and I know people are going to, they did it last year. I know they did it last year. I'm talking about this year.
Yeah, different year.
I'm talking about this year.
2023.
I've seen them, and last year, they did it for multiple stretches during the regular season. So you felt, even though they had some bad losses, some bad patches last season, it was different because you had seen them play really well in certain spots. Obviously, Steph missed some time then. You get Klay. You didn't even have Klay Thompson. You get Klay Thompson back. There was a transition there. Draymond goes down. It's just a different situation. So going back to this season, when you're looking at them and what they've turned on, I know that they can turn it on offensively for the most part. Defensively is when, those 5 times that I spoke about, they did turn it on defensively. Can they do that throughout the playoffs, I don't know. They've done it before. They've done it multiple times. That's why they have 4 rings. But can they do it this specific year? I have not seen anything this year. So that's a problem with the dynasty. When you talk about a dynasty, everybody wants to talk about the dynasty as a whole. I'm just saying specifically this year. I would pick the Warriors, but it wouldn't surprise me if, this was the year they just ran out of gas.
Yeah, to your point, Alan, look, they have had 3 separate win streaks this year. No win streak has been more than 5. The second highest has been 3. They have not been able to put together a stretch like they did last year. And I'm not even talking about the 18-2 start, which is obviously fantastic and gave them a cushion. I'm talking about the fact that at the midway point through the year, at about this time, they were in the midst of a 9-game win streak from January to the beginning of February. They had 8 different win streaks of 3 games or more last season alone, and that was in a year where, again, we thought they kind of sputtered towards the end of the season due to injury. They haven't had that many injuries compared to last year, in my opinion, that have kind of reworked things to where we're wondering if they can reclaim it. Like, we've seen them at full strength, and at full strength, they have not put together more than a 5-game win streak. That, to me, is concerning because if you're looking at playing the same team for 2 weeks in a series, and then you have to win 4 of those series, not that you're going to have to win 5 in a row, but you're going to have to play that level of basketball
on the road
as well if you want to try and repeat as champions. And that's where I have pause. I still think that they can make the finals because of what we talked about, which is the Western Conference, and them having, no matter what, even if they play Milwaukee in the finals, I think they'll have a psychological advantage over their opponent. But is that advantage good enough? Is it good enough to get you over the top to where you were last year? And are the Warriors good enough to kind of find it within themselves to do what Draymond Green is talking about, which is saying, at our best, other teams do not stand a chance? That's what we're going to find out, and that's why people chiming in on YouTube, the Xfinity Mobile text line, saying, I'm confident I can see them doing it again this year. The answer is we won't know, of course, until the postseason, but to me, it's inescapable to say that it feels different from last year. Like, it is not. These seasons are not created equal.
No, and it's easy to say, oh, well, they sputtered last season. I think a really interesting thing is, and we've talked about it on the Xfinity Mobile text line as well, how because nobody is really separating themselves besides the 1 and 2 seed in the West, since nobody's really doing that, is it a little bit harder for the Warriors to get up and feel that, have that same sense of urgency because they haven't had to have it. So if that's your answer, so you're essentially trying to coast, but you're still putting on heavy minutes. To me, I don't know if it's mentally or not. Maybe that's the fourth quarter issues because Steve Kerr said it wasn't them being tired. But to me, you're not playing at your highest intensity, but now you're just going to turn it on for the playoffs, even though last year was similar in a different way. You had injuries, but last year you still had so much to go off of. Guys, I mean, we have our championship DNA. We got Clay back. We went 18-2. We've had these win streaks. We've looked like the best team in basketball for a long stretch, for multiple periods of time throughout the season. We got this. This year is just, well, we did it last year, and we have Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson. That's it. That's what you're banking on, because you can't refer to anything this season, not so far, if they continue to play this 500 style of basketball and we're just going to creep in. I don't think it's a lack of urgency. I just think it's a lack of being able to execute. They just have not executed. And maybe that's because of lack of urgency. I have no clue. But you are telling me that a team that hasn't gone on any real type of win streak this season is just going to all of a sudden go on a semi-win streak? Because we're not even talking, it's not even about the win streak. We're not even saying, oh, you got to win 10 games. Give me an 8-2-er.
We need to see 2 weeks of quality basketball.
A 7-1 guy, right? Like, you have not seen that. And when's the last time a team won a championship where they were not the best team in basketball for at least 2 weeks? At least 2 weeks.
Look, I know people bring or have brought up on this station this past week the fact that Boston was near 500, not around this time, but maybe at the end of whatever the 21 to 22 calendar year last year, and of course they went on a run to the finals. They didn't win, but they got damn close. The Warriors could try and find themselves. Look, they have 30 games left starting tonight at 5:30 against the Dallas Mavericks. Without Luka Doncic, the Warriors have 30 games left to prove to whether it be us, to themselves, to the media, to the league, that they are capable of repeating as champions. And we're going to continue to dig into that on the other side. Also going to talk about the 49ers. Of course, they have a lot of offseason decisions potentially to weigh. There was some news coming out today about Trent Williams we want to get to as well. But a reminder that before the Warriors host the Mavericks, tune into 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live at 4:30 with John Dickinson. And then, of course, handing things off to Tim Roy. Brought to you by the Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for all things sports with live games, shows, news, and highlights all in one place. It's Alan Stiles. It's Evan Giddings back after this on 95.7 The Game.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
It's Saturday, and this is Johnny Mosley with your Toyota Tahoe report. We have mixed conditions around the lake, but there's still great skiing to be had. Just hop in your Toyota and get up here.
Thanks, Johnny. You can expect partly cloudy skies in the morning with winds and clouds increasing throughout the day. We could see rain and snow hit the mountain later this evening with the heaviest snowfall Sunday morning. This report has been brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Check out Toyota's full lineup of mountain-ready all-wheel drive vehicles. Toyota, let's go places.
There's something about that polished green stretching across the 8th hole that whispers, just tell them you're at lunch. Because it's not a hobby, it's a peace of mind. Let CertaPro painters bring the same tones and peace of mind to your home. Our experienced painters are here to make your next painting project as carefree as a day on the green. To get your painting project started, go to CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. License information available at CertaPro.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Oh, want better visibility to get you through the winter? A new pair of premium wipers can help. Right now, you can earn a $10 bonus reward when you buy a pair of Rain-X Quantum Wiper Blades. See better and stay safe on the road all winter long. Get the parts you need when you need them at AutoZone or AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Offer available to AutoZone Rewards members.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-200-1966. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-200-1966. That's 800-200-1966 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation and discreet shipping if prescribed. You'll love your results. To start your free online visit, go to 4hims.com/joy. That's FORHIMS.com/JOY.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today. 1-877-CARS for kids. KARS Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Cars for kids. KARS Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
This week, Staples has deals so good, you're going to want to sit down. Are you sitting? I'll wait. Great. Right now during Staples Sit-a-thon, select chairs are more than 50% off. Like the leather Vortex gaming chair, now just $119.99 at Staples. You save $140. Plus get 2 2-ounce bottles of Purell hand sanitizer, free with the Staples Connect app. So take a seat or 2. Right now at Staples, the working, learning, and saving store. Offers end 2/4. Chair offer valid in-store and online. Purell Limit 2, in-store only, while supplies last.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Alan Styles, Evan Giddings taking you up until Warriors Live at 4:34. Golden State takes on the Dallas Mavericks tonight. Trying to hopefully start a win streak, something they've only done 3 times this year. Are they on the right side or the wrong side of 500? I don't know if we'll necessarily understand the question by the end of the night because Luka Doncic isn't playing. Christian Wood's not playing. Klay Thompson's questionable. Draymond Green is questionable. We'll, of course, get those updates for you as soon as they come in. But, Alan, the trade talk news of the town, even all the way over here in San Francisco in the greater Bay Area, seems to revolve around 2 words: Kyrie Irving.
Yes, Kyrie Irving and the dominoes to fall afterwards.
Oh, boy.
What happens to the Nets? Do they decide to deal Kyrie? I heard a lot of, well, the Nets could just say no, and then Kyrie wouldn't play.
Which is what they kind of did to Kevin Durant this last offseason.
Right. And then he said he would just leave in free agency.
Yeah.
So if you're the Nets, you're just hoping that he's bluffing and he plays?
I don't think that they'll move Kyrie Irving just because, like, to the credit of the front office in Brooklyn, they've been pretty pat. They've stood pat on Kevin Durant asking for the ultimatum of head coach and the GM got to go or I'm going to go. Well, all 3 were at the facilities on the first day of the season. Now, Steve Nash, of course, eventually got fired, but I don't think that was because of Kevin Durant's ask. I think that was more so because the team was heading in the wrong direction.
Right.
And Kyrie Irving was a big part of that because he's posting propaganda on his social media, and some days he doesn't show up for work like he did last year.
Yeah, why not?
He refuses to take the jab sometimes, or not necessarily just the jab, but things that require you are required of you to work in the industry that you do. So, one, if you're a team, like, do you even feel comfortable with Kyrie Irving? I don't know. But, of course, if they do move Kyrie as it pertains to Golden State, there is a name that people are now, quote-unquote, inquiring about, according to Adrian Wojnarowski, and that is a familiar face to many Golden State Warriors fans, and his name is Kevin Durant.
Oh, the tangled web we weave.
Yeah.
I don't, going back to the conversation we had this summer when Kevin Durant wanted to get traded. I think that the young guys, I can't tell if the young guys have lost value or gained value
Ship
since
them all,
then.
Alan.
I think Kuminga has basically stayed the same in terms of value. I think that Wiseman has probably lost some value, and I don't see how you can be on a 500 team and not get run and get sent to the G League if you were James Wiseman or Moses Moody and gain value. Therefore, at best, you have the same value and possibly less value. So now we're talking, I think even you would be talking about this anyway to make the money make sense. And I feel like I'm having deja vu of the summer. Now you got to get, if you want Kevin Durant, Andrew Wiggins is out of here.
Yeah, and of course, as we found out, he has a no trade clause, so you can't even deal him. He wouldn't be available to be dealt. You're honestly looking at to make the money match up. If you even wanted to, hold a Kevin Durant trade impossibility, it'd be Draymond Green or Klay Thompson. Like those are the guys that you would have to include in that deal. But there were some rumors flying around this past summer that the Warriors did, in fact, inquire about KD, and the names that were involved were Klay Thompson and Draymond Green. But the Nets did not want those players because you're essentially just trading old for old. You're not getting any younger. You're not trying to retool. You would be essentially trying to compete with different pieces, and the best piece is obviously Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant's got 3 more years on his deal is the other part that you'd have to weigh and think about. And if you're the Golden State Warriors, you're trying to get younger. That doesn't really help you, of course, if you have to include all of those young guys like you mentioned. So I don't think Kevin Durant is in the cards, but I know that a lot of people are. It isn't Kevin Durant, the individual, so to speak, but to me it's the symbol, Alan, of do you want to go all in at the deadline and try and maximize this season? Because as we've discussed, if things don't trend in the right direction after this year, Bob Myers' contract is looming. Who knows if he'll be in Golden State next year? Klay Thompson's deal is up at the end of next year. Draymond Green could or could not pick up his team option this summer. And if he does come back, then he only has 1 year left on his deal. Steve Kerr's deal is up at the end of next season, so there's going to be a lot of question marks. Then Poole's deal kicks in. Andrew Wiggins' deal is officially kicks in for the extension. Like, there's a lot of things that are going to have to weigh. So the question is, do you try and go all in for this season? And I think a lot of people are grasping at Kevin Durant as kind of that lifeline.
And a lot of people don't realize what you just said at the beginning of your speech right there, that it would include Draymond or Klay Thompson. I think everybody is thinking, they don't know about the Andrew Wiggins trade clause. They don't know about, just the money in general. You can't just give the Nets the kids and get Kevin Durant back. That just logistically, you just can't. You literally cannot do that. So now you're talking Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, and getting the band back together. You're not even getting the band back together. You're making a new version of the band. Making the band shout out Diddy and Chappelle. You're making a new version of the band. It's like when, and Craig can help me out with that, it's like when David Ruffin left the Temptations and they had to get somebody else. They're still the Temptations, but they were just a little bit different. They still had hits, but they were a little different. You get Kevin Durant, but you lose Draymond and or Klay Thompson if the Nets even want them. You're still the Warriors, but it's a little different. And for it to be KD, I think would make you feel a little bit dirty, wouldn't it?
Probably.
But not to mention,
but if you're telling me it gets me closer to a championship, then I have to listen to the conversation,
You have
right?
to listen to the conversation, but you also got to remember KD's been injured a good bit since he's come back. He's not even playing right now.
No, he's currently out.
So that's another thing I would weigh. So you're going to lose pieces of your core. That's not how this is supposed to end. They're supposed to ride off into the sunset. Klay, maybe he plays a year or two somewhere else, and same with Draymond. But it's going to be on their own accord. It's not going to be on a trade to Brooklyn to play with Ben Simmons. Remember when Ben Simmons...
Can you imagine Draymond Green playing with Ben Simmons and Kyrie Irving?
It'd be a hot potato. It would be a hot potato. You shoot it. You know how many shot clock violations that team would have because nobody wanted to shoot the basketball? Seth Curry would get 50 shots a game.
I'd kind of like to see that.
Seth Curry would be the premier guy. Joe Harris is a name that's being thrown around. I've seen Nick Claxton on the text line as well.
Royce O'Neal.
We don't know how the Nets are going to react to this. This is just a normal day in the life for the Nets. Oh, one of our stars wants to leave. Cool. What's for breakfast? Right? They don't even think twice about it anymore.
It was kind of funny. So Nick Friedel, who's of course a friend of the program, used to cover the Warriors for ESPN here in the Bay, is now the beat writer for the Knicks, or covers the Nets, pardon me, for ESPN. But he came in. He was in town after the Nets came to Chase Center. Warriors, of course, tricked off that game a little bit. Comes into studios, doing the interview afterwards. Just chopping it up, just asking, like, hey, how's the beat going? It seems like the waters have calmed a little bit in Brooklyn. And he just goes, well, you never know. Like wait until tomorrow, basically. Something like Kyrie Irving requesting a trade could happen at any moment. Kyrie Irving not showing up for war could happen at any moment. Kevin Durant getting injured could happen at any moment. And the Brooklyn Nets are the real house husbands of the NBA at this point. They are reality television. Yeah. And they're a huge reason why the NBA is, to me, as enticing and addicting as it is, because it's not about basketball.
Yeah.
It's all about what happens off of the court. And even if you're able to take advantage of that as Golden State, I don't know if giving up a member of your core, which, again, is financially what it would take, gets you any closer than you are now. And you also would have to bring back someone that this fan base has 90% of which as a kind of kick to the curb.
It would be rough. And would fans want to do that? I see a 510 right here on the Xfinity mobile text line. Good. Get rid of Draymond. Draymond.
Be a lot of those too.
Well, Draymond, we know how polarizing he is, but Clay is the one, because it actually makes more sense just from a basketball standpoint that Clay would be the one moved. And we know that we don't even know if the Nets would want him. It doesn't sound like they do. But Clay is the one that I think most people, for all the heat checks that you haven't liked from Clay as of late and how he's played, has been a bit hot and cold. It would be hard for people to get down with that. It would.
No, that's interesting, Alan, because, okay, so I do hear what you're saying. To the Warriors, though, which player do you feel like is more important right now, Klay Thompson or Draymond Green, heading into the last 30 games of the season?
Draymond.
I'm with you.
Draymond.
So that's why with the 510 says get rid of Draymond, my immediate logic says no.
Yeah.
Again, this is all hypothetical, but no.
You can't get rid of Draymond on a team that's already bad on defense.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Draymond Green is playing some, maybe not all-time Draymond defense, but he was playing good basketball at the beginning of this season and has played good in stretches.
He's played good in stretches. And look, can the flip that needs to be switched, right? Can the Draymond, great depoy Draymond show up for a playoff run? Can hot Clay and not taking weird off-balance two-pointers in transition, and if you are taking them, make it. But the guy who's missing those shots and taking those shots for absolutely no reason, can that guy show up? Can Steph Curry, who doesn't turn the ball over like a fourth grader, can that guy show up and just do what he does offensively? That's the thing with Steph with the turnovers. Steph, you literally have a green... Steve Kerr would rather you take a half-court shot sometimes than some of the decisions that you make passing the basketball. You're better off just shooting from half-court. Legitimately.
Pull up like Jordan Poole pulled up against Memphis at the tail end of that game that caused Steph Curry to throw his mouthpiece. Do that.
Just do it. I'd rather you do that than drive to the lane, get stuck in the air, and throw the ball over your head into the stands.
Or to Naz Reid.
I would
rather not have you do that at all.
Right.
No, you're right. And Draymond is also, I'm just looking at, okay, if you're going to have to go through certain teams in the West and maybe one out of the East, I'm looking at the top 3 teams in the West. Mm-hmm. You probably don't have to beat all 3 of them, but you might have to beat 2 of them. Sacramento, they got a big name, Domantas Sabonis, who averages a double-double. Draymond Green's got to guard that guy. Memphis, Jaren Jackson Jr., I know that he plays idiotically at times, but if playing well, can be a force. Draymond Green's got to guard that guy. And of course,
Brandon Clark too.
Brandon Clark.
Well, and they got a couple big guys.
Yeah, let's say you run into New Orleans, who's gonna check Zion. Like, that would be Draymond Green's guy. And of course, the guy that I don't want to say he didn't take him out of the series, but he made Nikola Jokic's life very difficult in the first round of the playoffs last year.
He did, but part of that was because he was playing with who he was playing with. And don't forget, going back to the Grizzlies, he's not necessarily a guy offensively, but somebody's got to guard Steven Adams when he's in. He's a big boy.
Yeah, if he's healthy, for sure. Yeah, and Draymond Green and him, of course, have a long history together.
Yes.
So that would be interesting. And then if you look at the East, like, Draymond Green would be the guy to probably try and, if you're going small, he'd be matched up maybe with Brook Lopez in Milwaukee or, of course, Giannis with Boston. He's checking Horford. He's checking Time Lord and Rob Williams. Philadelphia, if you're going small, who's going to guard Embiid besides Draymond? Even in Brooklyn, like somebody's got to check Nick Claxton. I know he's not in the same ilk as the rest of those guys, but, the Cleveland...
Well, we say that, but these bigs that you've never heard of play the Warriors and they go off.
Yeah,
Claxton
at like 24 and 13.
They
it was
go
pretty
off.
unbelievable.
I watch the Warriors and I always end up Googling a big.
Oh boy.
That I've never that maybe I've heard of, but I don't know what their deal is. And they just start cooking. And I end up Googling, who is this guy? And I end up knowing their whole background just based on them cooking the Warriors.
How often do you, this is a aside, but how often do you go down NBA player or just professional athletes like Wikipedia wormholes? I feel like I end up doing that a lot when the Warriors play because, like you said, maybe it's not a big, but it's some guy on the other side. Like, again, I mentioned Charlotte. The first one that pops in my mind is Dennis Smith Sr. absolutely working Stephen Curry down the stretch of the fourth quarter and overtime. And I'm like, where has this guy been?
Right.
And then I go down I was like, I know he went to NC State, but, then he was drafted by the Mavericks, but he was on the Knicks, and now he was out of the league, and he's working from home, and then he's back on a team, and it's like, these are the guys that are killing Golden State way too much.
One thing I did want to say, because there was another guy, Nemhard. Remember when he went off?
Oh, my guy from Gonzaga.
From Gonzaga.
Yeah.
I knew who he was, but, he was balling because there was no Halliburton that game.
Yeah.
One thing that has been brought up before but doesn't get brought up enough, and I don't know if we're using it as an excuse or just something that we should keep in mind. The Warriors, even the years where they didn't have Klay Thompson and they weren't in contention for a championship, the Warriors basically have been a dynasty since they got going here in 2015, right? So this whole time it's been all Warriors. When they were out, teams wanted to beat them down because they had been beating them down.
Yeah.
So even hey, we know you don't have Klay Thompson. We do not care. We do not care. We want to embarrass you. So they had to deal with that. Now you get Klay Thompson back, you win another championship. They again for however long since 2015, the Warriors have been the team that gets circled more than any other team by other teams for when they play them. Hey, we got the Warriors tonight. I'm getting up for this one. And it's not an excuse, but it is something to keep in mind. Teams aren't getting up for the Sacramento Kings. I don't think teams are getting up for the Nuggets.
I think they'll start. I think teams get up for Denver, and I think that Sacramento has taken
like
teams
Warriors,
by surprise.
But not like the Warriors, though. Now, I'm talking about the history, even when the Warriors weren't good. No, teams do not get up for any other team in the NBA like they do for the Warriors.
I think that's true, but this year is for a different reason than the rest of the years. And the reason is because teams sense the end. Like, now, I don't think it is, but if you're telling me the Warriors are 26 and 26, and they still got their core pieces from last year, and the young guys are supposed to be a year better, and they're not, and they're losing these tight games down the stretch, well, I am looking at Golden State a little bit like a shark looks at blood in the water. Like, there is something there, and I need to go check it out, and I need to go see if there's food. Now, that food might bite back, and Golden State might be able to return to the mountaintop and win the championship this year. But right now, more than any other time in this dynasty, they are vulnerable. And that is why I think they get circled on teams' calendars as opposed to, we got to get up for the champs. It's more like, we got a chance to beat the champs, and we got a chance to take them down in tougher fashion, in better fashion, and in easier fashion than they've ever been.
I partly agree with you. I do agree that the teams see the Warriors being vulnerable because look at their record. They are vulnerable. But I would still say that other teams are thinking, they look vulnerable. So there's a difference between one game versus just as a whole. I think that one game, I would agree. Hey, these guys, they're tricking off games to everyone. You get a game. You get a game. Games that these teams don't even want to win. Brooklyn had no reason that Brooklyn did not want to, hey, we're just trying to get on this plane. They had barely beat the Jazz the night before. Kyrie had to drop 39. Hey, we're just going to gift wrap this to you.
Yeah.
But there's the full game version or the one single game version, but then as a whole, I do think that, hey, the Warriors are 26-26. Yes, they had a better record last season. They were way more consistent last season, but in terms of everything ending, I don't know, because the Warriors had to deal with all of this last season, even when they were playing better. And we know all the national media saying that the Warriors were cooked. I do think maybe on a night-to-night basis, teams might be thinking we can get them because they do not show up in different times. They like to give the ball to the other team. But from a championship standpoint, I do believe that everybody has the Warriors circled as, hey, they just did it, and we tried to will their downfall last season, and it did not happen.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And look, I think last year the Warriors had a lot more to prove than they do this year. And not to say that they're fat cats and they're okay with, having a championship. That's a good point. And that's it. But also, when you work so hard to get to that point and you succeed, I feel like it'd be difficult not to have a little championship hangover. And I don't know if at this point of the season that's still around. But there was some of that to me at the beginning of the year.
Oh, without a doubt.
And there's some of it throughout games in which you can see not a guy take a possession off completely, but some of the boneheaded turnovers you're talking about. It's like, you guys are the defending champs, and yet there are these lackadaisical mistakes that continue to permeate throughout each and every one of these ball games. What's going on?
Yeah, they had the shortest offseason. You win the whole thing, so you played until June. Then you went overseas. So we get all that. There is something to be said about that, but you got to figure it out. And one thing I would say about not necessarily being as hungry as they were the year before, one thing that I did not like that Klay Thompson did when the whole thing went down with him, with the Suns and Devin Booker, to me. And I'm curious your thoughts. I'm curious everybody's thoughts. To me, I didn't love Klay immediately throwing up the 4. And Devin Booker, however it started, I don't even know what was said. We still don't know. But Devin Booker he just kept repeating that they have 4. They have 4. And to me, looking back on that, I'm not surprised at where they're at. It was last season. And I know it was early in the year. It might have been one of their first.
It was their first road game, I think.
And it might have been their
first national game, yeah.
Besides the Lakers. The Lakers. Yeah. And it was, we got 4. Dude, we know. It's a new season. So I thought that was a bit of an indictment on where they were at that time. Oh, you're still in championship mode. You're still victory lapping, even though this season has started. And I think they got hit in the mouth, and they have not been able to recover. And everybody's saying, yeah, that's good on Klay. You tell him he's got 0 rings. Well, you both have 0 rings this season. You're not the champion of this season.
Yes.
So to me, like that, looking back on that makes where they're at right now less surprising, because I did not love it. I'm thinking, okay, it's cool. We have 4 rings. Trust me, I enjoyed all the parades. Don't get me wrong. I enjoyed all 4 of them. But it did give me a look into where this team was at that time mentally, and I have no clue when they were able to switch off of that to decide, okay, we're quest for 5. I don't know when the quest started. They were still celebrating 4.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really interesting moment to talk about. And by the way, people asking about Klay Thompson, technically we do not know if he will play tonight. He's been ruled as questionable with a non-COVID illness. Draymond Green also questionable with a calf strain. Stephen Curry will likely play, even though he's dealing with some injury as well. The only person who's been ruled out tonight on the Warriors side is, of course, Andre Iguodala, as well as Luka Doncic on the Mavericks side. So
that's a pretty even trade.
It's understandable.
Yeah. They both give the same.
But I'm with you on the Klay Thompson moment, and I know we got to get a break in a couple of minutes here, but that, along with a few other things throughout this year, have been, maybe I'm reading too much into it, but there are kind of breadcrumbs and signs of weakness that we haven't seen, and I guess levels that the Warriors have not stooped to in previous years. Even last year, when they technically had more to defend because people were counting them out, like you mentioned, we never heard, hey, we still got 3 chips, we still got Steph, I'm still this, I'm still that.
Yeah.
Like this year, like that's what Shaquille O'Neal does on TV to Charles Barkley.
It is.
Like and what does everyone say? Well, that's weak. That's because you can't come up with another comeback.
Mm-hmm.
So you just throw the rings in their face.
That's what I'm saying. And 510 is chiming here on the Xfinity Mobile text line. Booker and the Suns have no room to talk. Booker has 0 rings, 0 all caps, in his career all caps. Big difference. The Suns talk but can't finish every season. To me, this isn't about the Suns. I don't care.
By the way, Booker had like 35 and Clay had 8 on 18 shots. So it's like he was busting his ass that night.
I don't think, what is Devin Booker going to say? He's talking about something, whatever trash he was talking about Klay Thompson was about that game. And Klay didn't have anything for him. So he said, well, we have 4 rings. That was my guess. I have no clue. But what else would Devin Booker be saying? Oh, yeah, you think you're so cool with your 4 rings? No, he was probably roasting Klay on something in that game. And Klay goes, well, I got 4 rings, to your point, because that was all he had. Now, it's a really good comeback, don't get me wrong.
It is.
But it was also, hey, this is a new year. This is a new year. I don't know.
Well, speaking of New Year's, the 49ers got a new year coming up in 2023. A lot to dig into on that side, especially on the gridiron for the San Francisco 49ers. We're going to transition from the Warriors to the Niners and then get you set beyond. At about 4 o'clock, we'll get back to the Warriors who play tonight against the Dallas Mavericks at 5:30. Warriors live at 4:30. But coming up next, Red and Gold Reaction, which is brought to you by the SF Sheriff's Office. Your future begins here. Visit sfsheriff.com and apply today. What's going to happen at the quarterback position? What's going to happen to the offensive line? What did the San Francisco 49ers need to address, and what are some of the things that are still kind of resonating from whether it be Kyle Shanahan's postseason presser or the game itself in the NFC Championship? We're going to dig into that next on 95.7 The Game. It's Evan Giddings and Alan Stiles with you up until 4:30. We'll be back after this.
Nachos!
Hey, I'll take some.
And some Frank's Red Hot.
Nah.
You're just gonna eat these boring nachos with no flavor. Frank it up! Frank it up! This guy finally gets it.
It's the perfect blend of flavor and heat. Frank's Red Hot. I put that on everything.
Nature Valley has helped restore access to 10,000 miles of national park trails. And we're on our way to restoring even more, because every mile is a new memory. Life happens out there. Nature Valley.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands. Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting highest receipts ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Come into Friedman's Appliance and see the full line of Fisher & Paykel appliances. Experience them in person in live vignettes, including their famous dish drawer dishwasher and unique sizes of refrigeration designed to fit seamlessly into your kitchen space. Fisher & Paykel products deliver perfect results with exceptional design and performance. And for a limited time, receive up to a $2,000 rebate when you purchase a qualifying Fisher & Paykel kitchen package from Friedman's Appliance. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or online at friedmansappliance.com.
Make connections that count at Evergreen Valley College and get free tuition when you enroll for 6 units or more. That's right, free tuition and no student fees this spring. EVC is an award-winning transfer college and has the 4th most diverse faculty in the country. And with EVC alum earning more money than nearly every other community college in the country, you can take classes and transfer or fast-track your career. Enroll for classes today and get free tuition for the spring. Visit evc.edu for more information and enroll for classes at evc.edu. That's evc.edu.
Secrets, cover-ups, and strange phenomena.
UFOs and ideas that challenge reality itself.
My name is George Knapp. I dig into news stories that others can't or won't.
I'm Jeremy Corbell, and for some reason, people tell me things they probably shouldn't. And this is Weaponized. Follow and listen to Weaponized, the presentation of Jeremy Corbell, George Knapp, Dark Horse Entertainment, and Cadence 13 Studios. Available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your shows.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
This week, Staples has deals so good, you're going to want to sit down. Are you sitting? I'll wait. Great. Right now during Staples Sit-a-thon, select chairs are more than 50% off. Like the leather Vortex gaming chair, now just $119.99 at Staples. You save $140. Plus get 2 2-ounce bottles of Purell hand sanitizer, free with the Staples Connect app. So take a seat or 2. Right now at Staples, the working, learning, and saving store. Offers end 2/4. Chair offer valid in-store and online. Purell Limit 2, in-store only, while supplies last.
Hello, I'm David Figueroa, co-founder of Melinda's Craft Pepper Sauces. Over 30 years ago, my brother Greg and I set out on a mission to offer the world a better hot sauce. We felt that most hot sauces were just basic. And let's face it, basic is boring. Since introducing Melinda's Original Habanero Pepper Sauce, we've launched 31 more exciting and delicious sauces, like our Ghost Pepper Sauce, our Thai Sweet Chili, and our newest and best-selling Black Truffle Hot Sauce. People ask us, what makes Melinda's so good? Well, we think it's our approach to making sauces. We think like chefs do. Instead of just burning someone with hot peppers and vinegar, we use fresh plant-based ingredients like carrots, onions, garlic, limes, and the finest chili peppers to set your mouth on flavor. They're really fantastic, and once you try one, you'll want to try them all. We'd love for you to try them, and right now, you can get a 10-pack of our best-selling sauces with free shipping at melindas.com. That's melindas.com. melindas.com.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
Hey, it's Jonas Knox. Time for new tires? Trust the experts at TireRack.com. They've been crushing it for over 40 years. Go to TireRack.com/sports. Tell them what you drive. Try their easy-to-use tire decision guide. They'll show you the right tires for how, what, and where you drive. They've got the full line of Kumho tires. Test results, tire ratings, and consumer reviews. Fast free shipping and free road hazard protection. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
Alan Stiles, Evan Giddings taking you up until 4:30 here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors Live starts at 4:30 with John Dickinson, then hands the reins off to Tim Roy. Play-by-play begins at 5:30. Warriors Mavericks at Chase Center. That's also a nationally televised game, but you can catch all the action here on 95.7 The Game. We've been talking about the Warriors, Alan. I feel like it is time to get into the 49ers a little bit. We appreciate all the comments, all the support, and some of the blowback, some of the pushback on the Xfinity Mobile text line and YouTube, 888-957-9570. The 49ers, I don't know where you left off. We haven't had a chance to really talk since the NFC Championship. It was just a situation where, look, the season did not end. No season ends the way you want it to. If it ends without a Super Bowl, it ends without a championship. Same can be said for basketball, for baseball, for all of it. But the 49ers do have some offseason decisions to make now because I think, first and foremost, because of the injury to their quarterback in the NFC title game, and that's Brock Purdy. So right now you got two quote-unquote starting caliber quarterbacks, according to Kyle Shanahan on the roster. And it seems like people are just assuming that Brock Purdy will be back in 6 months and he'll become QB1 and Trey Lance will be the clear-cut number 2. Is that the way that you see things playing out just at a surface level?
It's hard to tell. If you're optimistic, yeah, that 6-month timeline does sound great. We still don't know what Brock Purdy is going to do. Now, according to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, the multiple doctors and opinions that they got, it feels like it's going to be the 6 months. But to me, obviously you want to double check things, but they still haven't announced anything. They still haven't announced, what they're officially going to do. Is he officially not going under the knife? Is he officially not getting Tommy John? So until that happens, it's hard for me to speak on it. Now, what we can do is talk about the what ifs. So if Brock Purdy is healthy by training camp and preseason, Brock Purdy will be QB1. Kyle Shanahan might not say that straight up. He might say, hey, this is going to be a competition, but there is nothing that Trey Lance can do in training camp or the preseason that would eclipse what we saw Brock Purdy just do. I don't think that's possible. Now, this thing gets really sticky if Brock Purdy isn't ready for training camp or isn't ready for preseason, and Trey Lance is getting, the majority of the QB1 reps. And if it bleeds into the regular season, here's my question. If Brock Purdy gets cleared week 1 and hasn't really been able to do anything, and Trey Lance has been playing, and let's say he's been playing pretty well, but still some things, because, when is he going to get better? He's been injured this whole time. He's just going to get the boot off in about 2-3 weeks. So let's say Trey Lance he's improved a little bit, all right, but Brock Purdy's ready to go. But he hasn't played. He's a little rusty, but he is cleared. Do you slot Brock Purdy in because of what he did? Because I would assume Kyle Shanahan would say, Trey's been the one playing. We got to get Brock Purdy reps and things like that. We're going to go with Trey. Now what happens if you win that game? Now what happens if you win the next game? Did Brock Purdy do enough to just get inserted in whenever he's ready? I don't know. And it depends on when that insertion happens. If it's training camp, yes. If it's preseason, yes. If the season has started and the Niners are playing well, I don't know. Unless it's a complete we are winning in spite of Trey Lance.
Yeah, I do. Look, Trey Lance has the leg up. He's going to be ready and available for OTAs. He's going to have more of a summer to impress whoever he needs to impress in the 49ers organization than Brock Purdy does. And Brock Purdy, quite frankly, doesn't really need to impress that many people because assuming he comes back and has the repair and not the reconstruction to his elbow, that he is going to be the same quarterback that he was this year, which is a guy that won every single game he started it until the NFC title game in which he got hurt. There is a piece of news, however, that is good for the 49ers, and that was earlier today. Trent Williams was reported to not be retiring. He will be returning for another season. So at a position that it felt like a lot of people were questionable about coming into the season, and then unfortunately reared its ugly head in the NFC title game, your offensive line does get its best piece back, so that is positive for the 49ers.
Right.
And if you're Brock Purdy or Trey Lance.
It's been a rough couple weeks for the Niners with the loss and the injury, and Kyle Shanahan was going through it. I don't know if you saw the two pictures when John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan started years ago, and then they compared it to the picture of them in that press conference. It's been a rough go for them. So that's good news on the 49er front. You also need to get somebody on that right side, because if my memory served me correctly, even though it was Tyler Kroft at that time, Hassan Reddick and that right side of the line has been an issue.
It has, yeah. And Mike McGlinchey's a free agent this year, and I know there's a lot of people that wouldn't want to see him back necessarily at San Francisco, but then the question becomes, how do you fill that void? And I mean, maybe people say Mike McGlinchey is not much of a void to fill, but again, like you're mentioning, you have to have somebody of substance that is ideally better than McGlinchey on the right side, as well as what are you going to do in the middle? It sounds like just Aaron Banks and Burford and maybe Brendel at the center position, who they really like, and then you just allow all those five guys to sort of grow with each other. To me, and the 510 brings it up as far as the quarterbacks is concerned in the Xfinity mobile text line, it should always be a competition. That, to me, maybe publicly is something that's stated. Right. Yes, it is technically always a competition. You played college baseball. Every single year, your head coach comes in and says, no one's spot is safe. We're going to have essentially tryouts at the beginning of every year.
Yeah.
Whether you're the starting pitcher, the starting center fielder, or catcher, your job is up no matter what. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, coach. Yeah.
We'll see.
I hit 330 last year. I just won 9 straight games if I'm the starting quarterback and I'm Brock Purdy. It is a competition, but I got first dibs at the table.
Exactly. It still comes down to when those dibs would happen. When do you get to the table? If you get to the table at training camp, yeah. If you get to the table in preseason, yeah. If you get to the table week 1, probably. But anything past, I would say anything past the first 2 weeks, if the Niners are rolling, that's when Kyle Shanahan has to decide, do I go hot hand or does Brock deserve this? Because you can only have a competition if both QBs are healthy. Because the way I see it is, I believe that both QBs will have an opportunity at some point this season. I don't know what the timing is going to be, but I think both QBs will have an opportunity to take it and keep it. Now, when I say that, technically that's a bad look for Trey Lance, assuming that Brock Purdy isn't ready. Because if Trey Lance is the guy and I'm saying 2 quarterbacks are going to have a chance, that means that for whatever reason, Trey Lance gives up the spot. And as you know, that's what you don't want to do, ever give up the spot. But I do believe, I don't know how, I don't know why, maybe Brock Purdy comes back in enough time. I think both QBs will get a chance to show Kyle Shanahan during the season that they should be the guy, and one of them is going to take it and run with it.
Yeah, and look, there's still other things they need to answer as well. They got to find a defensive coordinator. There could be some pieces that leave with D'Amico Ryans to Houston. The coaching staff is going to, in all likelihood, have to be reformed. And we also know that Jimmy Garoppolo, quote-unquote, under no scenario, is going to be back with the 49ers this year. Last year, it felt like the Doctor Strange one outcome that allowed Jimmy Garoppolo to return to SF. He will not be back, according to Kyle Shanahan, this next year. So you got your 2 guys. You got Purdy and you got Lance. Should it be an open competition? 888-957-9570. Is that what you want to see? And is that what you feel like both young quarterbacks deserve? I mean, they're the same age. Like Brock Purdy and Trey Lance are from opposite sides of the draft spectrum, but they are still the same age and have relatively little experience, even though Brock Purdy has more and has shown more in his opportunities.
Do you believe that when you talk about a QB competition, do you believe that it's even set up to be the same as we're talking about high school football? Are the opportunities even the same? Because Brock Purdy, to me, if you talk about, and we're talking about baseball, I talk a lot about showcases and how some players just look dope as showcases and they don't do anything in the game.
5 o'clock hitters.
They're hitting the home runs during batting practice or they throw 96, but they can't locate in a game and they cannot hit a curveball in a game. I'm not saying that's not what Trey Lance is, but what I'm saying, it's more about Brock Purdy. Because Brock Purdy, the reason he went last is because, combine, whatever the case is, Brock Purdy is not a showcase player. He is a gamer. So if we're talking about a competition, I think the competition might lend itself in training camp to Trey Lance because it's not a real game. But we know in a real game what Brock Purdy has done. We haven't seen Trey play at that level. So that's why it's hard to even look at this like a straight up competition, because in back of Kyle Shanahan's mind, I mean, Trey's playing better here while we have shorts on and everything is great. But I've seen Brock Purdy in the trenches. I've seen him stack up W's for this team. So I don't know how you erase that from your memory and look at this like a pure competition, unless in the 510 is chiming in, unless for some reason Brock Purdy, his arm strength looks different or something like that. But if he's the same guy, I don't know how you eliminate that and just say straight up competition. To your point, I just hit 330 last year. Nope, don't care.
Yeah,
it's a new competition.
Brand new slate.
You can't even do that as a human. You can't.
No, and that's why I don't think that Kyle Shanahan, no matter what he says publicly, does not have a hierarchy in his mind. Now, maybe it's 1 and it's 1A. Maybe it's, Brock Purdy is the 1 and Trey Lance is so far, but is technically the 2, but he's, 50 feet below Brock. I don't know. We'll never know. Kyle Shanahan will never give us that, no matter what he publicly states, like having 2 starting quarterbacks. I do believe that he believes that he has 2 starting quarterbacks, but one of them, in my mind, is the clear-cut number 1, and that's Brock Purdy. That may be unfair to Trey Lance. And look, whether Brock Purdy's injury gets a little bit more tricky this offseason, we'll find out when he's able to come back. But to me, and your original question about week one, if Brock Purdy is ready, but he hasn't had that ramp up period in the offseason, kind of the way that Jimmy Garoppolo didn't have a ramp up period before he got thrust into the starting role and suffered a little bit. I think it's still Brock Purdy's job. I really do. And it's unfair to Trey Lance. I really like Trey Lance. I covered him in college at North Dakota State. He's a great dude. He seems to have a lot of measurables. We're talking about combine athletes. Like, he is, I think, a guy that can wow people with his arm.
Right.
The issue to me, and really the biggest reason why I think that Trey would be behind, is because, by all accounts from reports, he doesn't seem to be a practice player. Like, so if you're Kyle Shanahan, I think that stuff does matter. And if you're not able to complete 75 to 80% of your passes in practice, I don't know whatever the standard is, but from all accounts, it sounds like last year in preseason, Trey Lance struggled and was sometimes turned over the football. He made some ridiculous throws. He made some highlight plays in the preseason, but could not do it consistently enough for Kyle Shanahan apparently to trust him, to throw the ball. Like, he would rather use him primarily as a runner, as he did in the first two games, than not. And that, to me, is more, not necessarily an indictment of Lance, but an indictment of how Lance practices. Meanwhile, Brock Purdy immediately comes in against Miami and is allowed to let it rip, which tells me that in practice, he has proved to Kyle Shanahan that he can do that in the game, and of course goes out and prove it. So that's why I would feel like Brock Purdy, even if he doesn't have a month or 2 months to ramp up to the regular season, if he is ready, he would be the guy.
It's hard to disagree with that. I do.
Unless, of course, Trey Lance is all of a sudden, different player and does prove in practice that he has made significant strides.
And if you're Kyle Shanahan, that has to be the way you look at things, because it's a full-on game plan. Trey, we can't get to the home run plays if you can't hit the singles.
Yeah.
We can't, because you can't.
I can't have you be Joey Gallo.
No.
Like, that's not going to work.
No, that's not going to work, because the defense is going to defend us differently. Everything has to blend together, and if you can't hit the small things early, we're messing up what we're trying to do here. Ultimately, if Brock Purdy is ready, it's going to be Brock Purdy. That's just what it is. He is the last QB that wore a Niners jersey that brought this team to the type of win streak that they had. That's it. So I'm not going to take a chance on Trey. Fair or not fair, it doesn't matter. That's just how it goes. Yeah. Trey Lance has been injured. So you know what he hasn't been doing? Improving on any of the things he wasn't great at last season. Now, I will say this, because a lot of people think that I'm the Trey Lance guy. I want Trey to ball out. I just know what the situation currently is. I would say this. Kyle Shanahan, he says he called Trey Lance a dual threat QB. So he is doubling down. He is. That's what he's doing. He's doubling down on that's who he is. That's how we're going to use him. But if I were Kyle Shanahan, you're running out of time. You can't go into, this is year 3 with Trey Lance. You can't go into year 4 not knowing what Trey Lance can do. When Trey Lance gets in, I don't care if it's the real game. Just like you said, maybe part of this with Brock Purdy, I don't know what they saw with him in practice, but maybe part of this was Shanahan just saying, screw it. We're in a bad position anyway. I'm just going to have Brock do his thing. And Brock ended up being able to do his thing. When Trey Lance gets in, I would treat it the same way. Look, I know you didn't have time. We got to see what you can do. We got to see if you can hit the ceiling now. So I'm not going to run you, because not that I care about what people think, but I'm going to run the offense, and you are going to try to make the same throws Brock Purdy made. That's what I would do if I were Kyle Shanahan. Because Trey, I would imagine in training camp, you're not running those power plays because you're playing against your own team and scrimmaging, things like that. So that was all not what they were practicing, and then they went in the game and all right, now we're just going to run the power I with Trey. If I'm Kyle Shanahan, I'm saying it is time to find out what we have with Trey. You need to spin that thing, young fella. You need to spin it.
You do, and I think that ideally in Kyle Shanahan's mind, the way I saw last year trending for Trey Lance, and of course we'll never know, but was to get him to the point where Shanahan could use him like a Jalen Hurts, who runs the football 10 to 15 times a game, but is also able to air it out 25 to 30 times. Like that to me is what Kyle Shanahan says when he envisions a dual threat quarterback.
Yes. A couple different runs here and there. So I know you like your numbers and stats. So I think you'll get a kick out of this one.
Talk to me.
I was watching a lot of Trey Lance highlights with the Niners of him running. I just keep thinking, man, it doesn't look like he can. And there have been also articles about Trey Lance, his speed. He's not really able to get to the corner. He's more of a power guy. So the next thing I do, we're talking about combines and showcases, things like that. What does Trey Lance run the 40 in? So at his pro day, he did not run the 40. And I saw this old article from 2021, and it was and Trey Lance was talking about, I guess, the rise of this GPS. So it's a GPS that measures your game speed, and then that calculates what your 40 would be. And Trey basically said, well, I'm not running the 40 because this GPS thing that is growing.
That game speed
is more. Yeah, it just measures your game speed. Yeah. Okay, sounds awesome. So his game speed was measured at 4.5.
It's pretty good.
Justin Fields' actual combine 40 was 4.46. So what did that tell me about the GPS? It is incorrect because there is no way Trey Lance is that close to Justin Fields speed-wise. No way.
I don't think so. But I will say, look, he's 6'4". Maybe he's got longer strides, and when he gets going with a head of steam, maybe he's able to. I'm trying to make an excuse for a computer right now.
That's a good call because that 40, based on the GPS, I would imagine could come at any time. It's probably your top speed. So the difference between the GPS, and now I'm just kind of making this up, but I would imagine the difference between the GPS and actually running a 40 is really your quick twitch muscles, because Trey might be able to get to that, but Justin Fields gets to it quicker, 100%. And that's how you turn the corner.
Yeah, 100%.
I don't care that Trey Lance probably runs a 400 faster than Justin Fields. That does nothing for me.
Well, and how often is Trey Lance going to have 40 yards to build his max speed?
There.
No, he couldn't get past the line of scrimmage sometimes.
They were some hard-earned, because that was running back runs. Those were some hard-earned yards.
Yeah, they're using him like Jim Brown in the 19th, like just up the gut. Hey, here's the ball. Go plunge into the middle of 8 dudes on the defensive line. All right, let's go out to Union City. Coach Duran is out in Union City. Part of me wants to talk about the quarterback competition between the two starting quarterbacks in San Francisco, Brock Purdy and Trey Lance. Coach Duran, what's up? You're on with Alan Stiles and Evan Giddings here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Giddings, Stiles, two of the best.
My man.
I just wanted to say that Purdy and Lance, that's going to be a battle this offseason. You start Brock right now, truthfully, but if Lance makes some remarkable and excellent strides, you might have to lean on him. But it's going to be a nice little offseason for 49ers. Hey, I'm a Raider fan, but yeah, it's going to be excellent as time goes on.
Yeah, I certainly hope so. And look, it's not a bad thing to have two guys that I think most people do believe in. Of course, the question just becomes at the beginning of next season, who does Kyle Shanahan believe in more to get him wins? And so somebody's going to be left out, whether it's the flip of a coin, whether it's Brock Purdy unequivocally as the QB1, whether Trey Lance comes out and balls out over the summer and shows that he is the number 3 overall pick that he was selected to be. We are going to wait and see, but it's not, these are problems that every football team, I think, would want to have.
Yes, but if Brock Purdy beats out Trey Lance to the same point that I brought up, you're going into year 4 with Trey Lance, and he has not been QB. He has never been QB1 for a consistent period of time.
Yeah.
So at that point, if Trey Lance gets beat out by Brock Purdy straight up, it would almost be better. You got to start thinking. If I'm Kyle Shanahan, you got to start thinking big picture here, because if it's a public competition and Brock Purdy beats Trey Lance out, I would assume it might be a Wiseman situation with fit, but I would assume his value would drop a little bit. If you think that Trey Lance isn't looking right and Brock Purdy is on pace to be ready, do you then, and I'm going to go there because why not? It's a Saturday, a somber Saturday with this rain. Do you think about saying, hey, we're going with Brock based on what he did last year. He's QB1. Trey Lance will have his opportunities. And on the side, in the background, do you think about some trades?
I don't, because of something you brought up earlier, which is I think at some point Trey Lance is going to get a shot. And it's not because he's going to beat out Brock Purdy, but it's because of what we saw this entire season and what we've seen during the entire Kyle Shanahan tenure, which is an inability to keep your quarterbacks healthy. Now, whether it's because of bad luck or negligence or somewhere in the middle, I would bet on a quarterback injury next year for the 49ers. Like, that's something that is probably going to happen based on the last 7 years. And so whether Trey Lance deserves a shot or not, I think whoever's QB2 is at some point going to have to play next season. That's what I believe.
Do you think Vegas has a line on that?
I don't know, but they probably should.
Over under number of QBs that take a snap for the 49ers next season. Let's set it at
1.5, or what do you mean?
I'm going to set it at
2.5.
2.5. 2.5.
Oh boy, that I would bet the under for. I hope, because again, what are we talking about here? Like, this year was so in many ways fortunate for the 49ers that they had a quarterback each time that they lost to have arguably a better one step up. I don't think you can bank on that in too many seasons.
No. I'm taking the under just because I don't want to have to go through this again.
No. I'm with you. Yeah, not only would I bet on the under, I pray for the under.
I might bet the over, but I wouldn't want it to hit.
Yeah. Just an emotional hedge.
Yes,
How about that?
Exactly.
We're going to continue the conversation on the other side. I see you, Mike, in Emeryville. I see you, David, in El Cerrito. We're going to continue to talk about the quarterback situation in San Francisco. Do you feel like it's in a good spot? Do you feel like it's in a strange spot? How do you feel about it moving forward? What's your thoughts on Brock Purdy and Trey Lance? What else do you think the 49ers should address this offseason? We'll continue that coming up. The Red and Gold Reaction is brought to you by Zenni, the official eyewear of the San Francisco 49ers. Shop from over 3,000 styles at 80% off retail prices exclusively at Zenni.com. It's Alan Stiles. It's Evan Giddings with you until 4:30 here on 95.7 The Game. We're back after this.
You know what? Let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Hey, we can invite our friends over and all take turns yelling at the TV during the game.
But first, we should get a new TV.
Yeah, like one of the top-rated brands, Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, so I'll start shopping on the internet, then head over to the Warehouse Club to compare.
But if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only has better deals?
Yep. We could save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Then we could afford a larger model and really impress our friends.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Subscription required.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 90% cheaper? And you can get it online? Just go to 4hims.com/joy. At Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and trusted generic alternatives to the biggest brands at 90% off. That's right, get generic for Viagra, the same active ingredient as brand name Viagra, but 90% cheaper. It's the same medication you get from your doctor, but with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, forhims.com/joy. That's forhims.com/joy for your free online visit. forhims.com/JOY.
Hey, it's Jonas Knox. Time for new tires. Trust the experts at TireRack.com. They've been crushing it for over 40 years. Go to TireRack.com/sports. Tell them what you drive. Try their easy-to-use tire decision guide. They'll show you the right tires for how, what, and where you drive. They've got the full line of Kumho tires. Test results, tire ratings, and consumer reviews. Fast free shipping and free road hazard protection. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you with professional-grade industrial supplies. Count on real-time product availability and fast delivery. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-9336. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-444-9336. 800-444-9336.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands. Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
A lot of optimism coming in from the Xfinity Mobile text line, as well as the YouTube chat. Alan Stiles, Evan Giddings taking you up until 4:30. We're asking the hard-hitting questions, Alan. We're asking questions about Brock Purdy, Trey Lance, and Greg Valentino brought up an equally impressive question during the break, and that is with the 25th year anniversary of the Titanic coming out, why didn't Rose let Jack on the piece of wood at the end of the movie? Why didn't she do it?
There was quote-unquote no room.
There was quote-unquote no room.
But was there?
I don't know. I kind of want to hear from Craig because it sounds like, well, with, of course, bringing it to the table, he might have a conspiracy theory of his own.
That's right.
Well, I totally, for one, do believe he definitely would have fit. But James Cameron has announced with the 25th anniversary of the movie coming out, of course, James Cameron's the director of the movie, along with Avatar and everything else, that they will redo that scene 4 different tries to see if Jack would make it on top of the board.
But what does that mean,
I think there was room. I don't know if the weight from Jack would have been enough to capsize both him and Rose. But, of course, this has been what people have wanted for about now a quarter century, Alan, an answer to the question.
But if that's your man, if you go down together.
Yeah, I mean, look, it took 3.5 hours to find out that she wasn't actually all that into him, apparently. She couldn't make room for him on the board, pardon me.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. I've never actually seen the entire movie from beginning to end.
You didn't do the 2 VHSs?
Without falling asleep. Wait, 2 VHSs? Would you run it back or
Back
what?
in the day, no, there were 2 VHSs. there were 2 VHSs. You had the first part of the movie on one, and you had to finish it on the other one.
Extended edition?
Freshman year in college, standing outside in line of Blockbuster, which we know.
R.I.P.
Yeah, R.I.P. Sky Point, standing out line to buy that movie, yes, at Blockbuster. It was a line out the door. And, of course, Craig was the second person in line. And as I grabbed my movie and left, I said, don't worry, the boat still sinks.
Well, yeah, and then, so, what? All right, are we going to have some revisionist history from James Cameron? Going to figure out if Jack could fit and if the ship could dock? Like, what are we going to do here?
There's so many ways to make money these days. It's ridiculous. It really is.
And James Cameron just came out with the second Avatar, too.
That's what I'm saying. He's just going to level up right now.
Raking in the bread.
The third one's already done, too.
What?
He filmed them on top of each other. It's just,
I'll be 50 by the time it comes out, so.
But he said, like I said, my favorite part of Titanic is, I'll never let you go, Jack, until another boat comes by. It's been real.
Before we leave this movie conversation, let's get some information coming in. I know the movie just came out, but if you're on the Xfinity Mobile text line or on the YouTube chat, or you can call in, why not? Let me know. I'm doing date night tonight. We're going to see Knock at a Cabin. And that is
Dave Bautista, right?
Yeah, and that was M. Night Shyamalan doing a little date night. Let me know if you've seen it already, if it's good, or if I should get my hopes up or not.
You should never get your hopes up for an M. Night Shyamalan movie because he is Mr. Hit or Miss.
Well, hopefully it's a hit.
Sounds a lot like Klay Thompson, who, by the way, according to Anthony Slater, has been upgraded to available tonight against the Dallas. Thank you, Craig. Against the Dallas Mavericks. Draymond Green is still questionable with the calf tightness, so Steph Curry likely going to play tonight, and Klay Thompson for sure going to play tonight.
Are you worried at all? And that's great that Klay's going to play. The Draymond Green thing. I mean, over the break or over the summer. When he did those podcasts, I mean, he was talking a lot about people didn't understand how bad the calf to back situation was. You worried at all about this coming back up?
Yes. I mean, anything with Draymond Green related to injury, I am worried about because when you get older, the injuries tend to last longer than when you're younger, and you can simply just not get over them as easily, and especially something in your leg. Like, I will admit, the back injury last year had me more worried about him getting back and becoming 100% than a calf. But what if you overcompensate when you're playing and the calf affects a hip or it affects a knee? Like, there's less, again, with the Warriors, there's less margin for error when it comes to injuries the older you get, as well as for the Warriors, margin of error, if you lose Draymond Green for 2 weeks, I don't know, maybe you go 2-5 over those next 7 games. Like, that is what we're looking at. And right now, because they don't have the cushion like they did last year, then you're staring at a potential play-in or fighting to get into the play-in in these last 30 games.
Bingo. And at the beginning of the season, number one, when we were talking about the Warriors and you kept saying they have 30 games left, to everybody out there that said they have time, it's early in the season, does it still feel like they had time? It's a long season until it's not. And 30 games is not a lot of games. And going back to the beginning of the season, when they were dropping games they had no business losing, that was always my thought process. It's not about the fact that it's early in the season. It's about the fact that you have an older team that at some point is either going to get injured or need rest. And the more you lose early, the less cushion you have later. And we're starting to see these things with Andrew Wiggins missing time. Steph Curry missed some time. We don't know. When this happened with Draymond last season, again, different injury, but it crept up. It was, okay, he's missing again, and okay, he's missing another one. So that is why, and you can't do anything about it now. The games that they lost. But that is why for everybody that was screaming up and down, it's only been 20 games, give them a break. Sure, okay, but this is not a young team. And I think that's another argument against the Celtics comparison last season with the Celtics and how they turned it on and just ran straight to the finals. They're a younger team than the Warriors. The Warriors, how they played it last season was perfect. They got out hot. They got their cushion. They knew that they were at some point we're going to have injuries. They had the addition of Klay Thompson, sputtered a little bit at the end of the season. But because of their sputtering, they also were, in a way, resting. And they knew, all right, it's playoffs. We can turn it back up again. If you continue to lose games and you got to turn it up we're in February, you got to turn it up in March.
Yeah.
That's a bit different than turning it up right when the playoffs actually start.
Especially when you haven't shown that you have been able to turn it on the entire season. They've done it for games. Like you said, there's probably been 5 games you could say, all right, you beat Memphis twice. You beat Boston. You probably should have beat them on the road, but you have the win against Boston at home. We were both at that game. We saw championship caliber basketball from the Warriors in certain spots. But over the course of the season, you haven't seen it enough, unlike last year. As we talked about, the 8 win streaks they put together last season. This year, they've only done it 3 times. The most they've won in a row is 5. So they have not even captured some semblance of that consistency we saw last year. So yeah, last year was more just a question of health. This year, it is health and consistency more so than ever before. That is what gives people pause. And really the only thing we're clinging to, in my opinion, is hope.
Right.
And that's nothing to scoff at. Like, they've proven, again, 4-time champions. They've proven that they deserve your confidence and your hope. But if that's all you can kind of tangibly cling to, then yeah, I'm going to feel kind of scared sometimes walking into the playoffs, especially deeper in the playoffs you go.
What was their best win this season, or what has been their best win this season? Was it the Celtics?
Celtics, I mean, technically, so Christmas Day, they beat Memphis without Steph or Wiggins, right?
Yes.
So maybe that's the most impressive, but at full strength, yes, Boston. But and actually, I don't even know if Wiggins played in that game.
I don't think Wiggins did play in that game. You could say this last Grizzlies one, because nobody ever really pulled away. It was a tough game, and they fought through some things.
That felt like a playoff game.
Jordan Poole shooting from the logo, and Steph throwing his mouthpiece across the logo. So that Boston win was their best win. And to be honest with you, I would put the Boston win. When we say there have been 5 times, we got the Boston win. You have both Grizzlies wins. That's 3. And then at that point, are we putting the Boston loss in there? Because I went out and I said this team is who they are. It is going to be really hard for them to get better at this point. I had Dub Nation coming at me in my Twitter mentions. Well, they just played with the best team in the league. They just went head-to-head with them on the road for 3 quarters, and they had control of the whole game until the end. Really? That's where we're at this season? Victory lapping losses? We are victory lapping losses because they hung with the Celtics and controlled the game, even though they blew a lead and lost in overtime? What are we doing? You're better than that. The Warriors are supposed to be better than that. You don't victory lap losses. You don't do moral victories when you're trying to repeat. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do it. To me, that's a missed opportunity. That's how I look at it. It might be the pessimistic look, but that's how I look at that loss. I look at the Celtics loss as a missed opportunity. I don't look at it like, well, they played championship basketball for 3.5 quarters. No.
That's the thing. Like, it doesn't matter if you played for 3.5 quarters, because we saw against Minnesota, maybe not you're playing championship level basketball, but you could play great basketball for 3.5 quarters and blow it all in the last half of the 4th quarter.
Yeah.
That is more of a reality for this team than any other iteration of the Golden State Warriors that we've seen in this dynasty. And you got me thinking now, just looking at the schedule and the wins. Like, you got to go back and maybe those 2 wins against Sacramento earlier in the year look pretty good at this point, because Sacramento's in 3rd. The Cleveland Cavaliers, you have beaten twice. Earlier in the year was at full strength. And then, of course, the bench did it on the road recently. Those are quality wins. But again, because we haven't seen, in my opinion, enough of the 100% Warriors do it to the Bostons, the Milwaukees, I don't know if you want to say the Sixers, those types of teams, even the West, Denver. They've done it against Memphis twice. That certainly aids. But to me, the Memphis thing is interesting because you have, like, there is that big brother, pardon me, these are rented lips, big brother, little brother situation where Memphis just, like, keeps trying to swing up, and they shoot themselves in the foot so many times that I almost expect Golden State to beat them, and I'm not necessarily afraid of them in a playoff scenario because of those, not even basketball reasons, just like the Warriors will get up for Memphis no matter what because of the Grizzlies and what they've done to them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if the Warriors have enough of that bulletin board material for each and every one of the teams that they're going to have to go through if they want to repeat.
No, that's a good point. And don't forget, the Warriors have to go to Memphis twice. They play 2 more times. They play 4 times this season in total. They've already played twice at Chase. Now they got to go. To Memphis, whenever that is.
Yeah, March 9th and 18th.
And they're going to be up for that one. Now, if the Warriors go and they win in Memphis, then I will not give the Grizzlies any more of my time or my thoughts, because at that point, just go Pedro Martinez. The Yankees are my daddy. Just say the Warriors are my daddy. Looking at the other teams that the Warriors would possibly have to face in that, you shouldn't need bulletin board material. That's the whole point of this, right? Maybe you need bulletin board material when you have 4 rings.
Yeah.
No other team, a team that doesn't have rings, they don't need bulletin board material. But it's the Suns, because Bridges and how he actually does that to other teams too. It wasn't just a Klay Thompson thing when he put the 3 fingers in his face after the 3
Booker?
that he made. No,
Mikal Bridges.
Mikal Bridges did that. I believe that was separate to there was the first thing with Booker. Then there was the Bridges game recently where he went off. Another game. They got smacked by the Suns, and I can't remember who wasn't playing for the Warriors, but they got smacked by the Suns without Devin Booker and Chris Paul. Badly. And I'm pretty darn sure that they might not have had Wiggins, but I think they had everybody else. So they got bulletin material for the Suns. Past that, I mean, Luka just, if I was in the NBA, I would love Luka because he seems really fun, but would hate playing against him. So I think Luka's a guy who people get up for because everybody's crowned him already. But the Nuggets aren't really a team that teams get up for or has that bulletin board material. But that's why I think they're so dangerous, because they know they're disrespected. I have Nuggets friends that are Nuggets friends, and they feel it all the time. I mean, Jokic, well, is he really an MVP? This, that, all these types of things. So, yeah.
No, you're right. In that game against the Suns in early January, Klay, Dre, Steph, Andrew Wiggins, Poole all played in that game, and Mikal Bridges was on fire that night. And they lost. Like, they got beat here at home by double digits by a Phoenix Suns team that was missing a lot of starters. Like, those are, for every, and it's indicative of why they're 500, for every impressive win they have, they also have a loss that counterbalances it by saying, what were they doing that night? Like if I just go back and watch that game, what would I see from the Golden State Warriors on January 10th against the Phoenix Suns when they're shorthanded and say, they lost this game? And in fact, like you said, they kind of got punked in that game by a team that you should ideally have bulletin board material against, but that night you didn't. And so why should I believe that, again, you can flip the switch in the matter of an instant like they were able to do last year? It just, my confidence level in Golden State in the West is still high. I am just simply afraid that the attrition built up from all the wins that they're trying to get in this season to, kind of jostle between apparently the 3rd and the 13th spot in the West, that is going to take a toll. And I don't know how it's going to manifest itself. I don't know how it's going to look, but I believe that it will affect this team greater than it ever has in this dynasty.
The turnover situation, and earlier in the show, we talked about how they have this turnover culture that they're never going to fully get rid of, but you got to clean it up. And we had a caller say, I think it's on Steve Kerr. I think it's on Steve Kerr to get these guys in gear and play better. I don't think the turnovers are necessarily on Steve Kerr, because what is Steve Kerr going to do? Have them run liners at the next practice? This isn't Coach...
After the game, Alan.
This isn't Coach Mosley from ELAC, okay? This isn't, this isn't Last Chance U. They're not going to do that. But I do want to have the conversation as far as Steve Kerr's culpability in what the team has done this season. His play in it versus just, hey, this is the roster that isn't constructed correctly. How much flack should Steve Kerr be getting for the Warriors' performance so far?
Well, he's not going to go full Herman Boone on the Golden State Warriors. Like, he's not just going to go Denzel and just light him up and that's not, and then just galvanize the group to a win, undefeated season. But I think that Steve Kerr does deserve some criticism, as does, we're talking about the turnovers. Steph Curry, who had 6 turnovers in the last game. Draymond Green, who had 5 turnovers the game before that. Klay Thompson. All the way down the line, like, there are people that deserve criticism for what is going on right now, and Steve Kerr is not outside of that. I do think that there is some push and pull with the second timeline, or whatever you want to call it, and what Steve Kerr envisions a competitive, contending basketball team to be. It is not his job to babysit. It is not any of the veteran players' job to babysit. He does not need to dole out minutes just because you have to see what James Wiseman or Jonathan Kuminga is. Kuminga has earned his minutes. Moses Moody and James Wiseman are still trying to earn their minutes. And that's where I get, if you're a fan and you want to see more of them and you're saying Steve Kerr's preventing that, I understand. But again, and this is the way I feel about Steve Kerr. It's his job to win games. And he's trying to do that to the best of his ability. Like, there are multiple roster spots right now, whether it's Moody, Wiseman, Lamb, Jerome, JaMychal Green. Like, there are a lot of players right now that are not giving you much. I don't know what you want Steve Kerr to do in that spot. Okay, so because JaMychal Green had a bad game, you're just going to trot out James Wiseman for his 10 minutes the next game? Like, then you have no form of consistency, and you are basically admitting that I don't know what's going on here.
They do have to make some type of decision on James Wiseman. You can't sit him. You can't continue to just not play him. Move him or play him. Yeah, that's what it is to me, because you're not winning these games. And somebody earlier said play him 30, 40 minutes. I don't know about all that, but you got to get him some run at this point in time. Going back to the 2 timelines, and we got Craig producing, so he loves his movies. It does remind me, and we're using the same terminology. It does remind me of Marvel, because this new Ant-Man and the Wasp that's coming out,
Quantumania,
I believe either Black Panther 2 started the next phase or this movie starts the next phase, and they say in the previews this is the next phase. As good as this phase may be, it ain't going to have anything on the original Avengers. It's not going to have anything on the OG Avengers with Iron Man, with Black Widow, with the Hulk, with everybody from the OG Avengers.
T'Challa.
It's not going to be that, okay? And this second phase might be great for Marvel. I'm sure it's going to make a lot of money. It's not going to be that because of what the first phase was. This second timeline could be great in its own right. But it's not going to be what this first one is. The question is, do you think it'll be good enough that it's worth not blowing up to improve the current timeline?
Well, and that is the $1 million question. Not just how do you maximize Steph Curry's window, but if you're Joe Lacob and you're looking at this Warriors organization, you are trying to figure out how to put together not just a contending team, but a team that will draw. So even if you have a down year like 2020, the next year, there are going to be people packing Chase Center to the gills. That is where I am worried about what the young guys are or aren't doing. I don't see anything from them right now outside of maybe Kuminga that would make me want to go watch them every single night in person for what you're paying, for the experience.
Poole.
Jordan Poole. Sorry. No, you're right. Jordan Poole is, but apparently people have had issues with the way that Jordan Poole is playing.
Yes.
And Andrew Wiggins, I know we haven't mentioned him a whole lot, but since he's been coming back from his injury, you know what Andrew Wiggins is shooting in the 10 games since he's been back?
It's not good.
36 from the floor, 25 from three-point range. Like 13 points a game in 30 minutes is not good. So you're looking at these pieces that are going to be here for, we thought, and ideally, 5-10 years down the line, the next iteration of Golden State Warriors basketball. And I'm looking at it right now, and I am wondering what I want to pay to see as a fan. if you're telling me right now, it's got to be wins. Like, that's what they're trying to build, is a continuous winner. And I have not seen enough from that second timeline we're talking about, and we can continue this on the other side, to feel confident in saying blindly that they're just going to continue to keep on winning.
No. It's Jordan Poole, Andrew Wiggins, if you're counting him, he's kind of in between, and Kuminga based on what you think he'll be able to do. So I got Steph Curry as Iron Man. I got Draymond Green as the Hulk. Who's Captain America? Is that Clay?
I guess.
Is Steph Captain America? Probably.
Well, it depends on whether you value Iron Man or Captain America more. But yes, Steph Curry is whoever the ringleader is.
Yes, which...
Sure, he's Captain America.
Captain America.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, look, like the second timeline is... and we're talking about the Avengers, but that's also why, like, we're talking about the Avengers, we're talking about dynasties. That's why dynasties happen once in a blue moon. Like, you're talking about those amazing original movies. That's why they are original. That's why they're great, is because there is nothing that can compare to them. And I would bet that this next version of whatever the Warriors becomes will not be the same dynasty. Like, we're never going to see Steph, Clay, Dre, Andre, and everything else that has been so great. Kevin Durant, of course, is a big part of it, too. We're not going to see that again. We may see another competitive team. We may see a team that could even win a championship down the line, but we're never seeing the 4-7 the way that it looked, in which you had the light years, Golden State Warriors. I don't know. Maybe that's just me being pessimistic, but that's kind of
I think you're being realistic. It's the same thing when we talk about the Giants and how, Buster Posey is a Hall of Famer. You bring in Joey Bart, it's a little different. But expectations are what they are.
Yeah, no, that's a fact. Before the Warriors host the Mavericks tonight, tune in to 95.7 the game before for Warriors Live, starting at 4:30, half hour away with John Dickinson before Tim Roy takes over. 5:30 tip brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for all things sports with live game shows, news, and highlights all in one place. We're going to wrap up this show last half hour. Get your calls in, 888-957-9570. What do you want to see tonight against a Doncic-less Dallas team? What do you want to see for the last 30 games from Golden State? What do you want to see before the trade deadline? 5 days away, February 9th. It's Alan Stiles and Evan Giddings back after this on 95.7 The Game.
And now another no-brainer money-saving tip from Progressive.
It looks like your luggage is over 50 pounds. Is there anything you can take out?
Oh, yeah. Let me just toss all these $20 bills.
Great. Let me grab you a trash can.
Stop. Instead of throwing money away, move some clothes into a carry-on. And here's a better tip from Progressive on how not to waste money. Don't pay too much for car insurance. Drivers who switch and save could save hundreds. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Potential savings will vary.
O'Reilly. Count on the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your vehicle and budget. Get maximum cooling system performance for 10 years or 300,000 miles with peak long life universal premixed antifreeze and coolant. Now just $6.99 after mail-in rebate. Plus, get 2 times O Rewards points. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today.
O'Reilly.
Limit supply. See store for details.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Open up a Mercedes-Benz Sprinter van and you're opening up more than doors. You're unlocking potential with 16 body types, thousands of ways to customize. A Sprinter van is capable and versatile enough to help drive your ambitions as far as you want them to go. Now you could win your very own Mercedes-Benz Sprinter van customized by Gretsch RV by entering the Dan Patrick Show's Ultimate Fan Van Sweepstakes. To enter and get official rules, visit danpatrick.com for your chance to win.
Listen for the latest ski, snow, and road conditions with the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday throughout this snow season with Johnny Mosley. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Here's home improvement news for the new year at Dolan's. Replace those old interior doors with ones you design yourself. Create your own style with personal choices at Dolan's and doors that are made just for you. The door experts at a Dolan's showroom will help you design your own amazing interior doors. Visit the ideas section at dolanlumber.com and have a safe and happy new year.
All year long, Odyssey celebrates the 50th anniversary of hip-hop by covering the milestones, saluting the history, and honoring the impact of the beats that created a global phenomenon. With hip-hop made. Download the free Odyssey app right now or go to odyssey.com/hiphopmade to listen to the music and the podcast that celebrate 50 years of hip-hop. And join us all year long as we celebrate the milestone on the Odyssey app. Hip-hop made.
Guys, fellas, men, are you ready? I mean, Roman ready for Valentine's Day? Some say it's the sexiest day of the year. Flowers, chocolates, candlelit dinners. That's all great. But I think we all want something a little more physical, too. Because a strong sex life can deepen your feelings of intimacy with your partner and lead to increased happiness. So if you're prepping for Valentine's Day, right now is the perfect time to check out Roman. Roman has genuine medication that helps you achieve and maintain a strong erection. Roman has discreet wipes that help you last 4 times longer in bed. Roman has testosterone testing and treatment. Treating low testosterone can help revive your sex drive. And better yet, with Roman, everything is online. There are no waiting rooms and no hassle. Roman sends everything right to your door with free shipping and in discreet packaging. So men, for better sex this Valentine's Day, go to ro.co/vday. Do it today and get 20% off. That's ro.co/vday.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-9336. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-444-9336. 800-444-9336.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Now back to 95.7 The Game.
This is what it sounds like when John Wick goes on a killing spree, Alan. Alan Stiles, Evan Giddings, 95.7 The Game, half hour left. We're just talking about the ultimate just disrespect for Keanu Reeves. And we're talking about movies and all these different, of course the Warriors, of course the Niners. But let's be honest, Alan. Why haven't you seen John Wick?
I'm just not really an action movie guy. I'm not.
More of a knock at the cabin kind of guy.
More than a knock at the cabin. Yeah, text line, thank you. 650 saying it, giving it 3 stars out of 4. Surprise ending. I will keep that in mind. Yeah,
you can see that in the trailer where it says "Stay till the end." I mean,
you know what, Craig?
Is a surprise ending.
Oh, it's an M. Night Shyamalan movie. It's got a twist.
Yeah,
didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, the action movie thing to me.
I'm sure it'll be good.
The action movie thing to me. I don't know. I just see John Wick. If it's not, I mean, he's not. Is he fighting? Is he just shooting guns? Right?
No, he does it all. He is the most dangerous man in the history of dangerous men.
But I'm also out on the Mission Impossibles.
He's the Steph Curry of action stars.
I don't watch the Mission Impossibles.
He's the Jack Bauer.
He's the Jack Bauer. It's exactly.
And I didn't see 24.
Oh,
now you're just done.
I actually didn't see that either, but I still know who Jack Bauer is.
Well, clearly I do. I just said it.
Oh, Craig said it.
No, but I said I knew the reference. At least he can
relate to Jack, so he knew where Jack Bauer comes from.
I got
exactly.
Also,
you guys missing one of the greatest shows of all time.
Yeah, we do want to also run down some revisionist history. Titanic shouldn't have won however many Academy Awards. Good Will Hunting came out that year. L.A. Confidential came out that year. There was a hell of a lot more good movies than the Titanic.
Song played every
Jackie Brown came out that year.
That song by Celine played every 38 seconds that year. You know that, right?
Celine Dion?
Yes.
Oh, see, I do know that.
Every 38 seconds it played.
It got played out is what it did.
Yeah. You know, I was thinking about...
The boat crashed, all right? How's that for a twist?
Well, now you ruined it for anybody who hasn't seen it yet.
Or anybody that doesn't read a book.
Yeah.
That's tough. You know what? Actually, we do have a good piece of news for the Golden State Warriors tonight. Again, they play at 5:30 against the Dallas Mavericks. John Dickinson has Warriors live at 4:30 here, bottom of the hour. Draymond Green is probable for tonight. He will, in all likelihood, play. Of course, he was questionable with the calf. So he and Klay Thompson joining Stephen Curry to play against the Luka Doncic-less Dallas Mavericks tonight.
Good. You need everybody.
Well, yeah, you do. Look, you need to get back above 500 for one, but I would also, if we're talking about what we want to see tonight, there's not a lot you can take out of this game because Doncic isn't playing. Christian Wood's not playing. Davis Bertans is not playing, as well as Maxi Kleber, for those who care about the Dallas Mavericks. But what it does mean to me is if all three of those guys are playing and all three of those guys are also nursing some minor injuries, I want the Warriors to win going away to the point where those guys don't have to play more than 30 minutes.
To the point from earlier, it's great that Draymond Green is able to play, but it does say something, the fact that he is playing, knowing that he's got this calf situation, knowing that the Mavs don't have anybody. What does that tell you? The Warriors are not messing around at all. We cannot, the way we've been playing this season, we got to go full on and make sure we get this W.
No doubt. And John in Oakland wants to talk about the Warriors. We got a couple of calls. Still time to get them in. 888-957-9570 is the phone number. Also number for the Xfinity mobile text line. John, what's going on? How are you? You're on with Alan and Evan on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Chilling.
So, man, the problem with the Warriors is it's not the young guys. It's not Steve Kerr. It's Steph and Draymond not being good enough to overcome the turnovers they do. The whole team is not. The team is not good enough. The rest of the guys are not good enough to overcome our two superstars' inability to take care of the ball. I mean, last year they were second in the lead in turnovers, but they won the championship. The rest of the guys were able to overcome what these two dudes their whole career have been doing. But the rest of the team, and it's not fair for these young guys to have to make up the difference with your two leaders who, for whatever reason, their whole career, the inability to take care of the ball. I mean, you see it. We all watch, right? I mean, you'll see five or six possessions in a row, and they don't even get a shot up. I mean, you can't be good with that. You can't win like that. But because they, in the past, were younger and so much more talented, they were able to overcome their own weakness. But this year, you're seeing it, and at some point, me and my guys talk about it. It's going to catch up to them, man. You look at the top five teams that turn the ball over in the league, and they're all sub 500 teams, But the Warriors have, Steph and Dre and Klay have been so talented they can overcome the turnover issue. But this year they can't. They don't defend as well, and because you don't defend as well, because the bench is not as talented, those dudes need to take care of the ball, and they just don't. And it's what's costing the team. Not that I expected them to repeat as champions, but, your leaders, man, they can't just, and it's like Draymond and Steph just gave birth to Jordan Poole because he's starting to lead and he's just taking up the slack right where they're at. He comes in and he's the same way. I mean, and it's not the defense stopping them. I mean, they literally just give the ball away, and it fuels other teams, to the point where they're not talented enough to overcome. Most of the games we watch, they're in control of the game, and then you'll see multiple spurts throughout the game where they don't even get a shot up 4 or 5 times down the court.
Yeah, no
you
doubt. Thanks, John.
Like
we appreciate it. I think what he's getting into is the turnover culture that you're talking about, Alan.
Yes, the turnover culture is bad. I think we might add it to the 95.7 The Game shop. And then just have a circle and an X. Got to end the turnover culture.
We do. Look, we got to cancel turnover culture. That's what we got to do. The Golden State Warriors need to figure something out, and he is right. Like, at the end of the day, it does start with the guys with the ball in their hand the most, and that is your 3 culprits. Jordan Poole, Steph Curry, and Draymond Green. Got to be better with the ball.
Yeah. Again, the problem is this is in high school. This isn't even college. Well, because you can get paid in college now. So this isn't high school where you made a bad play, I'm going to sit you. This is Steph Curry and Draymond Green. So this isn't on, when we talk about what Steve Kerr needs to be better at, this is not part of that. This is on Steph. This is on Draymond. So look yourself in the mirror. I got to be better. I got to be better at taking care of the basketball because we as a team are not good enough to overcome when I do not take care of the basketball and just slow things down sometimes. I mean, the one that just continues to stick out in my mind was, I believe it was 2 games. I believe it was the Minnesota game when they gave Steph the ball. He's coming up the right-hand side of the court, and Looney and Draymond are just minding their business, jogging up on the other side. And for whatever reason, Steph just chucks the ball back over to them. And, the broadcast was, we don't know if that was for Looney or Draymond. It was for neither. It was behind both of them. What in your right mind made you think that was a good idea?
Look, I will never pretend to put myself in the shoes of someone as great as Stephen Curry of what they do. But yes, you're right. It is mind-boggling sometimes the plays that some players make. And I think also you mentioned something, too, that's interesting because do you think that with a relatively older roster that the Warriors should be playing or being invited to play kind of this pickup style basketball? It seems sometimes like they get into.
Yeah.
Because over the last 15 games, Alan, I just looked this up. They are number 1 in pace. Like that's not something I would necessarily expect from a more veteran-laden group. Typically, you see that from the young guns and the guys that like to get up and down.
Maybe,
the Rockets, the Magic. Exactly.
Yeah.
But that also indicates potentially that some of those younger, more athletic teams that we have seen give the Warriors fits, maybe that indicates a little bit that they can speed the Warriors up and get them into those turnover culture type games.
Well, and it's a good point because the Warriors have gotten older. They were those young guns. They were running with them. And that's what their offense is. We want to get out on the break. We want to do these things. And there hasn't been that conversation, I'm assuming, to say, hey, we are a bit of a different team now. Maybe there are more opportunities where we should slow it down. We have the best shooting backcourt. We don't necessarily need to run and gun all the time because we're not doing it that successfully. Evan, it legitimately looks sometimes as if the Warriors are inventing new ways to turn the ball over. Yeah. Literally. You know what? I've never just thrown it behind my back before and tried to do a Jason Williams white chocolate off the elbow. This seems like a good time in the fourth quarter to try that out. It's ridiculous.
Sometimes you're just overthinking things. You're trying to get too cute. And the Warriors right now, again, it's not the issue of the turnovers. It's something that's happened the last 8 years. Like, they turn the ball over. That's what they do. The issue, like we're talking about, is that you don't have the defense on the other side. You haven't had enough efficiency offensively to overcome the amount of mistakes you seem to make at inopportune times like they did. And that's why I can't necessarily I'm not disagreeing with our last caller about the young guys not being able to make up the ground, but in a way that's also on Golden State too, because you had hoped by this point they'd be more able to fill in. We got one last call in Piedmont. Bill wants to talk about the Warriors and a potential trade that has, of course, been floated around. 5 more days to get it done, Bill. What do you think the Warriors should do at the deadline? You're on with Alan and Evan on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, we got you loud and clear.
Oh, great. Well, I have a blockbuster trade that I think is clearly in line with the win-now philosophy of Joe Lacob. I would trade Wiseman, Moody, and Green for Portal of San Antonio. He's got the defense, he's got the pick and roll, and he's got the shot. And if they won't take Green, I give him Poole, because I think Poole reminds me of Monte Ellis, and it's a totally me kind of a guy. So I think that trade does a lot of things. It keeps Curry and Thompson together, gives them a possibility to win this year. And I know that Porto has got a free market trade thing and next summer, but Joe will probably pay the money.
Yep. Okay, got you, Bill. Look, I am potentially in on a Jakob Poeltl deal. Nothing that would include more than 2 of the young pieces. But it is interesting, and Bill brings up a larger point that I kind of want to dive into these last couple of minutes, or last 10 minutes we have here, Alan, which is when the Warriors on January 19th at Boston decided to go small to start. Looney leaves the starting lineup, Poole comes in. To me, that indicates that at the deadline, they're not in need of size. Like, they don't want to get bigger. In fact, they actually want to get smaller. That's the main reason why I would dismiss the Poeltl deal.
I can't even respond to that.
Let it go
until we discuss. I was with you. Wiseman, Moody, Green for Poeltl. Okay. When he said if they don't want Green, they'd give him Poole. What?
Yeah.
And there are people that are really down on Jordan Poole.
They don't like him.
But that's wild to me. That is wild. Because I don't think the wildest part is I don't think there are a lot of people that would think that that's crazy. I think there are, but I think there is a group that maybe not that specific deal, but there is a group that would not mind getting Jordan Poole up out of here.
Yeah, and from YouTube, thinking he meant Draymond instead of JaMychal. No, I do think he meant JaMychal.
No, he meant JaMychal.
Yeah, but
I think.
But
either way.
But okay, so Jordan Poole is
no, because he said keep the big 3 together.
Yeah. So okay, fine.
It was JaMychal.
Jordan Poole would then be on the book. Why? Okay, if we're talking about not giving up on Kuminga, not giving up on some of the young guys that have like potential, right? Mm-hmm. The reason that is you don't want to give up on their ceiling. Jordan Poole is the only one of the next timeline that has shown that he can be a winning basketball player in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Why would you move off of anyone? Like, why would you give him up right when he is about to become the next version of whatever the Warriors are? Now, whether he can, take the mantle and bring back another title in 4, 5, 10 years, I don't know. But you can't. No, that's Jordan Poole is staying in the Bay.
He is an annoying player. For how good he is, he does annoying things.
It also pisses me off that people besmirch Monte Ellis's name in this town.
Oh, well, then speak on it.
Well, because Monte Ellis was the best thing going for this town for a long time in the mid-2000s. When I was a kid, I wanted to watch the Warriors to watch Monte Ellis. And I also recognize that Monte Ellis is a high-volume scoring player on a bad team. But that doesn't mean that if Monte Ellis was the 6th man, which he was on a We Believe Warriors team, that you can't upset the number 1 seed. Like, Monte Ellis is a basketball player, in my opinion, that gets kicked to the curb because of what came after him, which was Stephen Curry, and I don't necessarily believe in doing that.
Yes, I believe that Monte Ellis's legacy has been marred a bit due to the best shooter of all time being the one to come after him, and some of his quotes that, of course, didn't age very well.
Yeah,
we
said
can't
him
play
or me.
together. Him or me.
I can't play with this kid.
I can't play with this guy. So sure, but at the same time, it didn't sound crazy early on. Steph was having ankle injuries. He was, struggling a bit early with that. So for a while, there were people, had you move Monte? There were those people too. So this is sports. This is fandom. Everybody has their different takes, but I do think that Monte quote-unquote looks worse because of Steph Curry.
Yeah, no doubt. But Monte Ellis, for the longest time, was the only Warrior in the new millennia to average 25 or more a game for a season. Like, look, he's not Steph Curry. He's nowhere close. And in fact, I don't even think it's right to say that Jordan Poole is Monte Ellis, because Monte Ellis was tasked with being a number one scorer on a basketball team. Jordan Poole is number two on some nights. So Jordan Poole will get his chance, but you cannot give up on that chance at any point. And that also applies to this offseason, not just the deadline, but Jordan Poole's not going anywhere.
510, happy to see Poole go. Too erratic, too risk-obsessed.
I do think that the amount of shots he takes from three specifically for the percentage that he shoots is sometimes concerning, but that was also what we ran into in the 2020 season when he was just jacking it up from 35. I have always pointed to Jordan Poole's free throw percentage and looked at that as a reason to believe that he can turn around whatever shooting slump he's in. A career 88% free throw shooter is not going to shoot 32 or 33% from three for his entire career, but that's just me.
Yeah, and what Jordan Poole does do very well, and he'll continue to do very well, is I do think he can get to the cup. I think he needs to do it more. Yeah. He is so crafty when he gets to the rim. He's starting now, and I know we did the splits really early when he was coming off the bench versus when he was starting. He seems to be getting more comfortable, and now you don't have to deal with him having the basketball at those important times at the end of basketball games, because you got Steph Curry back and you have Draymond, obviously. So his role, I think one thing to remember with Jordan Poole is, and this might come off as an excuse, and my opinion is that some excuses just make sense. That doesn't mean they're not an excuse, but they're good excuses.
It makes sense.
You have to remember that Jordan Poole has had about 4 or 5 different roles on this team within the last 2 years. He has. He was Clay. He was second Clay. He was the second scorer. He was the first scorer when Steph was out. Then he goes to the bench when Clay gets back. Now he has to be the bench guy. Then, okay, we're sitting all the starters. Now you have to be Steph Curry for the night. So they do ask a lot of him. They do. Now, defensively, yeah, he's pretty darn bad. But we've been in those media rooms. He talks about it, and the first step is acknowledging that you have a problem, and he's acknowledged it, so we're getting somewhere. And he is young. The defense thing is not a Jordan Poole thing. It's a young player thing. Kuminga doesn't have to worry about that because he doesn't have a bag like Jordan Poole. All the young guys that got bags, they don't want to play defense. They don't.
Well, and the other part about defense, you're right. It's not just a Jordan Poole problem. It's a Warriors problem at this point. Like, they can't get stops consistently enough when they need it. That's how the Timberwolves come back from behind 14 in the fourth quarter. That's why against Denver, you shoot 13 of 20 from three in the first half. You look up, you're down 1 because you can't get a stop. Like, that's why the Warriors are in the position that they are at 26 and 26. If we have about a minute here left down, any hot takes, any predictions for tonight?
Like I said, it's going to be the fourth quarter with 10 minutes left. And you're going to look around the stadium, the arena. There're going to be a bunch of honey. Do you think we should get going here? Do we think we should get the kids out of here and miss the traffic? Because the Warriors are up by 30, and they're going to hold on to it this time. They're going to hold on to it this time, Evan. I did want to say, been seeing some notes, one from the 408 on the Xfinity Mobile text line about Andrew Wiggins. Trust me, Andrew Wiggins is on my radar. Yeah. I know he's been sick, he's been injured, but pretty soon, we're about a week away from having to have some conversations about Andrew Wiggins because you are missing his production, and you spoke about it earlier in the show.
Yeah, folks are leaving early from Chase Center because the Warriors going to dominate tonight. That's from Alan. My prediction would be 30 for 30 in 30. 30 points by 30. Stephen Curry in 30 or less minutes. Book that. Draymond Green's expected to play tonight. Klay Thompson's been upgraded to available tonight. That's per our 95.7 Game Insider, Anthony Slater. It's been a pleasure, Alan. Hope we get to do it again soon.
Definitely, Evan. We'll talk to you.
Coming up next, Warriors Live with John Dickinson. Stick around right here on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, let's throw a party this year for the big game.
Oh, great idea. But first, we should get a new TV. One of the top-rated brands. Samsung, LG, or Sony.
Okay, I'll start shopping on the internet and then head over to the Warehouse Club.
Well, but if that's all we do, we'll be sorry.
Why?
Because the best deals on those top-rated TVs are at video only, not online or at the club.
Video only?
Yep. We can save up to $500 if we shop smart.
Or we'll be sorry.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-444-9336. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-444-9336. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-444-9336. 800-444-9336.
Jonas Knox here, and this message is brought to you by Discover. Did you know you could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection, the latest innovation from Discover? Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data, and they'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app, see terms, and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection. That's discover.com/online privacy protection.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966. 800-200-1966.
Golfers, tee it up at the Golf Mart and go farther and faster with the new G430 woods and irons from Ping. The Ping G430 woods introduce the next generation of speed with new face technology for longer and more accurate shots. The new Ping G430 irons are designed with pure flex technology for faster ball speed and more distance. Swing into the Golf Mart and get custom fit on the new Ping G430 woods and irons today. The Golf Mart, home of the 90-day satisfaction guarantee.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing, together millions of things for our planet. Many great wines now come in boxes, which produce half the overall emissions that bottles do. When we each share our one thing, it becomes a million things for our planet. What's your one thing?
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed, and a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund ×2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
Hi, I'm Aaron, owner of California Deluxe Windows. Ever notice? When your neighbors get new windows, there is a large black eye of broken stucco, uneven plaster, and even mismatched paint. At California Deluxe Windows, we never leave a ring around the window. Why? Because we are one of the only companies in California who custom crafts every window and door to your home's exact measurements. Almost everyone else on the radio is a distributor. They grab a window from a warehouse, break open your walls, shove it in, and patch things up. At California Deluxe Windows, we take pride in our work. Our installation technique is so precise, we do not break your stucco. Your house could be covered with potato chips, and we wouldn't crack one.
Call now, and for a limited time, you get 30% off your entire order and 24 months of interest-free financing. 800-874-3600. 800-874-3600. That's 800-874-3600. California Deluxe Windows. Windows engineered for life.
Certain terms and conditions apply. CSLB number 774518.
Welcome to the greatest show on hardwood.
Left side of the circle, it's money, cold, hard cash for Stephen Curry.
The NBA champions are back to defend their title. And it starts now. This is Warriors Live.
Holy cannoli, this is crazy.
Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
It is the Warriors and the Dallas Mavericks. John Dickinson from Chase Center as the Warriors beginning a 2-game homestand and a stretch of 4 of the next 5 on the Chase Center hardwood. 6 games to go before the All-Star break, and suddenly only 30 games to go on the season, with the Warriors coming into this one at 26 up and 26 down. They've dropped their last 2. A tough 1-2 road trip for the Dubs after winning in Oklahoma City to get the thing started, blowing the 14-point lead in the fourth quarter at Minnesota, losing in overtime there, and then unable to chase it in Denver, shorthanded on the second of a back-to-back. Kept it close for about a half, and then the big third-quarter run for Denver, the 16-0 run. That does the Warriors in that one. It was 85-85. The Warriors found themselves down 16, and it was a wrap from Denver on Thursday night. So the Warriors back in action, taking on this Dallas Mavericks team that's in a lot of the rumors as far as the trade deadline, and one of 3 or 4 teams that potentially could be in the mix to land Kyrie Irving from Brooklyn, with Kyrie requesting a trade yesterday, at least the reports of Kyrie requesting a trade from the Nets breaking yesterday. The Mavs shorthanded currently as they're going to be without Luka Doncic, so a little bit of the shine on this Saturday night showcase for ABC, a game that's been a Saturday night showcase game a couple of times over the last couple of years, with these two teams going at it against each other. And the Warriors get the benefit tonight of no Luka Doncic as Dallas comes in. This is game 1 of what will be a 5-game road trip for the Mavs surrounding the trade deadline. Warriors tonight, Utah in Salt Lake City on Monday for the Mavs. Then they play the Clippers on Wednesday in Los Angeles, and they'll wrap it up with a pair of games in Sacramento. A week from tonight is the second of that pair. They will also play in Golden One Center in Sacramento Friday night. So Friday and Saturday, game 1 of 5. So the Mavs fresh off a couple of victories. They've won 3 of their last 4 with wins at home against the Pelicans and Pistons, but Luka Doncic injuring himself in that game against the Pelicans on Thursday night. As we get to the injury report, brought to you by Boxer and Gerson. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. And no Luka Doncic in this game for the Dallas Mavericks, as that was a right heel contusion. The Mavs will have Spencer Dinwiddie, who had been listed as questionable, right knee injury recovery, but he's good to go. He's been off the injury report, or at least listed as available to play since earlier this morning. No Maxi Kleber, no Christian Wood. Also, Kleber obviously with the torn hamstring, that injury going back, and then Christian Wood with a left thumb fracture. So the Mavs in this one going to be shorthanded and without their best player and without maybe the best player in the entire NBA in Luka for this one. There are some stakes for the Warriors, which we'll get to coming up here momentarily, as this essentially becomes a zero-excuse game for the Warriors, who suddenly have dropped the two in a row, coming into this one at 26 and 26. And the spot that the Warriors want to get to is the spot that the Dallas Mavericks currently hold. When you look at Dallas coming in at 28 and 25, they're fourth in the West. And so the Warriors a game and a half off of the pace there, even at 26 and 26, and tied for eighth, and also 8, 9, and 10 with Utah and Portland also at 500. Pelicans down to the Lakers right now. They're in 11th and a half game back of that glut that sits between 7 and 10, including the Minnesota Timberwolves as well. But you look at the Warriors, and this is a must-win game for the Warriors. Without Doncic and without Christian Wood, and the Mavs beginning this road trip, and the Warriors, as we look at their side of the Boxer and Gerson injury report, it's good news. Stephen Curry available to play. Left lower leg contusion had been listed on the injury report leading up to today. Klay Thompson, good to go. Non-COVID illness had him questionable up until the last hour, and we'll see on Draymond Green, although Steve Kerr did say that Draymond is expected to play in this one, officially still questionable with the right calf tightness. Of course, Steve Kerr pointed out that Draymond was expected to go Thursday in Denver until he warmed up. So warm-up pending, Draymond Green good to go for the Warriors in this one, as the Warriors set to only at that point to be without Andre Iguodala as well. So everybody playing for the Warriors, it looks like at this point, no Luka for the Mavs. Must-win game for the Warriors to pull within a half of Dallas for that number 4 spot. No excuses when you come in 19 and 6 on the home floor, 25 games in. And doesn't mean it's going to be easy. Nothing has been easy for this Warriors team. But, a woefully shorthanded Mavs squad when you look at how much of the offense and how much of the total production Luka Doncic is to them. So that the injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson. John Dickinson here, Warriors Live. Sponsored by Xfinity Internet, better streaming, Flex 4K device, voice remote, and Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost, no strings attached. Let's go ahead and give everybody a shot to hear the latest on the state of the Golden State Warriors. An interview from yesterday, Damon and Ratto, as Steve Kerr joined the guys there. And just the up-and-down nature, this team unable to get on a little bit of a roll, and that among the many things that were discussed. So let's get to it. Steve Kerr with Damon and Ratto yesterday here on 95.7 The Game.
Steve, thank you so much for joining us. Good to have you here on a Friday. You guys were busy this week, and obviously the road trip didn't end like you wanted it to. A couple of tough breaks in overtime, and then the always headache of a back-to-back in Denver. It caught up with you guys both nights.
Yeah, well, you can look at the schedule and know that Denver game is going to be tough, but it's our fault for making it tougher than it should have been, because we got to win that Minnesota game, and if we do that, we're heading to Denver with a 2-0 mark on the trip, then we're in great shape, and then you kind of have a free swing, and you never know what happens. So the Minnesota game is the one that really is going to haunt us for a while, and I know we got to move past it, but that was really kind of an unforgivable loss.
Yeah, that was definitely a tough one. There have been a couple times this season where you have said in your pre or post game press conference that it feels like we're about to turn a corner and rattle off a 10-game stretch that we're going to be really proud of, and then that doesn't happen. Does it feel like these last 2 games have sort of reset your GPS to how quickly you are to turning a corner after all?
No, I mean, I still feel good about our prospects and our team and our ability to go on a run. It's just frustrating when we continue to give up really golden opportunities to sort of kickstart that run that we're talking about. And somehow we've got to just keep pushing forward and keep just getting better and trying to figure out how we can close out games, especially because feels like we've kind of given away 5 or 6 games this year and not closed out another 5 or 6 on top of that we could have won. So it's really been a frustrating season in that regard. I think we should be better than what we are.
When you say that, every other year you either had very good players who could do all the things you were asking for, or you had injuries that essentially took away every player you had. Has this been a lot harder on you than you thought it would be because you can't get the one thing that you'd become accustomed to the other years that you coached?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, I think every year is unique, and I'm very aware of how fortunate we were, say, 5, 6 years ago to have one of the great rosters in the history of the league, and I'm very aware that our margin for error is much slimmer now. And yet, we were able to win the championship last year. And so I still believe in the group, and I still believe that we can get there. But it's not hard on me. I enjoy what I do, and I look at it as a challenge, and I can't wait to get to practice every day. And I love game nights, and so I'm still excited every day. And it's more about just trying to help the guys get over the hump for their sake and for our fans' sake. But in the meantime, I love what I do.
Steve Kerr here on 95.7 The Game. So how do you coach someone whose career has been built on speed and athleticism to slow down? And the ultimate John Wooden saying, the be quick but don't hurry. How do you coach that into someone who has officially played enough NBA games now, and Jordan Poole, to understand what that means and still ask him to do it? And it's amazing how this even still applies to Klay Thompson at times and Steph Curry at times. I mean, late game execution right now is a criticism that falls right on the veteran side of your locker room.
Well, I think it's, coaching is about teaching and practicing and really reiterating messages and then doing it over and over and over again. It's a good team builds good habits. And, I think our team has always been a little wild, but, the wildness was offset by not only great talent, but I think also a lot of veteran players who have helped, tame, and corral some of that talent, and I think what's interesting with this group and this team is that, we've still got a lot of talent. We've got a lot of, veterans, but, they're almost having to do the job themselves. I'm talking about Steph and Klay and Draymond, and that game in Minnesota was a good example. They needed to recognize mid-fourth that where the game was, what the game required, and they're at the positions in their careers where they've got to recognize it, and they know this. I've talked to them about it. They've got to do a job that maybe they didn't have to do 5 or 6 years ago. But that's the evolution of our team, and that's the evolution of our players.
Given that the trade deadline is next week, do you find that you have to spend more time talking to players to sort of, ease their concerns about whether they might get moved or not? Or has that never really been a problem that you've had, that your team's been stable enough that you haven't had to worry about that?
Yeah, I generally will have a few conversations every year around the trade deadline with guys whose names are being mentioned. I just try to be as transparent as possible with guys, and if they have any questions or thoughts, I'd like to be there to listen to them, and that's part of the job. And I think one of the things I try to do every year, even at the beginning of the year, is just remind all of our players that the deal in the NBA is you get this amazing job, dream job, and you get paid a lot of money, and it's exciting. And then also the flip side, that what comes with that is, all the things that are tough: getting traded, getting cut, getting injured, getting booed. And this is all part of it. And so, for young players, it's really the first time they've had to face this. For vets, they have a better understanding that's how it goes. But within all that, you're trying to maintain a really, positive culture and an environment the players want to be in. And so it can be tricky when things are not going well.
Steve Kerr here on Damon and Ratto. So you have talked to us years about the excellent working relationship that you and Bob Myers have together. There is total transparency. The two of you work hand in glove. How does this week work for the two of you? Will there be, maybe an unscheduled breakfast meeting Monday, Tuesday as you get closer to the deadline? Or are you guys going to spend more time around each other this week with the deadline looming? Can you tell us about the process that you guys will go through this week?
Yeah, every year is a little different based on the schedule, but given that we are home this week, Bob and I will definitely sit down, probably early in the week, just to go over whatever's happening, whatever's out there, if there is something out there or we're not, and he'll fill me in on that, and then I go back and do my job, and he does his, and that's about it. So, generally, we had the one big one for Wiggs a couple of years ago at the trade deadline. Other than that, we've had very quiet trade deadline periods, and so I don't really expect anything to happen. I don't anticipate anything happening, but you always have to be prepared for it.
Because you don't think that anything's going to happen, or you have a pretty good sense that not much is going to happen, do you not listen to the noise about other teams, like the Kyrie Irving news today? And I'm not asking you to comment on it, but does any of that interest you except as an academic exercise? Do you try to sort of shut that out till the deadline's over?
I look at it as just any fan would look at it. It's more just out of interest. It doesn't affect our business at all with the Warriors. So I'm like everybody else. I wake up and read the NBA news and follow it, but it doesn't really factor into to my job.
Steve, is it a question of can't or won't in terms of improving some of the sloppy play or the focus on defense, if this is indeed the team that you have? Is it safe to conclude that you think without a move, you have the right team to defend an NBA championship with, and that when the playoffs start, the light will indeed come on, and we will once and for all bury the notion of a regular season being important at all in this league?
No, I still believe that we can do this, and I tell the players that almost every day, and it's authentic. We do have things we've got to improve on, and we're down to 30 games left in the season, so we need to take those steps now. But I still feel like we can do them, and I think our team is not afraid of anybody. I think given our experience and our history in the playoffs, our guys have a ton of confidence. But we got to do a better job, especially closing games. But I think just overall, in general, the coaching staff too. We've got to settle on some rotations and figure out exactly how we're going to put this puzzle together the best way that we can, because it's still not clear. And, while that is disconcerting, I still believe that it can be done.
One of the obviously literal biggest pieces you guys have to consider is James Wiseman. 17 minutes for James Wiseman last night in his first game in more than a month. What'd you think?
He was great. Yeah, James did a really nice job, and there wasn't surprising because he puts the work in, and he's still, even though he hasn't been playing in games the last week or so, he's been working hard every day in practice. Our guys scrimmage. We've seen the improvement, and we know it's coming. So it's unfortunately, for him and for us, we're just, in a time where everything is put under a microscope, and so he's just a guy, because of where he was drafted and his size and abilities. People are going to constantly talk about everything with him, and that's part of the package for him. But in the meantime, he's putting in the work and he's getting better.
It is the nature of the way the Western Conference is, where you're essentially a game and a half out of 4th and a game and a half out of 13th, even this late in the year. Does that change the way you look at, boy, we'd better have our stuff taken care of by game X? That it's going to be so chaotic that you can't really even set a date like that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think any of us really think that way in terms of, some linear objective, like we've got to be in this spot by that date or whatever. We just try to get better, every night, every day, try to move forward and win the next game. And that's what made that Minnesota game so disappointing, is that we felt like we had made strides. We've been in a pretty decent place, and we had that game in our grasp, and it would have been a big win, and we don't get it. So we just got to keep going.
In a year where consistency is hard to find for you guys, the one thing that has been consistent is you're much better at home. You got 4 of your next 5 at Chase Center. So hopefully this is another one of those here comes the corner that they turn around moments for you guys as it's all coming up. By the way, you'll have the Lakers at home the Saturday before the Super Bowl. And unless LeBron James scores 63 points between now and then, which absolutely is probably almost certain to happen, the biggest moving circus in sports might come to Chase Center as he tries to pass Kareem Abdul-Jabbar on the #1 all-time scorers list. How much would you prefer to avoid that?
I haven't really given it much thought. How many games do they have before ours?
So they've got New Orleans, Oklahoma City Thunder, and the Milwaukee Bucks. He needs 63. He probably gets that in 3.
Yeah, probably taken care of by that time. So, I think that's, neither here nor there. I mean, on the one hand, you always love being, part of something special, and that this is an accomplishment that is incredibly special and unique. On the other hand, let's just go win the game. So who cares?
This is like you said, a 30-game sprint to the finish. And I just want to make sure that I've heard you correctly. We don't want to misquote you. You believe the Golden State Warriors can repeat as NBA champions, as built tonight?
Yeah, 100%. That is absolutely something I believe, and that's what we're working on. That's the plan.
Cut, print, that's the interview.
And there you go. Damon Abrado with Steve Kerr from yesterday here on 95.7 The Game. And Steve Kerr confident the Warriors still have a shot, although the biggest issues, according to Kerr, still missed opportunities in games like Minnesota on Wednesday night. Tonight, to me, would be one of those missed opportunities if the Warriors can't win this game with the Mavs not having Luka Doncic. But unfortunately, closing games has been the issue for the Warriors. 9 games this season in which the Warriors have had a double-digit lead but did not win. Each of the last 2 games, that has been the case for the Warriors, but there's been leads in the fourth quarter that have gone away that have been really problematic for the Dubs. Quick look at the Mavs and Warriors, our Take It to the Bank for tonight. Who will take it to the bank? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. The #1 assist team in the NBA, the Golden State Warriors, going up against the team that's 30th in assists. A lot of isolation, a lot of Luka, typically pounded the dribble and creating for himself and or others, but mostly himself. Also, The Mavs among the slowest paced teams in the NBA, number 29. The Warriors at number 1, and both these teams love shooting the three. Look for Spencer Dinwiddie to be getting at the Luka spot and really trying to isolate and try and kick to shooters for three-pointers. All right, that'll do it. I'll be taking your phone calls after the game. Warriors wrap up 888-957-9570. But Tim and Tom, they've got the call next right here on 95.7 The Game.
Wendy's home-style French toast sticks are so delicious, some are saying that they're better than their mom's breakfast.
Excuse me, did you just say Wendy's French toast sticks are better than my breakfast?
Mom, is that you?
Answer the question.
I said some people are saying that because they're so crispy on the outside and fluffy on the inside and perfect in every way.
Uh-huh. And what do you think?
I think it's time to tell people to choose wisely. Choose Wendy's sweet and crispy home-style French toast sticks.
That's still not an answer.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
It's not easy being the one everyone counts on to keep your operation running, no matter the weather or supply chain hiccup. But we get you, Raymond in Buffalo, Maria in Miami, and Jules in Troy.